When is the stream starting? Says Greco. Right now. LCS first day. How was LCS viewership if you guys were watching? I have no idea. I was asleep. Or at the gym. So I have no idea how good the LCS viewership or bad it was. But we're going to watch the finals rematch. We'll do C9 versus Dignitas tomorrow. I want to do some KT versus D+. 40K on main channel. That is not good for opening day.
So hyped. We have such a good match to start off our best of threes.
I am excited, though, for...
Best of three between our two top teams from last split. Our finals.
I'm excited, though, for best of threes.
You could already start the crowd to get into it, too. Because TL, all of the narratives are on their side now. TL, they beat Fnatic at MSI. They were the golden child of NA.
Summer viewership's always lower, though.
Crashed and burned, and then they burned.
Oh, I forgot to check my pen. Is this the right screen? Nope. Is this the right screen? There it is.
Jensen as well, causing a lot of fans to get a little bit angry. They've also themselves been...
All right. TL bot lane is not the best in the league, even though they had not that great of a regular season. True, Core JJ really turned it on for playoffs. I agree with that, Vulcan. All right, Corky first pick here for Team Liquid. Can APA play Corky now? We're going to take Senna and Rumble. Could be bot lane Rumble as well. Remember, could be support Rumble. Probably not, though, with Senna. That's much more common with Ashe or more aggressive ADCs. Surprised not to see any Rumble bans or Rumble first pick. Corky priority is interesting. Taking Zach. Okay, so Senna Ornn, actually, which I prefer these days. Senna Ornn, Senna Not. I'm a bit surprised they didn't take Senna Nautilus, but Senna Ornn, Senna Not better than the Senna Tahm Kench, I think, in most situations. Have I seen the Faker documentary? I have not. I lived the Faker documentary, guys. I don't need to see the Faker documentary. I was there for it.
The only disengage that Vi respected was Package, and then Package got removed, so now she doesn't care. No respect required. Good luck, Fly.
Let's see. What's most important for them? Viego. All right, so another jungle ban. Looking at Inspired there, looking at that engine that is often a huge part of FlyQuest.
Jungle options from him. There are a plentiful...
I'm also just like fundamentally not interested in, you know, the casters that they interviewed talking about Faker in like, you know, 2012 through 2015 when I cast every single game that he played. Like, why the fuck would I care about what all of these LEC and LCS casters have to say about him? You know what I mean? I already watched all his games. I know what happened. I know it better than they do.
Still win the series, so excited to see that locked in for FlyQuest.
And one of the main things you're always looking for as the Kindred player is you need to have the primary engage and frontline on your team already locked in for you.
Gen G versus T1 prediction, Gen G 2-0.
And even the support of the Senna with the CC and with the extra healing, it really...
We'll do a VOD review of Gen G versus T1 tomorrow. Oh my god. Please stop with the fucking Smolder, Team Liquid. That shit is so bad.
They were the team that they would not let go of the Smolder when everyone...
It was so bad at MSI.
It was like, you are going to have to pry Yon's cold dead fingers off.
But I guess they feel like they did at MSI, like, oh, we can play this into Senna and just scale.
To get them to stop playing it. TL, very much believers in the Smolder.
All right. So what are we doing in mid lane here for Quad? Quad's first LCS game.
25 stacks, FlyQuest on their last pick of the draft, and they're going to lock it in. It's quad play.
All right, so we're just doing some giant backline damage. I mean, look, man. I really prefer FlyQuest composition. This is such a passive comp from TL. Look, if they get into the late game, they can do a lot of damage with poke. You know, they have huge amounts of engage with Zac and Maokai and Nautilus, huge amounts of peel. But backline threat with Aurelion Sol, with Rumble ult, with Ornn ult is still really huge. But FlyQuest comp is very ult dependent. This looks like it's just going to be a scaling nonsense game. I hate the Smolder, though. I fucking hate the Smolder. And I hate when Team Liquid plays Aurelion Sol and Smolder most of all, because it just can't do anything in lane, ultra passive. Oh my god.
You were talking about, and then since then on the 411, Smolder got rebuffed up a
Yeah, basically everybody just wants to stack up now and like play for late game, which is like, this is just so boring. Like, it's just like Kindred wants to farm, Aurelion Sol wants to farm, Senna wants to farm, Ornn wants to farm. All right, so we are going to see Masu actually up in the top side here. Interesting. But they're starting weak side, and basically Team Liquid knows this because they already have a blue at red buff, so they're watching for the Kindred. So basically the Nautilus can be incredibly annoying. Oh my god. Yeah, he does get the smite down. That is super annoying, though, from Core. Nice job. I was swapping away from a Smolder. They are, because they are trying to play very aggressively in the 2v1. So I think they're doing this just because, you know, if you have a lot of harassment from the Senna, you can actually gain souls faster. And they probably want to dive this, potentially like put some pressure on the Zac and maybe dive it early. But that's not going to work. The Inspire got chunked out. What is your opinion about the Faker documentary? I haven't seen it, and I have no reason to watch it because I lived through it. And I have no interest in hearing a bunch of LEC and LCS casters' opinion about Faker in 2012 through 2015. It's just like eye-rolling. I'll probably watch it eventually, but I'm not in a hurry. Got better things to do with 40 minutes of my time. Like, watch these games.
You saw the follow-up, and you mentioned it from Umpty going in and trying to yoink back one of the camps for himself.
They interview casters. John. Oh, wow. Thank you, Jerky's Minion, for the 20 subs. Very nice of you. Non-Saudi oil. Quality Scandinavian oil. Thank you, Jerky's Minion. That's very nice of you. I'm not going to sleep on C9 versus Dig. I'm going to do it tomorrow. I'm going to do that in T1 Gen G tomorrow. I just wanted to mix it up with some LCK. Miss the Rainbows era. Well, thank you. You can still catch the Rainbows era with our show, Nerd Legion, on Last Free Nation Culture. Go subscribe. We just talked about Furiosa. Oops. The KT game pretty fun too. Yeah, we're doing KT down one. Umji tries to gank. Quad gets out under the turret.
But he does have his teleport to get back out of the map immediately, so not going to hate that one too much. Meanwhile, Impact and 4JJ versus Whippo and Masu together. APA is going to get a little damage, but the plates are sturdy enough to not allow.
Really enjoyed the esports sold out show. Yeah, that was a good one. That's Ioria was a great guest.
Accomplished here from Team Liquid. Whenever you're running the Corki, like we were talking about towards people getting big chunks, and if you trade the Maokai ultimate for the Aurelion Sol ultimate, it allows these follow-up plays. Right now, be able to get to level 6, then they can pressure with the Maokai ultimate and have no flash lot more confidently. Plus,
Quad, one to take the fight here against APA. He flashes back on the other side of the dragon.
on the court,
Ah, yes, the APA Solo Bolo. Dude, the new Corky, I mean, he just flashes out of that. It's bold to opt into the all-in versus APA when he knows so well this matchup with Aurelion Sol. Wow, he did it with a cull, too. It's a yikes.
been brewing between these two teams. APA were both calling out Quad, so welcome to the LCS. Welcome to First Blood.
It's always good when you get a solo.
APA were
Check on the side of the dragon.
plus.
Quad, one to take the fight here against APA. He flashes back on the other side of the dragon.
It's close, though.
APA.
Nice outplay by APA, though.
It's first blood.
Good thing he just signed a new 2-year deal. Not sure I would have done that, but you know what, Team Liquid? You are inexplicably winning LCS with APA and Yun as your carries, so who knows?
These two teams, by the way, on Twitter, Umti and APA were both calling out Quad, so welcome to the LCS. Welcome to First Blood.
It's always good when you get a solo kill for first blood, especially in a game with a trash talker, man.
Yeah, and especially with Quad.
If you can record your live reaction to the Faker doc and upload to YouTube, many people would watch your reaction.
Summer. Let's look at the beginning.
I mean, yeah, but then Riot just monetizes that video and gets all the money. So,
Initiating this trade,
not super interesting.
advantage, and then APA basically locked out of the singularity and then flashed the other side. Brilliant Soul, it's really hard to turn your Q because he doesn't have a great turning radius. It takes him a while to turn around the breath.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Kobe. That one was a little bit goofy. Meanwhile, back up here on the top side, the Zac passive gets popped. But
I mean, flashing 180 on Aurelion Sol does fuck him up really badly, so.
shows up. The Bramble Smash knocks Masu back into the waiting arms of Yon and Core, but it won't be enough. FlyQuest still get away. They aren't gonna grab any kills, but they force the Zac passive for a future play potentially.
Thoughts on Deft being next year's Hall of Legends inductee? Well, Hall of Legends is not going to be about who deserves it most. It's going to be about who makes the most money. And that's going to be Uzi. So, he'll be next year. We can only have one a year. We'll just never get through all of the deserving players before your LoL esports just dies.
Of the grubs, but critically and importantly, as you mentioned, with Inspired stealing one away, you at least guarantee that you're going to deny the double mic spawn if you do give up the second chance of them.
Bring back Jensen, little bro. You are ready.
It's gonna come. I love it. That's what I love to see, but here comes the meteor.
All right, gets out. Root doesn't hit until he completes Valk, so everything's fine.
If you're the new guy on the team, you're always going to have that big target on your back. So
1 mark so far for Inspired.
Continuing to just play aggro here against this Aurelion Soul. That's the thing. When you play a champion like Aurelion Soul,
Masu just running around the map, harassing people because that's the way to actually get souls on Senna now. You can see, though, he's got 32 souls. You know, if he's getting 40 by 10 minutes, he's going to be doing pretty well, which he probably will, so.
who has been playing Aurelion for so long.
and you can see it too with him going fleet footwork, not going into the cookie cutter hail of blades Corky. That is that huge burst damage. Going for the extra sustain of the fleet.
I was hoping Caps could get in, too. Well, Caps deserves to be in, but there's such a backlog, and doing 1 per year, he's never going to get in. Plus, it just doesn't make financial sense because their biggest markets are in Asia, and, Asian players aren't going to care about Caps. Asian regular players.
They're in support experience, but Lucio hit level 7 already, so the Hornet is off into the races. Meanwhile, Masu roaming here with Inspired for the invade and for the successful steal on the blue.
Feels good for them, man. You just bring the extra guy. You know it's going to spawn here. You know you're up against Maokai, who, as you already said, you're playing one of these tank supportive type of junglers into an aggressive farming jungler like Kindred. It's hard for Maokai to deal with these anyway, but when Masu's there, it just becomes impossible. Inspired, he'll smite away the Gromp there as well, as Umpty is now going to lose a couple of camps. It is a massive farm difference in the jungle, 71 to 49. You can see the 500 gold lead for Inspired.
Yun is getting quite a bit of farm, though. He already has 64 marks, or 64 stacks, rather, at 9 minutes. So the free farming here has been pretty advantageous because they wanted to just shift this. They're basically just opting into the experience where Senna's going to get more stacks, but so is So is the Smolder.
Umpty over the wall. He hit fair because it's the same amount the other way because they're mismatched with the Senna, but it's still funny to see.
I mean, Aurelion Sol is just going to be weak to ganks in lane, right? And especially when, I mean, he has flash, but he just gets hit by the Maokai ultimate. And then they just walk up on him and W him. I mean, I guess he could have flashed, but he was going to be dead anyway because of Umpty was there.
Twisted advance, you can guarantee you're going to dodge an extra tower shot because you become untargetable. It's just that easy to line it up to guarantee that APA's got another kill.
Yes, sir. APA collecting here in the mid lane on that Corki pick. Super high prio. Like we were talking about too, this Maokai, as soon as you're level 6, go to the Corki, immediately use your ultimate, pressure the Aurelion Sol again. Remember, this game is a stacking bonanza. We've got Aurelion Sol plus...
So actually, these comps are so boring to watch in the early game.
Again, now that Corki doesn't have package as an option, you know that he's a very viable target.
I was like, nobody can take Drake this game.
Earlier, when you're looking at ways to engage on this champion without package, there's so many more options.
Oh, convenient mark for Kindred. Oh, nope, it was taking my Maokai. Never mind.
Down if he times his package timers correctly. So APA could find himself being a very, very enticing target now for the next 5 minutes or so here for FlyQuest. But Yon and Core JJ making their way up.
Okay, Void Grub, second spawn. That's why Core JJ comes up. Actually flashes for that. Masu doesn't have flash, and he misses. He misses his route. Okay. Don't know what they thought was going to happen. Kindred was literally recalling. So if you look at the game state right there, Kindred is recalling, right? You see him on the ward. You miss your route, and then you just get flashed on, and you know that they're coming because it's basically grub spawn right now. And they don't want you to get 4.
Yeah, Core JJ walks right past the snare and then flashes on him. Core JJ not missing that hook.
No, sir.
And they get payment immediately.
And now, with that extra payment, you mentioned earlier, Team Liquid got a couple of grubs. How's 3 more? Because FlyQuest does not have the manpower to be able to answer this, Umpty's happy to just stand there and go to Grub City.
Yep, Grub's definitely going to go over there. Let's see if the Dragon gets answered on the other side. Inspired moves down there. It is just the Chem Drake, which is not the best, but you got to take the cross-map play because you lost so much prio there, losing out the kill on top side and having it fully warded. There's no chance that you ever...
All right, 5 grubs for TL.
On even standings right now, so go for your cross-map, pick up what is yours, and then grab the Dragon and trade.
The gold still just teeter-tottering back and forth between the two teams. Plus,
And gold doesn't matter. It's all about stacks right now.
This is the guy who can provide the damage for Team Liquid to run over a fight, or if FlyQuest can get the engage and pop him early, they're going to feel great about the way things...
Man, you miss Alex Itch. He works for Riot now as a programmer. He's such a nice guy. Honestly, love Alex.
The desk was talking about earlier on in the day. It is much more of a general on-hit item now. Damage, attack speed, move speed, on-hit. Just feels like a good ball of stats early game for a champ like Kindred.
Yep. All right. Yon farming up some stacks in mid lane too. Yeah, I mean, he's been matched up.
Yeah, Alex had a computer science degree, so after he retired from pro gaming, he became a programmer at Riot. He works full-time at Riot in LA. Start reading the Discoverers at your recommendation. It's been great so far. I agree. Those books are so compelling. Like, it's crazy both how dense in terms of information they are, and yet, like, he goes through so much history in such a compelling way in such a short amount of words. You know what I mean? And the information is very dense, but it doesn't feel arduous to read. It feels so nice to me. He's just a great writer. It's honestly amazing that Borston could just know so much. He had such an encyclopedic knowledge of like history in science, philosophy, art, culture, discovery. It's crazy how much he knew. As a lawyer, what jobs could I get revolving around League? I mean, there's tons. Work for a law firm. ESG Law represents a bunch of the teams. There are a bunch of lawyers in esports. Odin Law in North Carolina is another firm that is quite good, I think. You know, teams have in-house counsel as well. Also, I mean, you may not know this, Luch Outsider, but they said that for the commissioner job for LCS, a law degree was preferred. Now, obviously, Mark Z doesn't have a law degree, but Chris Greeley, who is the commissioner previously, does. Not that it helped him be a good commissioner, but that's what they wanted.
There's your breath of light. Core about to fall. Quad gets the first kill of the game for FlyQuest. Line there, but love to be able to hit that on Masu, and now he's going to be in some danger as Core tries to get away.
I mean, Yun is 4 stacks away now. He's trying to just get the rest of the stacks. He got 2 more off of that wave, but they couldn't get the 125. Ah, there it is. So 125 is up.
Yeah, nice one there. Masu hugs the wall, so right around that Raptor wall, and CoreJJ goes right into it.
Umpty with the flash for the engage here on Whippo. The Rumble trying to get away down to 200 HP. The empowered sapling.
Blippo has just been useless for how hard he was helped in the early game.
From the nullifying orb would have been able to prevent that damage.
Yeah.
But they force away that enemy top laner. He does not have an unleashed TP. Team Liquid now going after the Herald.
Was Jackie Felling a lawyer? No. And did we ever find out what her health concerns were? I mean, I know, but I'm not going to tell you.
For them, even though Blippo was extremely low on the Rumble.
I actually really like Jackie.
They'll just take the objective instead.
I think the public perception of Jackie... Look, there's a lot of... You guys don't know. Put it that way. I think you would have a lot different opinions of her if you knew the truth. She's fine. She's fine.
That is one thing worth mentioning here for FlyQuest is they have a lot of turn for team fights, which is a lot of counter engage. Kindred Ultimate can kind of keep them alive for the time for Aurelion Soul and Ornn to do.
The great news for EG is all the Peak 6 people are gone, apparently. I mean, they're not. They're still owned by Peak 6, so... Like, that Chris de Apollonio guy is a fucking moron. They're not. I mean, they're still owned by Peak 6, so until that changes, the Peak 6 people are still there. They need to sell the brand. There's still a bunch of clowns there. And I actually just hate the fact that EG is trying to do all this stuff about their legacy when nobody was there from the legacy they're celebrating, and they actually just shit all over their own legacy. So, whatever. Fuck them.
But there is still that potential for something crazy to happen, because anytime you're up against Kindred and you have a yeet button, even if it's a tiny yeet, it can still change the game.
It's like there's a yeet button and then there's like a soft nudge button.
Yeah, this is the soft nudge.
What do I think of Mark as a commissioner after a split? I mean, I think he's doing a really good job on the product side, but he's not really a commissioner, guys. He's not in control of anything. Like, it wasn't his decision that they were going to, like, do this shit to LCS and CBLOL next year. He has no power. I don't even think he has any employees that report to him. He's basically just there to be like, to do things like pre-recorded draft suggestion and make public announcements. But I mean, LCS is much better to watch, so I think he has done the things. I think he's done a good job with the things he can do. It's just he can't do very much. He is a product manager. That's literally what his internal title is at Riot. It's LCS product manager. That's what his job is. You know, he doesn't... Commissioner is such fake news. When I was commissioner of Flashpoint, I had total control of the league. I was selected by the teams. My bosses were the teams. You know what I mean? I was a real sports commissioner. His job is not a real sports commissioner job. It's not. You know, and why would it be? He's not going to run the business of the LCS. He's literally never run a business in his entire life.
Just the edge of Whippo's ulti, but he finishes tower.
Yeah, now APA is ready to fight back a little bit. Whippo got a little bit too close. APA fighting a ton of damage on him.
Like, I think he, in what he's doing with his job, he's doing a good job, but it's just like, he's not a commissioner. That's just it. APA's Corki is actually looking pretty good. He's knowing the limits pretty well. Why are we ulting there? Why are we using Big Aurelion Soul ult there? Holy shit, Quad. Senna and Kindred are on their way. Why are we doing that? It's such a waste.
That was a 1v2.5, and the man still made it an even trade.
He's doing well with whatever responsibility he's actually been given. Yeah, look, I like the things he's done. I like the changes to the broadcast. I like less downtime. I like best of threes. So credit to him for all of that. But I just don't think he has meaningful decision power.
And APA doing some work. He also got the tower, so
You think APA gets out without ults? No, everybody's coming up. I disagree. He literally used flash to get that kill. You have Senna. You have Senna and Kindred coming up. Right? Quad is here. He's moving this way. I don't think he gets out. Maybe he does.
Grab the kill. Beautifully done. He's in a 1v2. The Senna ulti even comes down.
Like the Senna ult was already coming in. I mean, maybe, but seems unlikely because he used flash. Quad had flash. I wonder who actually makes these decisions. I mean, I can tell you. They just promote all the people who, for example, Chris Greeley was promoted. Do you know what Chris Greeley, under Chris Greeley's watch, the LCS viewership cratered. He gets promoted. They have those Brazilian guys from CB LOL who run like LOL for all of the Americas now. Marksy is so far down on the org chart, it's crazy.
Huge advantages here for TL as they collect their dragon.
And you could see just how good his understanding of the situation was. When that equalizer came down over the top, Whippo waited over the wall because he expected APA to valk out of the equalizer and just try to get away from the turret. But APA just walks around, he understands his damage, he blows up the turret, and then sayonara, Rumble.
Yeah, Senna ultimate getting invested there as well. I mean, he just pulled so much pressure up to the top side of the map. Senna, back at it.
Back here in the mid lane under the tier 2, Yon grabs the kill on Whippo. This Rumble just getting punished, inspired, forced to unleash the Lamb's Respite just to make sure it's not a double kill going the other way. Hey, Kobe, the enemy top laner's dead. The enemy jungler is almost dead. Team Liquid has total control over the map right now. They're going to get control over this topside river area. The next time they get a big pick, it might just be massive.
Yeah, Yon as well stacking up here on the Smolder. Just now completes the Spear of Sojin, and he's getting pretty close to that 225 as well. Meanwhile, Quad here going to have to restack his ultimate.
Yeah, Yun is stacking very quickly to 225 right now.
For a comeback victory in a team fight, it gets more and more difficult here for FlyQuest. They do, though, have that potential for a big turn that we mentioned. If you can nullify the big engage from Team Liquid with a Kindred ultimate and then get your turnaround with A Soul plus Ornn, that's going to be the angle that they're looking for. It's just going to be difficult because Yon still has flash on the Smolder and APA is kind of fed.
Yeah, maybe just a little bit. Infinity Edge, Trinity Force, extra cloak.
What happened to the FlyQuest I know?
FlyQuest I know. I
don't know, they're getting bopped. This is actually crazy.
He is living his best all chat life. APA knows who he is.
This Rumble was just so fucking useless this game.
19 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock.
219 minutes is kind of crazy. I mean, you used to be able to get. I've seen players, in the old Smolder days, get 225 at like 18 minutes. But yeah, I mean, he basically just got to free farm in the early phase of the game, and now the more stacks you get, the easier it is to get more stacks on Smolder. Because once you have the first Q evolve, it becomes a lot easier to clear waves.
But once TL is there, what is FlyQuest even going to do, man?
I mean, they have to go for, some...
I mean, they do have backline threat. They can just dump everything onto Smolder, all their ults, Cerulean Soul, Rumble, and they also can live through potentially some of the burst by just using Kindred ult, so that's nice.
Upgrade status here for the team. They do have a lot of scaling outs on the side of FlyQuest as well, so if they can somehow get some gold back in their pockets, it's definitely still a composition that is capable of of winning some fights, of winning the game. They just have to be.
Yeah, the downside of roaming Senna, yes, but the fact is that Senna actually has a normal amount of souls too. So like you basically just traded Senna souls here for the stacks onto Smolder, which like probably not a great trade, I think, but
Yeah, the Ram just runs down the racetrack.
Yeah, go straight down the racetrack, and then you have an ASO ultimate, hopefully for them, empowered to try and get them their big comeback. But
also in general, just in terms of player strategy, like I think that farming Busio, given that he has not been performing in the last few months, is probably just not a great idea. Giving him resources is not how I would run FlyQuest as a coach right now. Masu has been much more reliable. All right, and very nice knockup from Busio. All right, credit where it's due. We had double TP in, right? You know what's crazy is we have 21 minutes and we have one Kindred mark. That's so bad. But that's a really good play, actually, from Busio. All right, well, right as he said that, he TPs in. Because he TPs into this, too. You actually use 3 TPs, or 2 TPs, sorry. He actually just does the flash R2, and there's a great equalizer that goes down, and then he's able to get the triple knock-up on the train. This is a great play by Busio, guys. And then, there you go. There's the execute being immortalized by the Kindred ult. Super nice job by FlyQuest. They also just have the Senna ult to pour over the top bit. Really good engage. Very nice play by Busio. Huge, huge play by Busio. I've been very critical of Busio, and that was really great by him.
And it was the big turn. Quad, Asol in the back, burning them down. And now they're going to be rewarded with the Baron Flowers. We warned against giving this team some gold. FlyQuest with the comeback fight. And they even have
Okay, ornaments are starting now.
FlyQuest just equalized 20 minutes of gameplay with this team fight.
All right, let's take another look at the initiation. Maokai ult goes out. Asol Singularity slows them down too, and the Senna ult comes
The LCS today had an average of 50K viewers across both platforms. Shrek Holmes, does that include co-streamers? Was Smolder picked into Orange Senna? Yes, it was. They love playing Smolder. I hate it when they play Smolder, but they love playing it into Senna. If you have the time, please have the other series too. I will watch the other series tomorrow, guys. Well, I enjoyed the Furios episode if I have no interest in seeing it. I hope so. I mean, if you liked Fury Road, I mean, I think it's a lot worse than Fury. It's still, it's an okay movie, but it's way worse than Fury Road.
I think Busio was one of the players who struggled the most in terms of being able to impact the game in a meaningful way. So to then see him come out in game number 1 after kind of getting smacked around a little bit for the first 20 minutes and find that huge clutch moment, that's awesome for this young player on FlyQuest.
Certainly is, and with the Baron buff, you can take so much standing gold off the map here. FlyQuest, they're just keeping Whippo back to equalize the waves, stop that counter push from APA. He's got Baron buff himself there, so he can defend at inhibitor turrets. Meanwhile, the rest of FlyQuest getting some of that outer tower gold back.
My wife had to comment that you got a better mic. I mean, I've always had good mics. I kind of keep up with the old mic technology, but this is a beacon mic that I have now.
But this game that was up to about a 4,000 gold lead for TL is now a negligible gold lead.
I mean, Inspired having 2 marks at 24 minutes is pretty shit.
You were talking about the infinity scaling on FlyQuest in multiple places. Busio now level 14. It's time for the ornaments to start adorning the tree. It's time for FlyQuest to start getting some of those dividends. 278 stacks on quad and only continuing to climb higher. Just about the same amount for Jan Smolder. And now we've just broken 100 for Masu Senna.
Yeah, it's like one side, ooh, hook goes wide.
He's not going to find the hook, but he lands the ulti. Masu could be in some trouble. Mom doesn't quite find the kill. Masu reinforcing there with the ulti now. His ulti's going to be burned.
Ooh, hook goes wide.
He's not going to find the hook, but he lands the ulti. Masu could be in some trouble. Mom doesn't quite find the kill. Masu reinforcing there with the ulti now. His ulti's going to be burned.
Ooh, hook goes wide.
Not gonna find the hook, but he lands the ulti. Monster could be in some trouble.
Oh, he get the root there, and he gets the double knock up into the Aurelion Soul ult dropping. It's a very nice combo. I mean, basically, Fly's playing really well around these choke points right now.
Get one for nothing, and they ain't done yet. APA wants to get away with a singularity, says no way.
Mari spends all his money on streaming tech. Well, look, all the stream money just goes into improving my content, guys, basically. I'm not a big streamer or anything.
They look like they want to get the extra turret here. They've got roamers through the jungle, and only Yon is heading down to try.
Audio tech can be so expensive. This mic I got for free.
With the baroned up wave
I also get a bunch of shit for free, guys. I'm not going to lie. I knew somebody at Beacon when they released it, and they sent it to me, and I really like it. Also, Elgato sent me the green screen XL and a Stream Deck XL for free recently. Some of it I paid for. I paid for my my Elgato prompter that I have now that I'm reading Twitch chat off of. Did I watch the dive with Mark? Yeah, it was pointless.
2023, they're being on red, and in 2024, he's made his way to FlyQuest challenges, now into the main FlyQuest squad. I know that so many people.
When you get stuff, do you have to shout them out X times? No.
Especially at FlyQuest, talking about how he proved himself in Academy.
I wouldn't do deals like that. You got to pay for that shit, man. I do it. I talk about it because I like it and because I appreciate it from the companies, and I really do genuinely love, you know, Elgato's products. I like this Beacon mic quite a lot. I have the Beacon Mix Create too, which is the sound mixer, which is very nice. Do I know who wins this series? Yes, but I don't know who wins which games.
You know, that possible nerve issue coming back from LCK, but even with the extra pressure that you mentioned and going down and losing some kills, and this being his first LCS game on the LCS stage here for Quad, came up big when they needed it the most here with the Aurelion Soul, and now he's level 16, scaling off to infinity, as we say.
Yeah, I tried to actually make a deal for LFN with Beacon, but they had just started up, so they were poor.
So good for FlyQuest. So even beyond the
Would you like me to bring you a bowl for lunch this year? I will. After this game, I will come out and make one. But thank you.
It's just the range is really hard to deal with. You know, on the side here, Jan's been able to pick up his rapid fire cannon, but don't know if that's going to be enough because there's just so much more on the side of FlyQuest.
Yeah, and remember that Smolder is actually one of the champions.
Dom loved LCS so much that he's still streaming LCS Academy with an empty chair.
Because of the way that the Q counted as an auto attack, just having that extra Sheen proc gave you more bang.
Wasn't Kindred always going to have low marks than A-Soul Senna lanes? I mean, yeah, but it was a 2v1 in the top side, so if it was probably partially unlucky where the mark spawned. Can you text Dom he left his YouTube stream on? I think he's asleep.
25 stacks, the burn is going to get pretty extreme, but on the other side, Quad's also got that infinity scaling.
I'm sure he has a bazillion messages already.
Their extra deep vision here. Look for some picks. They have plenty of things to get picks with. Maokai, Zach, Nautilus, all very, very good here at setting up kills for either APA or Yon. And so the extra territory that they have controlled with this deeper vision, you see all the blue wards through both sides of FlyQuest jungle.
How's being back in South Korea? It's good.
Leverage that. They could retake control of this game. But otherwise, as long as FlyQuest
took 6 months, but I think we finally sold our house in Los Angeles, which is great. Holy moly. It's been a battle, guys. The mortgage interest rate market has not done kind things to real estate.
As it would only be number 3 for TL and only 2 for FlyQuest, so not going to bet too heavily into it and leaning way more towards the barren half of the map.
And I also think that Inspired has a lot.
Thanks for casting games many years ago. Thank you. Well, we do these. We'll be here for all summer and Worlds, guys. Don't worry.
Right, Maokai and Nautilus aren't really far ahead enough to be economically super durable, and Zach has spent most of his money on magic resistance. This 3-item Kindred with Infinity Edge could seriously do some damage.
Lucio, they're taking a decent amount of poke. I mean, you have to respect the poke from Corki and Smolder here as you get later into the game. And he's sort of little chips. Yeah, you there. As you can see, FlyQuest getting really nervous. More poke damage done, plus no Senna ultimate now. TL might see that as the go button.
They don't have an angle here just yet.
Push the wave first.
The top lane has been surprisingly relevant here. I mean, Bwipo did have a good ult with the Ornn ult, but Impact hasn't been able to do a lot. Thank you, Gino, for subscribing once again with Prime Smolder gameplay. Dude, I fucking hate it when Team Liquid plays Smolder. It's so shit. It was so shit at MSI. The Zach is so useless.
Try to keep going as Umpty and APA are barely staying alive. Masu looking to lock down the helicopter, but APA flies away. Masu's still burning, but he ain't gonna burn up just yet. Umpty with the little sapling over the wall. Busio tanks it to guarantee that it won't finish Masu. Inspired stepping into another one of those traps set by the enemy jungler as Core JJ goes to the engage. Yon gets the kill.
Nice job, actually, but he gets the knock up. Quad just not there. Okay. I mean, honestly, some of these hooks from Core have been really clutch this game. These flash hooks. I mean, they kill this, but they know that the recall is already channeling. So Core JJ, if you actually look at how this play goes, so the recall starts for the Rumble right here because Bwipo has TP, right? So they know that the ward just went down. So Core JJ knows he's still recalling, so he just goes ahead and goes in and makes the play. Throw the sapling into the brush. Yun is still here. APA actually has time to recall here. He gets out and can TP back in. So this is actually a really good call by Team Liquid, I think. You know, they see Inspired at 50% HP. They know Quad is in the mid lane. TP right here for Corki. It's a great play by TL. Great play by Core. Super good play by Core. And very good macro call as well. Getting APA back in. I'm trying to read your name. Oh, it's just nothing. H nothing H. Thank you for your Twitch Prime sub. Still remember watching you when you cast LCKs. Good times, good times. Well, the good times keep rolling. Were you reached out to by Riot for the Faker documentary? No, obviously not. I mean, I would have said no. So they know I would have said no. I would have said no. So no, I wasn't reached out to. I have no interest in being in their promotional content. Or I would have asked for, you know, all the money they owe me.
But as you mentioned, Busio's going to soak that one up. But they kill this Tri-Brush ward. Core JJ says they can't be too far. It's only been like half a second since they killed that control ward. And then the Q splash off of Busio onto Masu gets the kill. So even though they engage and they do...
They also probably suspect that I would have leaked that the Hall of Legends thing was happening. So probably wasn't worth it to them.
And on fire. Running away. He's trying to get out with a teleport before they can interrupt him. Oh no! Busio banged his head on the wall too soon.
But Impact again is under fire.
All right. Impact
and on fire.
Running away. He's trying to get out with a teleport before they can.
Oh no, he missed it. Bummer. Oh, you money from time as a caster or as an esports owner? I mean, in my opinion, I lost a lot of money because of the way they forced me to sell my team. And also, they didn't pay me fair rates for Worlds. You know, they basically like had me do an entire Worlds for $3,000 total because they were being douchebags. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, I'm owed retroactive pay for that as well.
On to FlyQuest, and now Team Liquid is taking their chance. They know that ulti isn't there. They know they can keep on pushing. Mid lane inhibitor's already down, and Busio and Bwipo are both poked to about half HP. Masu's nearly dead. Team Liquid is going to strong arm this tier 3 turret up here in the top lane at the same time. One last hit on a knock it down. Red turret destroyed. Yes, sir. Now that second inhibitor's about to meet the same fate. Team Liquid just got two.
What do I do for a living now, Monty? I run my own podcast company called Last Free Nation, where I do podcasts in League of Legends, and now we started doing TV and film stuff and everything like that. I also do consulting. So, I mean, I do a bunch of stuff. Do a little streaming, do a little content creation. But LFN does, like, you know, million podcast downloads or so a month. This game is actually pretty fun to watch. Now, it was really boring earlier. You know, now that we were able, you know, Team Liquid's able to kind of get the Baron, crack the base a little bit. Still very winnable for FlyQuest. Does my wife work? No. Not right now.
Huge. 2 inhibitors now. So much extra pressure for TL. And you can see with the Hex Gates, they just want to get right back out. They still have a minute of Baron buff to try and push with. Inspired hoping for a comeback.
We're using all of our TPs to kill Zach. I mean, I guess it shuts down the Baron power play, so it might be okay, but...
Now they're going to try to send the whole team. Impact escapes for now, but surely he will drop. The kill completes successfully. FlyQuest threw the whole kitchen sink at him, and it was enough.
Monty, please do Acolyte episodes. That's the next Nerd Legion. We've already recorded it.
Succeed. Try again.
It is terrible, though. It is so bad, Acolyte.
All right, we're not going to jump into that bush and try and stop all those backs. So we'll just let you have that one. They will stop one of the backs, though.
This might end up being an even trade after all, Mr. Kobe. Umpty and Core JJ are here for the lockdown, and APA is going to provide the high caliber to complete the kill. Whippo just going to waste as much of their time as he can, but he won't do a whole lot more than that.
It just allows them to clear out the base, though, clear out the the power of one, the power of many. Dude, that chanting scene is the worst scene in Star Wars history. Star Wars is trash, man. I can tell you guys, Star Wars has been trashed for 30 years.
Yep, they're on their own island until somebody else's battleship arrives and decides that's their island.
Acolyte's targeted for a newer generation. No, it's not. It's just bad. It's just bad. There's nothing good about it. It's just trash.
The next 30 seconds, they're pushing down the last remaining lane with an inhibitor. Where is FlyQuest?
This tower is gone for sure. Oh, never mind.
Horn sounds off. Whippo's ready to pull him.
Holy shit, dude. Just delete it out of the backline. That's the power of the backline damage with this composition. Remember, Impact had to TP out of that kill earlier, so he doesn't actually have TP. Why are we actually pressing? Why are we actually trying to siege? Look, this is so terrible, guys. Okay. Wave here. Wave here. No TP. Smolder. No TP. There's no pressure onto the Nexus. There's 4 players. Why? They have insane engage, remember. We have empowered ults. And Rylai's. And we have Ornult. Why are we trying to siege? The mind boggles. Andor is good. Andor is good. But if I could trade, if I could kill Andor, and by killing Andor I could kill every other Star Wars that wasn't the original trilogy, I would do it.
Those recalls came out very quickly for FlyQuest, and
it's not worth the pain of the rest of it.
Got them in range. Lucio's getting a little low here, but you really do have to respect this range on FlyQuest. The Ornn ultimate, incredibly long, and then the
Rogue One was good. It wasn't. It was thoroughly mid.
Follow up there, but
I don't hate Rogue One. I just think it's boring. It's like 5 out of 10. The characters are terrible. Nobody even can remember any of the characters or what their personalities are or what they do. And also, basically, Rogue One should have been what Andor was, which is an espionage thriller. And it didn't need some stupid-ass giant fight at the end. And it certainly also ruined the beginning of A New Hope, because all of a sudden, you know, Leia is just running from that fight, and then she says the stupidest line ever, which is that she tries to lie to Darth Vader. Because remember, the chase scene at the start of the first Star Wars movie is now a continuation of the fight from Andor. And she is chased from that battle and was like, I was just on a diplomatic mission. She tells the stupidest lie of all time to Darth Vader, who literally was chasing her from that fight. So they just ruined A New Hope for no reason and made Leia think like Leia's just the dumbest character of all time now. Guys, if you just saw Rogue One and didn't know anything about Star Wars, you would hate Rogue One. You'd be like, these characters are so boring.
Madness, flowers. The LC is back, baby. We're back. Oh, we're back. We are so back, and Team Liquid, they're gonna
that fight. To the back, he finds another with the double kill back over to the smolder. Quad should burn him off. The shot won't get him just yet. Away from Inspire.
All right, so we actually just chased this entire thing down.
Incredibly long, and then the ASO follow up there, but TL are closing in.
Here comes Mom. Has to try to get
you got Flash on top of him. Go ahead and use the Kindred ult. As Inspired die here. Oh, Yun flashes on top of him and then dies. Okay, I'm not sure that was worth, because like there's no Baron up. Why are we wasting Smolder Flash to kill a jungler? It's not like you can even get Hextech Soul here. The prequels weren't terrible. Get the fuck out of here. Yes, they were. Can't wait till they ruin Knights of the Old Republic. Did you guys know that they're making a Knights of the Old Republic television series, which is probably just going to ruin it, even though the games have been good, guys. Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order, KOTOR, great games. Great stories.
I don't think there's any way we finish this game before 40.
Let's go. We're rock. Let's take a look at the chase here, though, because Team Liquid, they wanted to go in with the ultimate. Inspired barely got his Kindred ultimate off just in time. And then look how low he survives versus Impact. Impact just needed like 5 more damage.
No, Acolyte is not the KOTOR series. KOTOR takes place way before Acolyte. They are going to make a KOTOR series, though.
To try and get that finish off, he compromises his position in the fight just because of that like 5 health Kindred that had stayed alive. These small margins making this game incredibly exciting.
Dude, I am loving this game number 1. 36
I haven't seen The Mandalorian. I haven't seen Obi-Wan. I haven't seen The Mandalorian. I haven't seen Episode 9. Haven't seen the Han Solo movie. Basically, the only reason I'm watching this garbage now is because I'm doing it for Doa to watch, you know, not for Doa, but with Doa, so we can do Nerd Legion. But the Acolyte is so bad, guys.
But considering it's an extra one of the Hextech drakes of a Team Liquid, it's pretty equal. Busio with the Ornn finds a knock-up. It's onto the Smolder. Yon is down. Busio with another clutch. One of the Hextech drakes of a Team Liquid, it's pretty equal. It's all about right here. This is some League of Legends. And FlyQuest currently has just the smallest of leads, but considering it's an extra...
I thought Ahsoka was super bad. Oh, he catches him before he can actually fly over the wall there. Man, if only he had Flash. I wonder if he had Flash, if he could have lived through that and not given up this Baron.
This is the same wall. I didn't mention it last time, but if you remember a previous team fight up by Baron, Yon could not flap all the way through that wall, and he actually flashed to make sure he could get to the other side. It's the exact same spot that happened, but this time he didn't have Flash, and he goes down as Busio tags him. Now FlyQuest, they're the ones with all the cards. They burn down Baron while Flippo tries to defend against Impact, and they're going to get it.
Reminder that we could have just had the Thrawn trilogy as the follow-up to the original trilogy, but we couldn't just do that. That would have been fucking amazing. Now we just have to have Thrawn as like the really shitty, stupid version of Thrawn in Ahsoka.
He's going to win. Well, what happens when the unending stacking dragon meets the other unending stacking dragon?
Well, maybe it's the one that has the stacking Senna on their team also. They bring in an extra tool to the scaling fight. That is no fair.
Yeah, Book Thrawn is cool. Ahsoka Thrawn is a moron.
The range gets to be such an issue. It's already an issue with the comps, but with Senna continually increasing here. And it's a full build Senna. We consider the support item a full item, basically, because Bloodsong, even after all the nerfs, is still so good. So that Senna should also not be disrespected in these fights.
Dude, we have so many full build champions in this game. APA is full build. Yon is full build. JJ and Yon trying to disengage here from that Busio ulti yet again. Over the wall comes Umpty's ulti, and now they're going to collapse on Whippo, but he keeps himself alive here with the stasis just in time. He's still going to die at the back end, but now the shutdown for APA means Team Liquid is on the march. FlyQuest.
I've seen Viggo Mortensen's new Western movie. No, but I do love me some Viggo Mortensen. That sounds fun. What's it called? I think I saw that it existed, but I forget what it's called.
Full build champions in this game. APA is full build. Yon is full.
So we use the equalizer, it does nothing. We use the Ornn ult, it does nothing. Then we just get counter engaged by Hook and by Root and die stupidly. Why are we trying to force this? Why are we trying to force this with no wave? There's no wave. You're not even clearing the wave with the Rumble ult.
We have so many full build champions in this game. APA is full build.
Like there's no why are we dropping that equalizer? Why are we using this Ornn ult? It's not even coordinated. They're not even caught by the Ornn ult onto the equalizer. Now what is Whippo doing? He just walks up and eats a Hook into Maokai ult.
means Team Liquid is on the march. FlyQuest disengaging. They don't want anything else to do with this.
And it's Core JJ, team
Shockingly bad.
Team captain hits the hook onto Whippo, punishes that rumble.
KOTOR 2 is the best bit of Star Wars media. I mean, I thought KOTOR 1 was better.
Whippo goes down, and Team Liquid once again they're marching towards the FlyQuest gates. Look at the mini map though. You don't have APA. The Corki's still walking. Corki taking hex gates now, trying to get there in time. Another 27 seconds still left on Whippo's respawn. So FlyQuest will have to pull some magic out here.
Well, Impact is already going to take out the first inhibitor up here in the top lane. Remember that
This Kindred does a ton of damage now, though. Finally got 4 marks, guys, at 40 minutes. Inspired 1 mark per 10 minutes. Very good, very good. All right, Kindred's like 6 items almost.
They got the mid lane in here, but they lost a dude for it. You don't want to be trading your dudes like that.
Chase down. Quad's got the upgraded ultimate. He was thinking about a Hexgate chase. The rest of the team was a little bit
I should do a KOTOR 1 and 2 playthrough, guys. That's what I should do.
At the same time, the rest of FlyQuest is trying to keep Team Liquid here. They're using their man advantage to apply pressure.
And then I should make a video essay about why the Star Wars video games are better than actual Star Wars at this point. Story of 2 was better. Dude, honestly, KOTOR 1 has... I'm not going to reveal it in case people haven't played it because it is so good. But KOTOR 1 has probably one of the best plot twists in any media I have ever seen.
Just foraging some extra camps inspired here, also lying in wait.
Yeah, Fallen Order and Survivor are good. I mean, the latest... What was Jedi Survivor? Like, the main villain in that was, I thought, pretty lame, but whatever. Prone is Beast, thank you. Thank you for streaming. Well, I got to do these dishes. I timed it around your dish doing, Prone.
Just foraging some extra camps inspired here for the other team. Yes, both of them going down at the enemy gates there. And Whippo, please don't get caught in the enemy jungle. Just foraging some extra camps inspired here, also lying in wait. Couple of traps here.
Dude, when I was in high school, I had a friend of mine. And God bless this friend, by the way. So one of my very good friends, I was like at his house and I was watching him play KOTOR 1 for the second time. I had not played KOTOR, okay? And he literally, when he got to the point of the twist, just was like, hey man, let's go do something else. And he like turned it off and we did something else. And I had no idea. And then when I played through the game myself, I realized that he had intentionally turned it off before the twist for me. So I thanked him for that. It was great.
Please don't get caught in the enemy jungle. Just foraging some extra camps inspired here, also lying in wait. Couple of traps here set from FlyQuest.
It was a bro move, for sure. I still remember that like 20 years later.
Get caught in the enemy jungle, just foraging some extra camps.
Yeah, like he didn't even say anything. He didn't even say like, hey, if you play this, like, you know, you don't want to see this. He just like completely just changed the subject and turned off the console.
Also lying in wait. Couple of traps here set from FlyQuest.
Smolder has Hourglass. Smolder needs Hourglass this game because of the backline threat. Like basically he needs to Hourglass you know, Senna ult, Ornn ult, Aurelion Sol ult, Rumble ult, right? So it's actually highly valuable, I think. Flanking Rumble, okay.
Inspired here, also lying in wait. Couple of traps here set from FlyQuest. By the way, I'll have you know I was right.
Thank you, Caden, for your tier 1 sub.
They force him back into the stage at the same time. Meanwhile, Inspired in the Lamb's Respite, trying to keep himself alive, but the last turret shot's going to hunt him down. That's a 1-for-1 trade, but Whippo dying at the same time makes it a 2-for-1 deal. Now they're going to lock down more. Back into the stage at the same time.
Yeah, because look at this right here, guys. You know, Inspired's on top of him, but he's able just to, you know, stasis it out, gets a little bit of a heal, gets the kill. But I'm not sure what Whippo's trying to do here.
By the way, I'll have you know I was right. We're over 40 minutes into the game now.
you know, Impact also reses at exactly the right time. Like, why are we timing this fight around when Zach is resing and has TP up, right? He can't take that 2v1, and then Impact's able just to, you know, Bwipo gets entirely zoned out. They actually can't kill Yun here because of Hourglass. But you definitely don't want to get broken into skirmishes by Team Liquid's team. Like, they just have better single target damage and more CC.
They go for soul, teleport being used right back out, collect the soul while they push mid lane. Nope, Yon stopping.
Yep, all you gotta do is stop these guys from getting back to the base. APA
Caden, thank you for your sub. I appreciate it.
the enemy Aurelion soul. There is no time for Master to be able to defend this. Surely not. He'll try to take up a defensive position. Impact and APA looking to finish him off. Stretching strikes. And that's
I can't believe it. What a weird game. It was pretty fun to watch towards the end, though, but lots of weird mistakes. Like, Team Liquid, like, pushing 3v4 into that bot side with no TPs and then dying.
You got a little taste of what we
Whatever. It's expected to be sloppy. It's the first game back on the new patch, so not going to read too much into it.
that ended up destroying two of the FlyQuest lanes.
It was a fiesta, for sure.
that's what that event
All right, I'm going to go grab some food. I'll be right back. Can I call Dom? His stream? Dom's asleep, dude. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Okay. I'm going to review BLG versus WE. No. Probably not. I'm going to review this series, then D plus versus KT. Then, why does Deegan have to do a 75-minute commute? Because he's in Incheon right now? He's going to find his own place. He's over at LS's place right now. Made it to Korea safely and you're right about this weather. It's not hot in Incheon. It's nice here. Guess what I got, guys? I have a delightful chicken shawarma bowl that I made with avocados and a Greek yogurt sauce and sriracha. So it's chicken shawarma. I can't really see it. Tomatoes, avocados, romaine lettuce. Oh, yeah. There's the chicken. Yeah. Delicious. Rice. We'll do a cooking stream this week. What do you guys want me to make? I don't know how I feel about shawarma and avocado. You should feel good. It has cucumbers, tomatoes, rice, sliced avocados, white sauce, spicy sauce. Similar to a burrito bowl. It's more like a halal cart. It's like a New York City halal cart bowl. What it's like. It's very fucking good though. I can get grits in Korea. I can order them online. All right, I can do a review of the game of the week because Monty and Wolf is again right after the game. I will be doing Monty and Wolf is Tuesday this week, so I will be doing a VOD review of Gen.G versus T1 tomorrow. And I'll do C9 versus Dig tomorrow as well.
Definitely one of the Jimmys that he's known for. So this Cassiopeia is a target ban, but it is also one of the best matchups that people right now will play.
You thoroughly enjoyed my Twitter. Thank you. I barely tweet anymore.
So if you are planning on playing
always around this time, yeah. Earlier most of the time. The cooking stream is going to start much earlier. The cooking stream will probably start like 5 hours before right now.
She's really well situated to counter those AD options.
He's not banned.
It might be picking.
Not banned.
Yeah, you guys should probably follow the stream.
I'm ready.
When he says he's not banned,
I also stream on YouTube,
100%
as many of you know.
Yeah, every day of the week.
All right.
You can also struggle against ranged top laners, but we'll see how
So we're going to take this Tristana. So Skarner up this time. There's going to be no Rumble. Blippo decided he doesn't want to play that one. And we take out Cassiopeia. Remember, Quad used to be a Cassiopeia 1 trick. And we take out Nidalee for Inspired. And so we take Ashe Trist, super strong. Senna Ornn once again. Busio actually did a pretty good Ornn game last time. They take out the American president, Seraphine, who runs the LCS. Back to extremely strong engage, Maokai, Zach. Impact didn't really have... What did that sign say? It is not. It is dying. Let me fix your sign. If it was thriving, they wouldn't combine it with another region, guys. Use your brain.
Sign. It's a badass sign. All right. So we got
Flowers loves it because he's in denial.
About the premier AD mid laners. Well, there you go. You got them both. Final pick here for FlyQuest. What are we going to see? I saw some people, I was checking threads, checking posts in between the games. People were pretty critical of...
I mean, I don't think this is experimenting. These are all very strong picks in this meta. It's a very strong draft, I think, in this meta.
But it's Karthus locked in for Fly. Just farm them. Yup. If it's alive...
Oh, Kobe's mic cut out. Cool.
Get those ultimates and high value.
All right, Callista Ashe, very strong lane. They have kind of low magic damage, but at least they'll have like Sunfire on Zac top, and they have the Maokai Zac combination.
Do you think we might end up seeing a lane swap again?
I mean, we very much could. I personally hope that we don't. But
FlyQuest draft very strong though. Really good late game, really good front to back team fighting. They can lane swap, I think, here.
We will keep track of both teams looking at the level ones. See if they can get some.
I think this is strong for Team Liquid though too.
Swap wards, perhaps swap this game. Quest going out key members before those even came to become an issue. Now we're gonna see everybody come on up though. Look at this bottom side of the mini map. Team Liquid are gonna head up the river for a little bit of
Fly's draft was quick cringe. I don't know. I don't think they had a bad draft in game number 1. Like that fucking. I'll tell you what was cringe was that fucking Smolder.
Now FlyQuest is gonna find themselves in a pincer attack from Team Liquid, but TL still gotta be worried about these health bars.
FlyQuest could have absolutely won that game.
About 200. The Ashe still trying to get out. A little bit more poke comes through. The from Team Liquid, but TL still and APA and Core JJ are gonna be everybody.
It's crazy that they could lose this level 1 with an Ashe Hail Blades.
We're gonna head up the river for a little bit of a party.
APA needs to face check a brush though, so they take a bunch of damage for free. Ashe is the queen of level 1.
Now FlyQuest is gonna find themselves in a pincer attack from Team Liquid, but TL
Impact missed his ability too.
APA down to 300, Core JJ at about 200. The Ashe still trying to get out. A little bit more poke comes through. The heal force. Team Liquid.
Did I review Caps' Vayne tumble roll? No.
Whippo and Inspired still going to chase these guys down. Remember, Whippo does have that Q. He can keep throwing those rocks. Does not have an incredibly long range, but can still contribute a little bit of extra damage. No more to be found. FlyQuest win the early scrap.
Inspired got a Dark Harvest stack off of Core JJ as well. Plus they got the flash. Plus they get the invade here for the Karthus farming. So this is a very good ARAM start.
Huge win because I think TL had level 1 advantage, but they got completely bopped. Now they had to use TP to get into mid. Now we just see the lane swap again with the Senna. Don't know how this Ornn's really going to farm though, but they forced Yun and Core JJ to back, so it's just free. Damn, that level 1 was so good for FlyQuest.
Double marksman that we just talked about to the ends of the earth every single day basically at MSI.
Yeah.
And FlyQuest at least will be able to avoid that. But once again, the changes on this patch, 75% now the damage reduction on topside turrets in the early 5 minutes of the game. Plus your first turret bonus gold has been doubled from 150 up to 300. So if the double hail of blades, Ashe and Callista laying down here can get all the way through the
First LCS Karthus since 22.
Trying to do that lane swap.
And it's not a complete lane swap coming out of the side of FlyQuest. Just Masu moving up to top to lane with Whippo.
Inspired has neither of them have smite.
It's just going to be Inspired trying to guarantee that he takes it, and he does. Umpty not fast enough on the Bramble smash. Inspired going to feel great about that. When you were talking about Karthus in the jungle, if you can get those little advantages, he's already up 16 to 8 in the jungle camps, having a couple of extra little bits of tempo early on in the game.
Yeah, it has completely warped this game. Starting out with everybody mid, it had until this point where he gets chunked out, allowed Busio a lot of extra experience. Meanwhile, on the other side, Impact also gonna receive some rocks to the face as Skarner charges him into the wall.
And it's so dangerous to be next to the wall against new Skarner.
Lane swap is unplayable for Ornn. Well, it wasn't last game because he was versus Smolder, but it is pretty unplayable this game.
Takes advantage of a wall bang like that. Skarner can just point blank range, slam you into the wall with E, and it's so dangerous, man. The burst trade is incredibly powerful.
So, our Karthus did. And then he red and Raptors, and then came down for his blue, and then all the way crossing to contest his own red, which he got, by the way.
Fishman 420356. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate you. Yeah, I mean, look, they did get some free time with Busio farming in lane because they did force Yun and Core JJ back. So it's better than it could have been, but yeah, it's definitely bad now. But they got some free time in the top side with Senna.
So Karthus farming is going to be ahead 3 camps as tries to finish up Raptors and tries to make it only 2 camps.
And Bwipo is playing this so aggressively against Impact. He knows he's level 3 against level 1, and the Zac cannot do anything to him. But now
thank you, Bobby Large. I love that they have gold diff graphics now. Me too. I don't know why every region can't have this. That's great. Glad that's a really good change. And best of 3s are fire. Yes, best of 3 is much better. Although you guys, we did get spoiled by some really good matchups like TL Fly and C9 Dig in week 1. So it kind of is downhill from here if we're being honest. So some of these best of 3s are not going to be as fun. So it's definitely bias of the games that happened today, but it's okay. It's still better.
From FlyQuest getting that one started. Flash for flash up there between the top laners. If you go even on summoner spells and you still accomplish your goal, you're feeling pretty good. So FlyQuest going to enjoy that one. Meanwhile, talking about flashes, Masu in the bottom lane, forced back underneath the turret. You mentioned how early on that bit of a lane swap technique was used to try to avoid the pressure, the power of this double marksman. But now it's the FlyQuest bot lane who are unfortunately staring down the very same barrel.
And
Shopify versus Immortals tomorrow. I love watching Shopify, guys. Low-key, I really enjoy watching Shopify. Do you think Bayo 3 will do anything to bridge the gap? No. I mean, maybe a little bit, but... Holy moly, that Skarner, they reworked him. Well, Kolos 94. You are going to be very surprised by rework Skarner, let me tell you. He is ridiculous. Factor? No, I'm in Korea. I unfortunately can't have Factor right now. I'd love to see a tteokbokki cooking stream. I hate tteokbokki. I hate tteokbokki. I will do Korean cooking streams, but tteokbokki is garbage, guys. The only reason people like tteokbokki is because they have nostalgia from, like, growing up in Korea and eating it as a kid. It is garbage. It's basically, like, it's so one note in terms of flavor. Like, you have one bite of tteokbokki and then you're done.
The camps and delivers a very high impact level 1, but now Whitlow, he's trying to get away. Notice how they're standing in between him and the wall, so he can't with the extra move speed to cruise between the camps and delivers a very high impact level 1, but now
Whitbo casually dying for ward.
First were inspired, just allows the Karthus with the extra move speed to cruise between the camps and delivers a very high impact level 1, but now Whitlow, he's trying to get away.
Whitbo completely disrespecting that and APA could be there and, like, dying to ward. Impact does a nice job blocking his Skarner E. It's like Korean Chef Boyardee. Hell yeah, I'm using that. Timmons on Twitch. That is a great analogy. Yeah, it's just sugar, tomato, chili sauce. I love that analogy. I'm using that from now on. It's just Korean SpaghettiOs, dude. It's fucking garbage. Tuck Boyardee. Dude, there's so much great Korean food. It's wild to me that people like it. It's not good, Susie. Guys, they're not gonna run Thursday to Sunday LCS for more viewership. That is so expensive to do in Los Angeles. For a dying league, they're not gonna add more expenses. That's insane.
Guarantee that Yon ain't getting out of this one in. With a lot of spears in him, but Inspired kill again. Inspired ready to try to turn the tides here in the bot lane 2v2.
Yes, the pre-6 Karthus gank. Jesus, and now they die for it. Oh, dude. Buzio actually flashes late there because he does actually get the rend off, but it was only 2 spears, so it doesn't kill him. And then the Q doesn't kill him either. Now they're just in big trouble. Man, Spire's getting so fed. That 50K viewership number, including co-streamers, I have no idea. I'm waiting for those stats to come out. I haven't seen them yet.
Yon doesn't have his flash. Yon doesn't have his heal. Yon doesn't have any way out. He's going home in a body bag, and nobody's going with him. FlyQuest, 3-1 game.
What Korean food do you recommend to eat first if you've never eaten Korean food before? I think Korean barbecue is the obvious one, right? Just grilled meat, marinated grilled meat. Bibimbap's a good one. Galbijim's a good one.
This is a massive, massive lead.
Sundubu is like, that might be a little funky for people, you know, for a first time. Yeah, Cage will not. Co-streaming LCS will nuke viewership, yes. Bulgogi counts as K-barbecue, yes. Bulgogi is great. Bibimbap is great. I'm not actually a big Bulgogi fan. I find it to be too sweet. Samgyeopsal, which is pork belly. Grilled pork belly is great. I'll do a lot of Korean cooking, guys, on stream. I'll force my mother-in-law to come make kimchi. Susie's mom can come make kimchi on my stream. Her kimchi is amazing.
With the Sword Shoes Rush, with the magic penetration, all these marksmen gonna be half health with one ultimate, and if they take any damage from anywhere else, it'll be toast. So
you're in Indiana, there's no good Korean food here. Well, luckily, the power of Amazon allows you to buy Korean ingredients, and you can make good Korean food at home. Even no matter where you are, if you have access to the ingredients, so I can show you.
So wants to keep all the pressure off of him while he just pops the coal.
Yeah, mid lane feels a lot more handshaky this game. Last time around, they were both just trying to knock each other out the entire time.
Oh, you like Jajangmyeon? I like Jajangmyeon too, but that's an acquired taste. I didn't like it at first. It had to grow on me over time.
Champions in mid lane, but now up here in topside, it's Whippo and Masu working together to get themselves some turret plates. Whippo is level 7, Impact is level 4.
Look at this. LCS on live patch. Try this at home.
Not giving Cadril co-stream when switching to best of 3. I think they it's not that they didn't give him co-stream. I think Cadril didn't want to co-stream until playoffs. I think he's trying to cut down his workload because it's so crazy. And also, like, I think he's just passionate about LCK and LPL and, like, watching the better leagues. So, you know, I think he said he was going to co-stream during LCS playoffs, which makes total sense, guys. If you had to cut any of your co-streaming, and remember, you know, some of these co-streams are like 16 hours long, guys. If you had to cut any of it, you might as well just cut LCS regular season. I think it's good for him. I think it's good. He doesn't even, he can skim through the LCS VODs later. He doesn't even need to watch it, guys. What's the point? You can literally just drop into LCS playoffs because if you're used to high quality games, it's not going to hurt his analytic abilities. Because, like, his analysis will be better from having watched the Asian regions play. And he doesn't need to know, like, storylines or anything like that. He can just react to what's going on.
Let's see what else they can get back here. At least APA going to get some 2 up on the top side. Oh my goodness. Flowers, this Karthus is just going to be the story. He even is able to cleanly finish the clear up to another wave that's been pushed up to the tower and had collected.
Dom was saying he might just drop LEC regular season in favor of CBLOL. I mean, makes sense to me, right?
5 Dark Harvest stacks now. After the
Makes you more unique if you're Dom too. Why do LCS casters get to cast World MSI Finals? I have no idea, dude. It doesn't make any sense.
In this game, for the Maokai, it feels pretty bad. This dude is outpacing you, he's outganking you, he is outplaying you so far.
Yeah, there's not much you can do in that scenario. Luckily, at least you can also build the Faded Ashes, so both of them have the extra help there.
There you go. I also get to
I mean, it was crazy. They had 0 LPL casters at an event in China for MSI. They had nobody there. Literally not one LPL caster. Zamar, thank you for your subscription for tier 1.
But it is not the end of the world. We saw how close the last game went and how long the last game went. Yep. It's just that the
Doorpost 877. Thank you
possible scaling options when
for your subscription. 8 months. Appreciate you.
It is not exactly supposed to start out.
I do hope you guys will enjoy the cooking streams, though. I've got a lot of ideas for that. I have a lot of ideas for the cooking stream to make them cool. It's going to take some time to implement them all, and this first one won't have any of them. But a lot of good stuff. Like, what I want to do is, I wanna have like a website. I'm gonna have a website built where it holds all the recipes, and I'll tell you guys like the recipes we're doing in advance, so you can actually cook along and like get the ingredients and everything. And we can do, you know, as you cook along, we can do pictures and like social media interaction. I'm gonna do a whole branding for this thing. You know, unique graphics and everything like that. I'm gonna probably gamify it a little bit. In terms of having interaction on Twitch chat and stuff, so it'll be a whole thing. Please don't pull a Babish with the cooking website. I don't know what that means. Oh, that's going to be on YouTube. Yeah, I'll get everything edited into YouTube. I'll get it edited into like TikTok short form content.
Do not want to mess with this guy. Team Liquid taking control over the top side river right now.
I got a lot of good ideas. It's going to be very expensive. My wife doesn't like that.
Trying to get away. Meanwhile, the Requiem coming down. APA's in some danger, flashing away, trying to keep the disengaged second half of the Ornhorn.
All right, let's check this out.
Okay, here comes the TP. Bucio ready for that, but it ain't gonna work. He gets stunned up. Okay.
So he tries to pull this through. Actually, just gets arrowed, so he can't engage. Whippo ease through the wall. Actually comes straight short of Yun, but Yun's very far away from the turret because he had to dodge that out right now. However, Karthus gets shut down on the side. Umpty's Maokai ults have been generally pretty good. His coordination with APA has been good in this series so far, but he's still gonna has to flash out. He doesn't have his rocket jump, so he dies. Make a ranked ladder for cooking. That's actually not a bad idea, Crims. That actually would be pretty funny to have a ladder of people who cook along with me, where like I rate you and give you points, and then we have like a leaderboard. That's actually a fire idea.
Yoinks them right back in. They get the extra kill. And with APA, I want to click on him to try and see what the cooldown on the rocket jump was there, because he invested the flash to avoid the damage and get deeper into the pit, but then had no way of getting outside of the pit. So maybe in replay we can see on the W cooldown, or see if he can get an E resets to try and get an explosion to try and get his W reset. But let's take a look here, because it started out with the Skarner.
Yeah, he gets the reset off of Karthus, jumps out.
But then our attention towards the APA side. He flashed away from the Bucio charge, but yeah, I guess we don't have the information on screen here as far as the W cooldown. So then flash plus a kill on the Tristan is even better.
Time to be cast iron 5 for life. That's fucking, you guys are fucking hilarious. Cast iron tier.
I mean, Core survives, but Kalista does not.
Yeah, once Skarner starts charging that animation, you are not interrupting his ultimate. I think it's one thing that some players don't fully respect and recognize yet, is that is inevitable, right? It is Thanos Skarner, and he is going to snap anybody that's in range of that thing. So right now, Whippo, he has that Winter's approach building towards...
Thanks, Crims. We'll do that.
This is kind of
We'll create leaderboards. That actually is such a good idea.
And it's very, very powerful.
Yep, certainly is. So much sustained.
That would be in wooden spoon.
On the Skarner. Meanwhile, Team Liquid, even though it looked pretty rough there, they lost the flash and the kill onto APA. They also lost their kill on
Cast iron tier are the true challengers of cooking. That's actually true. Cast iron would probably be pretty high tier.
It was nice that they got their kill on Karthus and cut down on the
I'll try and get some guests too. I'll make Atlas come over and cook with me.
That doesn't really slow Karthus down that much.
Oh, here we go. The Ornhorn summoned up, throwing Yon up into the air, and Quad is ready to knock him down. FlyQuest, they find their pick. It's going to translate into a tier 1 turret take here in the mid lane at the same time. Inspired is stealing away the whole enemy jungle. The Karthus is up 40 far.
Yeah, that just continues. That's why oh, here play started. It was nice that they got their kill on Karthus and cut down on the Dark Seal stacks at least a little bit, but
Yeah, Karthus is huge though. That level 1 is really the story of this game. I don't know why we're walking so far forward on this play. Like, basically, you have your proxying here on this side of the map with Impact, so you have to actually kind of play respectful in the mid lane because they just stack on you and get the incredibly easy kill on Calista.
Quad is ready to knock him down. FlyQuest, they find their pick. It's going to translate into a tier
Yeah, the problem is that the Callista pick, I feel like, is because they didn't get the actual bullion lane. Because remember what happened at the start of this game is that they had to recall very early, which allowed Ornn to be here and then them to 2v1 in the top side with the Senna. And so basically they didn't actually unlock the power of the Callista Ashe lane at any point in time. And yeah, the Ornn definitely fell behind in terms of farm, but how does Callista play this game now? Right? Like, Callista doesn't want to be next to Karthus. If Karthus dies and Callista's in the front line, you basically just get a bunch of attacks for free. She's building lethality. So it's like all about the Q damage. And then what? If she steps up, you have Skarner, you have Rocket Poke, you have Engage, you know, you have Bind.
Stealing away the whole enemy jungle. The Karthus is up 40 far.
Yeah, that just continues. That's why I say, if you get any sort of lead on this, then you just turbo farm both sides. And you see there, he was counter jungling and then came over for pressure, even soaked 2 turret shots in order to force CoreJJ into a worse position. So then CoreJJ had to end up flashing and loses another summoner.
What I really need is, what I'm really going to need is like a Twitch extension to keep track of people's ranks.
A lot more muted because both teams know there is this giant dread hanging over the side of TL where they're like, oh my, this Karthus is level 11 already, by the way.
Yeah, Bucio's Ornn has been really quite good. I'm glad to see Bucio doing better. He was so trash in playoffs and at MSI.
Highest level in the game with both mid laners. He has his Leandries on top of the Sork shoes that you were already talking about.
Is there a practice tool for cooking? Yeah, it's called Your Kitchen.
This guy hits like a truck. Team Liquid looking to force this Drake before FlyQuest has a way to answer. They're still on the approach. Even if they can't contest the objective, they maybe want to try to find a punish. But the Maokai ulti has already set it up for Team Liquid to fire back. Bucio here soaking damage on the front line. But now Whippo is joined up with the rest of FlyQuest. Team Liquid, they don't want the honest 5v5. They're going to back away with the Drake as their prize.
And that's a smart lesson from
You can make a Discord channel. Yeah, we'll make a Discord. Don't worry.
of those small timings of pushing waves. The reason
Yeah, we'll do all that stuff, guys. I'm gonna make this really interactive for you.
On the wave that Team Liquid had previously pushed on bot side of the map. So then with that kind of like pseudo vision, extra pressure of the wave, they burn down Dragon. They even give a bit
Today, LCS at 50K viewership across both platforms. Does that include co-streamers?
Burn the cleanse and force the rest of FlyQuest away. Then, as the Skarner's coming over, they respect the extra member there, and TL, despite being at the deficit, were able to maneuver themselves into Dragon number 2. Dropping Herald in mid here is not going to get it. CoreJJ's got nothing.
CoreJJ, he overplays his hand yet again, and he's going to be left behind now. He even uses the barrier core.
Why did he flash?
CoreJJ's got nothing.
CoreJJ, he overplays his hand yet again, and he's going to be left behind now. He even
Oh, he didn't flash.
barrier core.
JK.
Using the barrier there, buddy. He is
It was barrier that I saw. No idea why I used it.
Skarner ulti doesn't connect onto Yon. The Callista flash used to get him away to safety. Uses the barrier core. Why are we using the barrier there, buddy?
So I just don't feel like using Callista ult, I guess.
Overplays his hand yet again. And
So Yun has all sums and Callista ult and like doesn't feel like saving core.
now
He literally could have grabbed him right there and then flashed and thrown him under the turret.
why are we using the barrier there, buddy? He is dead to rights. They get the free pick.
All right.
Doesn't connect onto Yon. The Callista flash used to get him away to safety and not end up a double kill for FlyQuest.
Yeah, only slight thing I would say there is that Whippo should have waited until Bucio finished his second part of his Horn ultimate to then use it on Callista.
Yeah.
Whippo coming in did a good job. You know, the circle looked weird on Skarner, but it forced the Callista flash. And then Callista with no flash hit him with the Horn ultimate into Skarner ultimate to guarantee it, but he went a little bit early. Just kind of reaching in.
My girlfriend's gonna be so confused when I start making dinner on Korean time. I'm gonna do it in the morning Korean time. So I don't know what time zone you guys are in. But basically, like, when I plan to do this, it'll be like 5:30 p.m. Pacific, 8:30 p.m. Eastern U.S. time. Europe's gonna be rough. It's gonna be like 2 a.m., 2:30 a.m. Central European summertime.
We're gonna send Quad up into the top side now. Impact still only level 9, has his Sunfire cape at least on the Zac.
Yeah, I'll wait till what ES Charts says.
But it's FlyQuest who have more men.
How do I feel about the yellow CS numbers? I think it's easy to read against the black background. It also differentiates from the rest of the white, so I kind of like it.
Doesn't get taken out for nothing. Arrow flies through. strike true. Easy escape for Quad there, as he's just going to continue pushing away.
Yeah, they have the word on the Krugs plus the Tri-Brush here, so he feels pretty confident. But
Are you taking cooking equipment to Korea too? I have enough to do plenty here. I bought a Dutch oven now, so I'm slowly acquiring my cooking stuff again. It's not as nice as my stuff in. I mean, I have like Moviel copper pans and shit in the States, so I'm definitely doing the budget version, but that's okay. The old boxes are too small. Yeah, those have always been too small.
Gives them a little hope to do something.
Yep. Frozen Heart now completed for Whippo as well. Skarner almost always wants to build health items, but I think in a game against 3 marksmen, building Frozen Heart still is going to feel pretty damn.
You're on Central Time, so it'll be 7:30 p.m. Central. I'm going to try and start. Are copper pans really superior? Yes, they heat up quicker. They have very even heat distribution. They look bomb.
Has 2 items fully completed. He's got the Malignants, he's got the Leandries. This guy is going to hurt, man. And it's not just because of the fact that he's a mage into an armor builder. He's a mage with really high DPS.
They should swap Bolton Keystone. That's actually a very good suggestion. I hadn't thought about that.
That really should be quite frightened. Malignants. I guess it's hard to keep track of Karthus ultimates once you cut your Malignants as well. So we'll see about that and see about the next move. Should line up there for FlyQuest with the Dragon. Whippo though on bottom side, 2v1. Nice. 2 tanks on 1.
Yeah, they're trying to deal with Whippo here, but I don't think Whippo's really that afraid. I actually think that he feels pretty confident in this 1v2. You saw what he did there when Impact went to use the elastic slingshot on him. Whippo can actually knock Zac out of his jump the same way that like a Janna Tornado or a Gragas Belly can, and you can just grab him in the air and slam him into the ground with a Stone Cold Stunner. It feels really cool to do, and that just means that Impact is going to have a hard time trying to engage on this guy unless he does it from the shadows, from the brush, right? So, still a 2,500 gold lead.
Are you a fan of any new big games coming out like Wukong? I am excited for Frostpunk 2.
So far, if they can grab this next one, they know that Soul Point would feel great. FlyQuest knows the same.
Is this even winnable for TL 380Cs versus Karthus? I mean, it's not really, because the Callista just can't do anything anymore. The level 1 really screwed him up, guys. Like, all the lane advantages that they could have had, all the, like, quick Drake stacking they could have just went away. How did APA die solo? Did he get... He jumped on top of... No, he flashed on the Skarner. Then there was a Senna ult over the side. He got stunned into the wall, looks like. He got ulted by Skarner, too.
As he has the full Fimble winner, he has the Frozen Heart, and he has himself that kill on the enemy mid lane.
Yeah, the Skarner with all of the artillery.
Is Leandries on Maokai the play? No, but because they have 380 carries, I think they went for it. I generally am just not a fan of Leandries Maokai. You know, ever since Demonic Embrace got removed, you know, I think you pretty much have to go tank on Maokai. Giving up the Skarner was very questionable. I want to see how that play happened in topside, but I guess we're just not going to see it ever. Fine.
Getting this second lane primed and ready for a should have just been able to disengage anyway. As Inspired wants to escape, he picks up one of those.
What do you think, Genji at 1.46? I would take that. I think it's 2-0 Genji.
As Busio now also joining back up. FlyQuest, they knew that Team Liquid wanted some kind of a punish there. They get away for now. Ornhorn coming in. Whippo's ready to follow it up. He goes in for the pull. He has him locked down. Uppy's going to be your first to die.
Flash ult for Skarner. He can E through the wall, waiting for E cooldown. There he goes. Oh, he hit the Trist. I mean, Skarner is so stupid right now, guys. I can't handle it. How stupid. He got three fucking E stuns in that fight. Why is that is kind of funny, actually. The green screen Skarner. What is Flower supposed to be saying here? That is a nice touch. I actually really like that. That's so funny. It's also like not. It's not. You know, it's not covering up anything that I need to see in the UI. That's pretty funny. I like that. I love that shit, man.
Wowee! FlyQuest
As you can tell, because I did it first. Kleos to the LCS broadcast.
scrambling to try to outplay there.
As usual, we're just behind the Monty stream meta.
Behind, just didn't have the firepower.
Here's my question to you. Now,
Yes, sir.
how long is Busio going to
Using green screen graphics for entertainment.
because the Orn has been so good for him, so good for FlyQuest. These picks. Now, he picks and then he
Those will be coming to the cooking stream too, by the way.
But also
Got lots of
later,
ideas.
He's the one that pins APA inside the alcove and takes out APA towards the
Oh, he actually didn't get this. He didn't get the actual. He didn't get the actual stun onto APA. Barely. Wasn't
maybe for some
in range of the
very
wall.
loudly for others, becoming like massive FlyQuest cryo here.
Whippo actually just fucking unkillable.
So they lost. It has been big here as well. Although there are also other stars and other Skarner-like picks.
He can pass through wall. What the hell? Yes. It's like a Scion ult that can go through walls. He can be interrupted though, and his ult can now stun, impale up to 3 people.
Because once teams learn what he does, he will only be on
I mean, he's so broken, guys. It's crazy. When I was in NA, I was playing like NA solo queue, and I had like an over 70% win rate on Jungle Skarner. It was disgusting. It was so easy.
Post to nerf Skarner here.
That's my emote.
Dude, is that Skarner just like hitting himself in the face with his dick? Like, what is that emote?
My emote.
What is that?
Yep, it is. Skarner.
I heard Civ 7 announcement. Hell yeah, I did. I'm excited.
Here you go. LCS on Live Pass. Try this at home. Still good. Still very, very good.
APA trying to get away there. Remember that Skarner, all 4 abilities have CC on them, but the Q and the W are only soft CC with the slows. You have
I know. I heard Flowers say it was from his stream, but don't know why he's slapping himself in the face with his dick.
On that seismic bastion, it still doesn't matter. APA escapes with a nicely timed TP.
Also, people may. Well, here we go.
Uh-oh. Requiem coming down. Upti flashing out of the way there of that Senna ulti, trying to stay alive. APA picking up a kill.
It's a pool noodle. Why would it be a pool noodle? I don't understand.
Masu there to guarantee
When is the Civ 6 24-hour marathon stream? Dude, if I'm going to do a 24-hour marathon stream, it's going to be a meal prep 24-hour marathon stream. You know what I mean, guys? I'm going to do 24 hours of straight meal prepping, putting it in the freezer. Young Peku, thank you for your tier 1 sub.
Karthus Ultimates, Flowers, with the Malignants in the build too. Like Inspired has just been perma-farming while also delivering massive damage to the rest of the team. This is like a cooldown game for FlyQuest. Like, everyone take a deep breath after this craziness.
New deep freezer chest. That's actually a hilarious idea. I buy a deep freezer chest and then like a 24-hour meal prep to fill it. That'd be a fucking fire stream, guys. I would be so loopy by the end of it.
Over the course of game number 2 here, and set us up for what I'm gonna already say is a banger.
Talk boy RD.
I mean, they are 7,000 gold ahead. There's a chance they could lose the soul somehow to something crazy like a weird steal.
Yeah.
But FlyQuest have such a massive advantage.
We can do a Fallout themed meal prep stream for the apocalypse.
Okay. Impact has not been spotted.
It's actually a great idea.
Just yet. The Karthus wall did not see him. The Maokai ulti flying in over the top. APA and Impact going to work together. They find the instant kill on the Quad, who didn't realize Impact was waiting in the pixel. The Drake might have been secured from FlyQuest, but what about the follow-up fight? Whipple's already down to half HP. Skarner's going to be your target here at the very start.
If they lose
Getting away with the East Impact, but Whipple now coming back in here with the ulti, looking to turn this one back. The Drake might have been secured from FlyQuest, but what Maokai ulti flying in over the top. APA and Impact going to work together. They find the instant kill on the Quad, who didn't realize Impact was waiting in the pixel rush just yet. The Karthus wall did not see him. The Maokai ulti flying in over the top. APA and Impact going to work together. They
All right, Fly deny soul.
the Quad, who didn't realize Impact was in this pixel rush just yet. The Karthus
Quad actually just gets trapped because he walks past a or a pixel brush without checking it, and then he just gets blown up by Impact and APA. Quad's play has been questionable.
Skarner's going to be your target here at the very start. Getting away with the East Impact, but Whippo now coming back in here with the ulti, looking to turn this one back around. Upti down to 1/3. Core JJ not going to walk into the Skarner ulti. APA killing off Inspired, but the Requiem is still there. Team Liquid's health bars are decimated, and a massive dawning shadow forces Yawn back into the fight. Whippo's chasing him down.
Threw a rock at him.
To the face.
Was Quad any good in LCK? No. He was like a Casio one trick, but he was in LCK a long time ago, and I didn't watch any of his Challenger stuff. And I didn't see him in America Challengers either, so I have no idea how good he is now.
You were talking twice there. That was interesting.
I don't know who that guy was. He looked pretty cool. That was a cool costume.
I got double flowers.
It is. Thank you, me. Whippo over the wall. A double kill for Skarner. FlyQuest. It's the best champion in the game.
That is very funny. I love this.
You were talking twice there. That was interesting.
I don't know who that guy was. He looked pretty cool. That was a cool costume.
I got double flowers action, and we're gonna go. It looks like pretty quickly into a game number 3.
I actually really like that they're doing that. That's a nice touch. I think it's fun for LCS.
They should at least get one.
Even if they did steal it from my stream.
And they will do just that. I was about to say, and you can see what Team Liquid were thinking with that chase. They got themselves one of probably a very rare, positive situations in the game where they got the kill onto Quad.
Praying Riot never does Captain Flowers dirty. They've already done him dirty, guys.
And they were thinking, never mind.
They do all the casters dirty. The casters have been done so dirty. They have a monopoly. They do them dirty all the time. They basically have capped their rates and everything like that, so. LCS is such a free money farm with the high timeline. You mean like game time over?
He misses the rock, and Jan is still fighting. Busio coming back in to help the boys out. APA jumping back up the wall. Inspired shows up. He takes there. It knocks him into the passive at least.
Now, APA been playing pretty well in this series. It's actually so good that he gets that kill. What heals him? It's actually pretty ballsy to go in on this. It's a good play. The Kalista is so useless. The funny thing is, like, they just can't do anything versus this Karthus. He still has ult. Just gonna kill him. It doesn't even bother at all.
That was huge.
Does he have Maw? Yeah.
Killed on the initiation from TL. He still got his body there. The corpse is able to take them down because they have plenty of tanks there to keep the rest of TL members on.
Is APA just good now? I mean, he's had some unnecessary deaths this game. Like, his champion pool, I think, is still a question mark. You know, what happens when it moves out of this meta?
Huge. Trying to make some heroics happen, and then almost was able to save the rest of the team and come up with that fight. But the OP Skarner was able to lock him down on top of the Karthus body to make it happen. Here's another.
Now, APA and Yun have definitely been getting better, though.
You know what? We're gonna lose this game if I don't do something.
So he leveled up too. He leveled up. He got the shield from the Maw.
After he's able to heal up, comes to join this long fight where Jan is running for his life away from Inspired. Please get me away from this Karthus. And they almost made some hero comeback here, but FlyQuest still able to recover themselves and still able to bring this giant gold lead over to Baron.
This Karthus just feels like an unsolvable problem right now for Team Liquid. We've seen them have a couple of good fights now, but no matter how good it starts, it doesn't matter when Karthus R is going to take half of everybody's health no matter what. And here it comes.
Yep.
Everybody on TL taking a massive chunk.
Holding that Karthus R was actually very useful to chunk them out right now. Actually helped them secure Baron that he didn't use it earlier.
Feels like an unsolvable problem right now for Team Liquid. We've seen them have a couple of good fights now, but no matter how good it starts, it doesn't matter when Karthus R is going to take half of everybody's health.
Somebody has to flash over the wall, use his ultimate, so good zoning from Whippo.
JJ with the burn and the malignance. He's nearly dead just from the Requiem. Dawning Shadow will not hit him, but just the
Having Spirit Visage with these Senna heals is also very helpful for this Skarner.
Force TL back, and secure the Baron for themselves.
Yeah, Whippo threw a rock at him and popped the spell shield, and the spell shield was going to block and save you half your life. But then they popped the spell shield, so the ulti comes down and just blasts him, forces them to back off, and FlyQuest once again wearing another Baron buff and looking at another dragon spawn. And 35 seconds ahead, they just have to defend it.
Whippo coming back in here, seeing maybe for something in the bottom side. But I love the fact that you mentioned Whippo throwing the rock to do that. Old Skarner couldn't participate in most game states, right? He would just try to flash ult somebody and that's all he does. New Skarner with the W spam and the rock throwing can contribute to so much in a poke war, in a standoff, trying to pop spell shields or check brushes. He has
I want to bang Masu. What a line.
People don't necessarily think of because they're thinking of direct head-to-head.
Good luck on your
So I love the fact that
seduction attempts
here in our first ever top lane Skarner game in the LCS, piloted by Mr. Whippo, and it's only appropriate, Kobe, because Skarner is like the biggest champion in the game in size. Wide Whippo should play wide Skarner.
It is funnier though when you get Heartsteel on Skarner, so he just gets even bigger as the game goes on.
Wider than he's ever been. He Skarner wide enough to hit the whole lane with one spell. And now Team Liquid are down 9,000 gold. They've lost the last two Drakes. They haven't been able to secure the soul. They can barely walk out of the base without this massive laser spawning over their heads and knocking off half their health.
Do you like rocks? Do you like scorpions?
I do.
Do you like being OP?
Yes.
Then you like Skarner.
APA trying to get out. Here comes your card. The salty dawning shadow is going to connect. APA is already down. I do.
Do you like being OP?
Yes.
Then you like Skarner.
APA trying to get out. Here comes your card. The salty dawning shadow is going to connect. APA is already down. And now the ulti on
Do you like being OP?
Yes.
Then you
That's so funny, actually.
APA trying to get
I mean, inspired. Look how fast APA just dies. He just gets nukes from orbit. He loses like 1,000 HP to that ult. He loses like almost 1,000 HP to that ultimate. To Karthus ult.
Without APA there, Team Liquid surely stands no chance against the game-ending push with a Baron off FlyQuest. First Nexus turret's already gone. Impact jumps in. He's slammed right back out. Masu's taking the kill, and FlyQuest want to pad those stats. They take out the second Nexus turret. They force Gone back into the fountain.
Oh god, I knew Muddy would be one of the Star Wars hasn't been good since Return of the Jedi Gatekeepers. Hey man, that's just how it is. I said the games are good. I do like Andor too.
Thank you, Team Liquid.
I started watching Foreplay, and that series is amazing. Oh, great. Glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're watching Nerd Legion too. Culture Channel. Very good. Thank you. My wife just brought me some coffee. I told you.
In a game of League of Legends, you need to ban Skarner. If you don't, you're probably playing against
It's getting very hot in my new content closet.
Well, I don't think Team Liquid's going to need a whole lot more data on it. Everybody in general, maybe. Again, I expect teams to give it a shot.
And it's not even that hot in Korea yet, so bad signs.
By the end of it.
What kind of coffee? Black coffee? So I buy it from a local Korean roaster. I've been trying the Korean roaster since I've been here.
From the options, Umpty already played it in both games previously. They don't want him playing it again.
And they slammed Italy, baby.
This was banned from Inspired, remember, in the previous game.
Thank you.
This is what Team Liquid chose to ban instead of that Skarner, so clearly they respect the Inspired Italy, and FlyQuest is going to lock it in first instead.
They've been doing this, you know,
Thank you.
A lot in the LCK, especially, you know, across the world, all junglers that like Nidalee have, ever since MSI, have been like, you know what? We got the go light. Canyon said, everybody go to town. Everyone's allowed to play Nidalee. And funnily enough, we actually have a lot of Nidalee players.
Wouldn't Nunu jungle pick be good now against AP junglers? He falls off too hard. He's kind of a one-dimensional pick. Karthus ban? Yeah, no Karthus ban is definitely interesting, but I guess they baited them into the Nidalee because the Nidalee was banned earlier in this series. Now Impact's going to first pick the Rumble. They take out the Skarner. So Tristana goes over to Quad. Quad has been kind of underwhelming this series. Gorky pick over here, Sejuani. Sejuani doesn't have a lot of synergy with what they picked so far, though, with Rumble, but we'll see. He does provide that non-committal engage. Leona. in the bot side. Is that kind of implies that we might see a Ziggs pick? So the Leona might indicate like a Leona Ziggs bot lane here. So I'm curious if they ban that out, because like obviously you know that APA is going the Corki, so you have the opportunity to play an AP bot lane. There's the Ziggs ban. So they see the Leona and they suspect that it could be. You could still do Varus Leona though. Probably it does give you some flexibility. You have an AP jungler already, so it's not so bad. What's this? Ooh. It's a Jeju, the island South Korea citrus cake. I'm not even done with my shawarma bowl yet. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you.
Meanwhile, will we get the lock in here? Jhin is a very controversial champion, even with the buffs.
Yuja? No, it's probably Hanlabong, which is the Jeju orange.
Useless, or ironically, Mr. Useful because of the inability to kill tanks, but with the Corki on the team was a possibility. Because
all right, so it's Zeri Alistair. So a huge front line, good front to back team fighting for Team Liquid. Nice cleanup too, because you can do a lot of upfront damage with the Rumbles and then clean up with the Zeri. Why are we playing Set? You know what's unironically good here, guys, is Ryze. This should be Ryze. So that's Keen's counter pick into Rumble. It has an extremely good matchup into Rumble, and you're gonna have a pretty good early game matchup with Leona Varus into the bot side as well, right? Because Alistair and Zeri are very garbage at level 1. But Ryze is unironically, when you're running the two AP comp or AD champions, Ryze is unironically very good. Also, extremely good setup for Nidalee, like very strong. You rune prison them and then you just hit a free Nidalee spear, right? It's kind of like Renekton Nidalee. I think Ryze is like a mega pick here. I don't know if anybody else said that who's watched this game, but I think Ryze would be fire.
Deal with that at all. We will just focus on no problem. Jan will kill anything and everything later in the game. We have already seen the
Whippo can't play Ryze. That's not the point.
The pentakills have started coming in.
That's not the point. That's not the point I'm making. I'm just saying it would be a good pick here. I think it's a better pick. I don't know what Set is supposed to do into... Set is for Sejuani. You basically just tackle the Sejuani away from your team.
With plenty of magic damage coming from impact, so pretty smooth.
TL has big outscale? Yes. Ryze would help with that? Yes. I mean, I feel like if you take the Ryze, then you win top. You have basically the Ryze allows you to win top. You have fast push, you win mid, you have pressure in mid, and you have pressure in bot. You basically have 3 pressure lanes with the Nidalee, so Nidalee can do whatever the fuck she wants on the map. Seems pretty good. Also, just in general, Nidalee is extremely strong into Sejuani. Extremely strong. I think Ryze is a great pick here, but the Nidalee is still very good. Hey, Tiberius. Is this Fearless draft now? It looks like it. How are you not a mod in my channel?
Into the Rumble matchup here. Quite interesting. Now, see if we get some of the extra pressure here.
The thing that I'm looking at on the side of Team Liquid is the fact that, remember back into all the previous Zeri metas, there's like a whole year where we were in hell, so there's a lot to remember. This champion loves pairing with enchanters, right? Zeri Lulu, Zeri Yumi. Like whenever you saw her, she always had a buddy that was making sure she could hyper carry.
The True Fearless. I think True Fearless is bullshit, but I like the one they're doing in the LPL. Can someone explain what Fearless Draft is? It means that so there's 2 different versions. One of them is that if you pick a champion, you can't pick that same champion again. So it's the champions you've picked. There's an iteration where it's only champions you've won with. And then there's an iteration where if either team picks a champion, it can't be picked again. And that's what people call True Fearless. But the problem with that is that you can basically just deny people their picks and like play badly on them and like intentionally lose a game just so that the other team doesn't have their best picks for the remainder of the series. And that seems like a very bad way to set up a game.
Throwing down so early in summer season, which is going to be filled with best of threes between these teams. Again, the single round robin though, so got to make this one count. This very big matchup, which people expect. So we saw a lot of the tier lists at the beginning of the day too, from not only the analyst S, but us as well as a lot of community members. Everybody pretty much having both FlyQuest and Team Liquid fairly high on the rankings. So expect that.
Happy Father's Day. Thank you.
Quite strongly as well, and we'll take a look here as Core JJ going to go for a little.
True Velo should also include bans can't be banned again. That's an interesting idea.
Over the ward goes Whippo and Inspired.
Over the ward and through the brush to the enemy jungler we go.
Going to go for the trap here. Bottom lane's just leashing. Bottom lane's just leashing there. Trying to get the Sejuani accelerated versus Nidalee. I do like that. Have both your bottom lanes add a little bit of damage. Nidalee aggressive clearing is always an issue, and they are also splitting the map for this Whippo counter pick. Whippo is a guy who's known for lots of less popular.
Dom said some pros think Set beats Rumble. I'm sure that's true, but also Rise is very good. Rise is probably the best Rumble counter pick at pro, I think.
His smite as well. The Inspired already used his to clear away the blue buff, so Umpty just has total priority over securing this large wolf. So Inspired's just immediately going to give it up, head back into his own jungle instead. And yeah, Umpty, honestly, the only thing that he lost was one little baby wolf and the blue buff. He's not feeling too terrible about that, considering the state of the matchup in general.
Yeah, definitely so. the defensive vision giving them, obviously, that info so he can't come crossover. And Rumble pushing on the set early, as Impact was...
But have you considered that Whippo can't play Rise? Sure, but we're just talking about the theory of the game.
Coming up here as well. So Impact has been roasting
Also, can he play Set? This doesn't look like a counter pick, guys. He's literally just gotten blasted in the 1v1.
Umpty, though, went over vision, so the info is there for FlyQuest and Set, making use of some regeneration there under tower.
Am I going to watch LCK live or later? I'm going to watch KT versus D+, and then I will watch T1 versus Genji tomorrow.
Let's see about it, though. Looks like they're going to go for this play.
Oh, but Busio is ready to reinforce. Whippo should definitely be able
to hang
on long enough to stay alive here. Haymaker with the shield, immediately followed up with a face breaker as Busio's Zenith Blade forces the enemy jungler to stay within range long enough for the extra turret.
That's fine. They did have to use TP, though, so now Whippo's going to TP to mid.
Eye-catching. I also want to draw your eyeball to the bottom side of the map.
Okay, both of them are just one.
When was T1 Genji? It's tonight. It's in a few hours.
You're making me positive. You know what? I was going to talk about Nidalee, but let's go over the Flower's ability to split his vision as well as his cognitive load, I would assume. I'm going to say cognitive.
Inspired also inexplicably passed away from Whippo. It's not inexplicable. I think they're talking, like, he's recalling right now. So what's happening is they know this dive could be happening, but basically the call is to send Busio top. And they think because it's Set and he has very good survivability under turret, it's just the Leona can't quite get there fast enough.
The outplay potential on Set is quite big.
Yeah. Haymaker is huge.
With flash available.
Because basically they get a little bit greedy because they think this dive's coming and they think they can stop it. And even if they don't stop it, they actually trade 1-for-1 here and he picks up the wave in mid. So it's not that bad. And it is basically they're playing to get the Nidalee ahead in terms of farm because he immediately starts counter jungling.
Whippo should definitely be able to hang on long enough to stay alive here. Haymaker with the shield, immediately followed up with a face breaker as Busio's...
And they basically already made this plan to catch the wave with quad into topside. You know, so this was the plan that they set for themselves. It actually isn't too bad. It's unfortunate that Busio got the kill, but... Sad to not see you in the Hall of Legends video, but we got Doa. Well, I would have said no, so... There was no chance that was happening unless they paid me an absurd amount of money.
You know what? I was going to talk about Nidalee, but let's go over the Flower's ability to split his vision as well as his cognitive load, I would assume. I'm going to say cognitive. Cognitive. What your brain is thinking about. Yeah. I don't know what
So that's just the call that FlyQuest made. I don't think it's that bad. They're really committing to this too. Flash in. Haymaker. Nice job. All right. Look, it's working, guys. Like, basically, you know, the problem is that you can't actually play so aggressively in the bot side, which allows Zeri and Alistair to just do well in lane. What am I stacking on? I'm eating a chicken shawarma bowl. It's chicken shawarma that I made with cucumbers, tomatoes, avocado, romaine lettuce, white sauce, and sriracha. It's delicious.
It's going to be able to finish up, the blue quadrant there, Flowers, and they get out the recall.
Yes, very important. Got to make sure you're pathing well in the jungle on these hyper farmers like in Italy, as Impact still has control over the top lane.
Guess what?
What's up?
It's going to be 2 extra divers coming to join.
Oh,
JJ
boy.
is on the warpath.
Oh boy, Whippo's level 3 versus level 5 on Impact. Finally hitting level 4 here, but now he's got to be careful. Goes for the immediate
What kind of spices you use? Is more Lebanese, Syrian, or closer to Turkish? I have no idea what the difference in shawarma is between regions. I used smoked paprika, cumin, salt, black pepper, red pepper flakes, cinnamon, turmeric, minced garlic, olive oil, lemon juice. That's what I marinated it in.
As Jan just glides away there on the wall. He's going to make sure that he escapes from Busio and Masu, but again, he's kind
It is delicious.
The same sort of treatment that Busio, or that Whippo is up in the top side, as both sides are just picking a lane to bully.
And it looks like they're not done with it. Core JJ allows Jan to get back in, though. The bodyguard has arrived to bottom lane. The escort, Core JJ, does get him up to the wave.
Great, now I want shawarma. It's really good, guys. It's really good. I cooked it in my Instant Pot, and then after it was done, I like grilled it in my grill pan, so it's all like crispy. It has onions in there too, obviously.
And you saw Inspired just jumped in there. Yeah, he jumped in, he took one turret shot, but the reason he did it was to grab the quick Dark Harvest proc off of the Corki, just guarantee that he gets a little bit of extra power there on his Keystone.
Add Cardamom too as well. I might do that next time.
And make sure that the turret shot doesn't matter anyway. Plus, it's not like you're really scared of a 1v1 with that enemy jungler if you run into him. I don't really think that Italy players have to care too much about Sejuani, and Inspired's going to go ahead, start up this first Drake of the game, 6.5 minutes in. Not quite on spawn, but still a pretty early timer overall. The Void Grubs are active on the other side of the map, if that's what TL wants to go for, but it looks like there will be no...
People don't use Instant Pots anymore? Why? I use mine all the time. I literally bought one in Korea because I need one to live.
Between a cougar and a pig. Wonder no longer.
Oh, wow. You know, I've been pondering that for years now.
Yep, there you go. League of Legends finally delivering those hard-hitting answers to the questions you've been wondering your whole life, Flowers.
Thank you, League of Legends.
We don't need to do one of those like virtual fights that they try to.
Oh yeah, like one of those like Ultimate Warrior.
You need to use mine more. Well, my cooking streams will help you. I'll give you a bunch of recipes for Instant Pots that I use all the time.
I'm pretty sure I know who wins in Dinosaur versus Gorilla, man.
I guess it depends on what dinosaur you pick.
Yeah, I mean, if you pick one of the little tiny scrittery lizard things, that's going to lose. But like a T-Rex versus a gorilla? Yeah. I don't know if that one's particular. I feel like that might be a Nidalee versus Sejuani matchup. Like, yeah, see, we're making an analogy.
All right, Nidalee.
Like it. Guess what? Nidalee's on the bottom side of the map.
Not that far ahead in gold. Unfortunately, cooking stream win later this week.
I guess because bottom lane is pushing, he's doubling back to go protect.
We're starting it, guys.
Yes, there has been so much TL focus on the top side of the map.
It's part of my slow move out of League of Legends this year. We'll see how it goes, but I think this is going to be my last Worlds/summer season heavily involved in LoL. The LFN business is just too much work right now, and it's very hard for me to like watch all these VODs and like keep up on the scene while I need to help out LFN. And I want to do more stuff on the culture channel, and I want to do general gaming stuff as well, expand LFN into that. So
staying cool, getting his buffer off. Meanwhile, that Sejuani showing in mid lane did allow Inspired to finish off clearing.
Burnout too. It's not really burnout. I'm not doing the crazy co-stream schedule, but it's more like I just have other stuff I want to do with my life at this point in time. What's LFN, Last Free Nation, the podcast content network that I run? We got a huge fucking sponsor announcement this week, guys.
Well, I'm looking at the scoreboard right now, and the differences are pretty much all up there in that top lane.
But it's really hard for me to like be knowledgeable enough, to do shows like Power Spike and like the in-depth analytic podcasts, Summoning Insight. Unless I watch like 30, 40 hours of VODs a week, and like it's just getting too hard to do that with my life. Travis Gaff for bringing the Kia sponsor. Kia is not paying a lot right now, guys. Like I think I own 2 Kias and I love Kia, but let's just say Kia is taking advantage of esports winter and getting very good deals. Very good deals. So like the name is big, but the money not that big.
Yeah, that gold lead, it more than makes up for the gold deficits on the bottom side of the map.
It's not necessarily that I want to move on to other stuff, but if we want to expand the LFN business and like do more non-esports content, I just have to stop doing esports content. Well, not entirely. I'll still do 4 Horsemen, but like it's just, and we'll still do a bunch of the shows. You guys will see. It may be necessary for me to keep doing it for viewership reasons, but I'm pretty sure I can replace myself on some of these shows and not have it really affect viewership.
Is still quite good at getting you a decent amount of gold generation.
Oh yeah.
Do you think League is done in a sense that the game's popularity and money opportunities for streamers like you is only going down? Well, I mean, Cadril has been an amazing success, right? Cadril's stream has gone through the roof. So no, but I think for me, who doesn't have co-streaming privileges, and because I have a family and I'm trying to run a business at the same time, I can't dedicate enough time at it to really grow, right? So it just feels like everything is like really staying stable for me. Wow, that flash was bad. Thoughts on best liquid IV flavors? If you don't want caffeinated, I like the sea berry one. Watermelon's also very good. If you want caffeinated, yuzu pineapple is very good. If you want non-sugar, white peach, green grape are very good.
Coming down pretty fast. Oh, he tried to flash to go for the angle there on the face breaker. Impact steps away.
Yikes, dude. Impact just outplays him. He literally just walks away further away so he can't crack their skulls together. Well, surely not having flash is not... It's not going to be something that hurts in the top lane. Did you really do the jungle with Digon and Dom when you were also doing Power Spike? Not for very long. We stopped doing the jungle pretty soon after we started Power Spike. There was a very brief period of time where that was true, though.
The worst ones where you're so sad because not only do you die and you get outplayed and you lose your giant wave, big wave up there on the tower in the minimap.
What happened to the Double Lift podcast? I thought those were popular. Well, see, it requires effort to schedule a podcast and show up for it, so Double Lift wasn't really into that. Also, he ran out of old stories to misremember or lie about, which was the only content ever because he wasn't actually going to put any effort into it.
200 gold total. You're getting 25 of both resist. You're getting 300 health, and you're getting ability haste. It's pretty much everything a tank jungler wants.
Yeah, and I, for one, am glad that they gave us a low...
Also, he didn't really have a way to monetize it, if I'm being honest. Like, I'm the only one in esports who's figured out how to get sponsors on podcasts. And I had to basically be mentored by a guy who was the CEO of Podcast One and also was like, like a VP at Barstool. So, but like, I figured out how to, I learned from him how to run the business end. So, if you don't know how to do it, you're never going to get advertisers.
A low econ jungle option. They took the mana off it, which makes it so good for jungle.
Yeah, we don't need mana anyway. Bwippo's in some trouble. He goes back in for the ulti, trying to turn it around. Bwippo gets away. The set ends up living. Umpty trying to lock down Inspired, but it ain't gonna work. There ain't enough damage there from Sejuani. Bwippo's got grit. and APA gets hit.
I like that. Nice work in there. Set heals back up afterwards too. Meanwhile, the pressure continues. I mean, kind of rough to keep on going for it here. Core JJ's walking around.
Barstool is definitely not dead.
They're positioning to at least push them off.
Barstool is huge.
So still gonna get grub here, as well as still get some tower plate money for impact. So
I love seeing Bwippo get clapped. Dude, why do people hate Bwippo so much? He's actually like a nice guy.
It's not the end of the world, but TL still got turret plate money for impact, pushing them off, and are going to be able to collect what I assume will be all 6 grubs.
Yeah.
But yeah, Eleven is doing like over 1 million podcast downloads a month now. So it's like, we really gotta, somebody's gotta focus on the business side of that.
Of the double void might spawn.
Well, we've got first items coming online across the board. Not just that low econ first item for the Sejuani like we were talking about, but
You're in a non-esports games industry. I think you'd be in an Elden Rings lore. Yeah, I think with my cooking stream, I've talked to Doa, and I think there's a lot of like video essay content that I want to do that I don't have time to do right now that I think will help juice like the culture channel or our general gaming channel. Once we start a general gaming channel, and like Doa and I want to kind of play general games at the same time, and then do like duo reviews or duo video essays, you know what I mean? So there's a lot of stuff to be done, but it's like I can't do any of that stuff while I have to watch 30 to 40 hours of LoL VODs a week. Like, I just can't do it.
Did get a nice little bonus with Bwippo being able to live last time around, but
So
still gonna lose the tower up there. That thing was
same time as Bangers only for the cooking stream. It will be 9:30 Korea time, which is 5:30 Pacific, 8:30 Eastern, 2:30 a.m. Central European Summertime. That's when I'm targeting.
that early.
So it'll be earlier.
I think he should be able to get a turret plate in mid. Meanwhile, AP's got 10 seconds here to work off another turret plate. Bottom 2. Ooh, Jan's not going to get that extra wave up there. So bottom side, though, APA does get.
He's got 1 more second. Nice. Got the third.
What are my long-term plans for Summoning Insight? Don't know.
Team Liquid at a 2,000 gold lead, 14 minutes in. 9 plates to 4. That's an extra 6.
Synotics, thank you for a Twitch Prime sub.
Chilling. You're feeling great. Tax-free gold.
I mean, honestly, the answer to that question might be like,
And the rest of FlyQuest,
maybe Summoning Insight goes away and we do 4 Horsemen weekly.
game so far. TL looking to
Because like we still need to do 4 Horsemen, and I still want to be involved in esports, but like I can't watch, I can't do analysis every week. Like talking about stuff that happens in the industry takes a lot less research time. You know what I mean?
As Jan's lightning crash finds the first, and FlyQuest is scrambling the engage. Topside control that Liquid has had for most of this game so far. TL looking to respawn, but I don't know if they're going to be here in time. Impact might just find the equalizer. There it is, the engage locking down Masu. Impact wants for most of this game so far. TL looking to respawn, but I don't know if they're going to be here in time. Impact might just find the equalizer. There it is, the engage locking down Masu. Impact wants to make his way to the fight. Masu's still burning. Core JJ staying alive through the outer.
Thank you, Pruslos12.
And the rest of FlyQuest, they're deciding they're going to interrupt this topside control that Liquid has had for most of this game so far. TL looking to respawn, but I don't know if they're going to be here in time. Impact might just find the equalizer. There it is, the engage locking.
It's a nice engage by Core JJ. Yeah, the cleanup is actually huge though from this area. Impact just casually full HP. Oh god, this area is so terrifying now. SI is the only podcast that can actually talk about all the regions. Oh, dude, Power Spike, we talk about all the regions all the time. Have you ever tried watching VODs at 2x speed for certain slow parts? No, but when I am watching VODs on my own, guys, and I'm not talking you through them, I'll just skip ahead 10 seconds, and so and if something happens, then I'll go back and watch it.
That was beautiful. This is just beautiful. Full screen away. That's Sejuani engage and wide open. Look at this engage. Sejuani.
Masu just in the front line casually eating a Sejuani ult into Rumble ult. And then into double knockup. Great play by TL. Nice flash by Yun too.
That was beautiful. This is just beautiful. Textbook team fight from
Hilarious that this is actually just straight up a 4v5.
Absolutely outplay FlyQuest the entire time, allowing Yon to just clean up on all this beautiful work set up from the other team.
Oh, he's
Liquid
yapping.
members.
He's yapping. He wasn't even in the fight, but he's yapping.
I like how we got the over-the-shoulder pop there.
Yeah. First person yap.
We'll see if any of that happens, though, guys. That's. We'll see how summer goes. We'll see how Worlds goes.
Yeah.
Nothing is set in stone.
So he's like, you know what? I got you guys. I'll back you up with the trash talk and the split push. No hands needed for taking the tower.
FlyQuest, I'll save you the time right now. About 14 minutes and 30 seconds into the game. That's the bookmark you want when you start off the VOD review for this one. Because when you're going back and looking, yeah, it was a Team Liquid advantage for the early game, but that one just...
Because not only throwing it up, getting maximum burn damage and allowing freedom for a zero.
Where's Jack? All right, Team Liquid's up 5,000 gold. There's 1 minute until the next Drake. FlyQuest already secured the first two. But
Tweets again. I know. It's so exciting to see these fan tweets.
You're 5,500 gold ahead.
You know, another reason why I just kind of want to move on from like being so heavily involved in League of Legends esports is just inevitable that it's just inevitable that all of this shit gets taken over by the Saudis. So I just don't want to be part of that, you know.
Does not want to be a part of this play any longer. Uh-oh. There's APA. How about a cougar versus a helicopter? Which one do you think wins that?
I'm going to go with the spaceship with rockets.
Yeah, that one's probably going to come out on top. And now the enemy jungler is dead for the next 20 seconds. The Drake is spawning in 15. Remember when I said earlier, FlyQuest probably can't do anything about this? Now they definitely can't do anything.
You've upgraded.
Yes. That's what we did with the pick. We upgraded.
You've increased your confidence level, huh?
Yeah. Whippo might have put together his, IKEA furniture always has his stride in breaking. But it's not going to be enough. The extra living room feng shui will not get this done as the Zeri laser comes in over the wall. The front line on Team Liquid doing their job. Yawn uses the lightning.
Hey guys, did you notice? I'll show you something cool. Did you notice something very subtle? Am I going to skip the Esports World Cup? No, we're going to cover it. We're just going to talk shit about the Saudis the entire time. Did you guys notice something really interesting? Remember how I've been saying that MSI will be in Riyadh? Did you guys notice this sentence in new split structure? A second split will then qualify teams for MSI, which will move later in the calendar to roughly the beginning of July. Do you guys know what happens at the beginning of July? Do you guys know? Hey guys, I wonder... Riot Break, yeah. So why would Riot Break and Esports World Cup be happening at the beginning of July if they're going to do MSI? I wonder if ESL will produce MSI in Riyadh next year. I wonder. They're not even subtle anymore.
And now Impact to the killing spree. Quad and Masu
They're not even subtle anymore, guys.
Back alive, but he's only here in time for the funeral of his front line.
Is it wrong that I feel like all this credit should be going to TLC?
MonteCristo F1 podcast. I'm not very... I enjoy F1. I'm just not very knowledgeable about it.
They're making a job so...
Oh, the camera is blocking the red lane top mini map. Oops. Sorry about that. They between different regions, they move the mini map. So there you go. Thank you. There we go.
That's what everybody focuses on. But man, it's all about the meatballs. Quad. He's out.
Am I interested in RTS scenes? Hell yeah. I'm really excited about a bunch of these new RTS games. I came from RTS.
But man, it's all about the meatballs. Quad. He's out. APA's making mincemeat out of him. Overcooked or undercooked. The carries are the pasta. That's what everybody focuses on. But man, it's all about the
Dude, Quad's been getting clapped.
You ever watch those Gordon Ramsay shows where he critiques pasta and he's always mad it's overcooked or undercooked? The carries are the pasta. That's what everybody focuses on. But man, it's all about the meatballs. Quad. He's out. APA's making mincemeat out of him.
He was ready with the emote too. That was good.
Yeah. No.
You see Battle Aces? Yeah, I'm interested in Battle Aces, interested in Stormgate, interested in Immortal Gates of Pyre.
Impact now, he should just be able to walk this off. I don't really see any danger on the Rumble. Goes down the Equalizer. ready to turn it back around if he needs to. Locking up Busio here, needs one more hit to be able to get the stun, and there it is. Busio, he's not long for this world. The Flame Spitter should just have him. First rocket misses. Doesn't even matter. Impact goes on a rampage. 7,500 gold for Team.
Hey guys, when does the set do something? Surely it's normal for him to be down 4,000 gold to a rumble, right?
And just hit him with the giant flamethrower.
Yeah,
That's the way to go for it.
got a lot of options.
Do you have any recommendations for free-to-play RTS games? I think all of the new RTS games are planned to be free-to-play. All the new ones.
This is therapeutic for a lot of solo queue junglers.
Oh yeah.
Been on
I think you have to be free-to-play to get an audience to play RTS at this point.
Can they make the trap? Let's see. APA has no teleport, so APA is not going to be able to join. Impact is running really far.
This is so difficult to do because Yana Zeri, he can still make a lot of distance. Quad flashing in, trying to get the kill on him to guarantee it. Humpty and Core JJ looking to protect the president. Yan needs to try to get away with a wall hop, I think. He jumps back over the alcove, trying to provide his own covering fire here with a zap. Core's going to die underneath the turret. Yan's going to die back in the alcove. APA looking to stand and fight, but he ain't going to find the damage here just yet. Impact approaches from the river.
APA flashed out a Haymaker, flash over the wall. All right, so they do get a couple of picks here.
APA has no teleport, solo queue junglers.
Oh yeah.
Been on the receiving end of the Nidalee.
Like, they make this play because they know they have no TPs. Like, we're literally trying to take their red buff when we have no TPs. We're pressed this far. Like, our solo lanes have no TPs. Man, some of Team Liquid's, like, their pressure plays when they don't have TP have been really weird in this series.
Humpty and Core JJ looking to protect the president. Yan needs to try to get away with a wall hop, I think. He jumps back over the alcove, trying to provide his own covering fire here with a zap. Core's going to die underneath the turret.
He has no teleport, so APA is not going to be able to join. Impact is running really far.
This is so difficult to do because Yana Zeri, he can still make a lot of
Not sure why Bwipo ults there.
Trying to get the kill on him to guarantee it. Humpty and Core JJ looking to protect the president. Yan needs to try to get away with a wall hop, I think. He jumps back over the alcove, trying to provide his own covering fire here with a zap. Core's going to die underneath the turret. Yan's going to die back in the alcove. APA looking to stand and fight, but he ain't going to find the damage here just yet. Impact approaches from the river, but now he's...
Impact just walks into them at the end of this and has to use his flash.
Everybody's low, but nobody died. Critically, FlyQuest find a fight.
This is a no package patch? Yes, it is.
Wait, hold on. APA's going in. Masu flashes out. APA still Gatling gunning him. Bwipo dies before he's able to haymake. It's a double kill of an APA. The equalizer. Burning inspired. Impact might just be taken down. That'll be a 1-for-1 with him and Quad. What is happening?
I mean, League of Legends?
Correct.
That was a fun one. Inspired burning down is here. Flight on her head. APA, Frost Bomb. Gets scrappy, and we have to get some shutdowns of some of these gold bounties because they still have a long way to go, Flowers. It's still over 6,000 gold for them to come back, but you have to start somewhere.
When TL has a... Now Team Liquid onto the Baron. Is it going to be stolen? Oh, I thought we almost had a World's 20... Remember that's where their big throw was in game number 1? That's where they just got punished the most here in game
Masu trying to steal with the power Q.
Is it going to be stolen? Oh, I thought we almost had a World's 22 Finals Gumayushi moment with that arrow. But it doesn't happen. Now Busio here on the front line. FlyQuest maybe looking from an angle. Equalizer comes down over the top as Core JJ wants to flank. Masu's going to be in danger. Headbutt pulled. Masu gets cooked. Bwipo is no threat on APA on his own. The Haymaker...
That was too easy for them. Nice use of the range and kind of playing it slow, keeping them there. Rumble ultimate coming down from Impact. Umti doing a very good
Baron
job.
buff with 2 Void Might buff.
They get an easy pathway inside the base. There was a small speed bump when it was a strong FlyQuest, push to get that 3-person group of TL.
Gore's playing really well since Star Playoffs last split. I agree. He's looked much better. This is the best play in like 2 or 3 years. Do you think casting has peaked in terms of talent? I mean, why would you go into casting? It's a fucking dead-end career at this point in time. Best case scenario, you're just like background voice to a co-streamer. Especially if you're in a new game, like if you're in Valorant, why would you want to be a caster? You literally are just Tarek's co-stream, and you make 1/20th the amount of money he does.
Dragon coming up here in 2 seconds. Could be the angle, and it looks like
It's actually the worst career choice you could make or continue to make at this point in time.
Before TL can answer.
So the rest of the team stopped at Raptors.
And you have no job security.
Those couple of seconds on Raptors, or if they still
And even if you do a good job, you'll just get fired at any time. You can't get raises because, you know, the developers or tournament organizers have a monopoly, so they just dictate your rate.
The Drake ends up getting secured, and now Quad gets locked off. The equalizer, the Zeri, there's no way out. And Busio gets slowed down. Core JJ for the follow-up head.
You know, there's no career advancement opportunities. It's garbage.
Busio's gone, and it's a double kill.
And, I mean, even if you do have other options, like the existing casters outside of Cage Roll were just too dumb to use their platform as casters to, like, make content. I mean, the fact that all of these casters who have worked with Riot have never really made their own content ever is so stupid. It's unbelievable. It's, like, actually unreal. You could be that dumb.
Nexus turrets are melting, and the Nidalee can't do anything about it.
Yeah, Quad really wasn't very good. But I'm not going to read too much into it in his first, like, LCS games. Flowers is a good stream. That's fine, but he doesn't do it very much.
Kind of fun, Flowers. Every game was different. Every game was unique in its own way. First one, absolute slobber knocker. Going back and forth, 42 minutes almost.
Did Riot allow them to make their own content? Many years ago, they couldn't have YouTube channels. That was a long time ago, though. These guys have, for almost 10 years, been able to make their own content. Like, why aren't they co-streaming other regions? You know what I mean? It's mind-boggling. Whatever. Doesn't affect me. I just think it's stupid. All right, KT versus D+.
To make sure nobody ever forgets that Pyosik played 2 games of Rammus.
All right, guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom. We'll be back.
spring. Yeah, and Lucid is basically like just playing Lee Sin Vi. He's just kind of
top team in this draft. The Senna is on a band instead of the Rumble here, so we might have that handshake once again. It's up to D+.
It really is up to them. The Corky also, you know, kind of
Garner, because you already have the click away.
Oh.
Oh, right. Sorry, guys. I muted my mic. There we go. So basically, like, why are we first? What is this? Really? What? I don't know about that one, Chief.
BDD's Talia, which is a strong move here, though.
That is very, very smart. It was banned all 3 games in the first series. At this point in time, just throwing it out there as it is still.
Yeah, what patch is KT? Look, I saw casting in his first series. He was like not very interesting. I don't know. Does anybody know why Perfect was benched? So we just give over Skarner to Leah. Okay. And we take Sejuani. The Rumble's up.
Like KT usually would be looking for something with the permafrost, but they will lock it just the same here. So
Good night,
Rumble,
the Desert Bunny.
answer to
I'm sorry
this
that
is
I
Skarner.
tainted
Now,
my
with the
shawarma with
top
avocados,
lane,
but I want you to
open
know
up stuff
it was
like Yone
delicious.
Mid, for example, even though the Tristana is banned, Corki is still very viable, will likely get banned here. So I'm curious how KT is going to really shape up the second part of this draft, as it looks like grabbing an engage support here before all of those.
We're just going to take the Poppy because we see Callista and Kapapi would be banned, so love this.
Not only Talia,
Rumble
but also
Sejuani,
Poppy.
powerful for ganks.
These days,
Banning Renata Glass, banning Rel, so they're banning Engage champions to follow up on Sejuani Engage.
several times with the
We have Corky.
Sejuani lock in here. It's got a lot of great permafrost synergy. Can be very strong into the Talia, but again, another
BDD Yone. Has he ever played Yone before? Interesting. Well, this is just wrong because he can't have lost 5 games, BDD. Okay, he has played 8 games of Yone in his career. I guess he played 1 game. No, that was, when did he play last year? Played 4 games last year. He actually was 4-0 last year. All right, fair enough. I don't remember that.
So very risky, and if you go in and the shot comes through,
It could be Rumble support Yone top. That's true.
If you just put your hand over the D+ draft, you're like, well, this looks quite nice.
Yeah,
but if you remove your hand away, you're like, ooh, I'm not sure about that.
At this point, it's like, okay, well, we've already given over these 2 insanely good picks. Let's just commit even combo with the Callista.
All right, Nico. It's probably Nico's support, but this is a confusing draft, right? Because it could be Nico mid, Rumble support, Yone top. It could be Nico support, Yone mid, Rumble top, right? So you don't actually know where anything is going right now.
This feels very experimental for KT. Like once the Poppy came through, I think they were like, oh, I guess we do it anyways. Let's limit test this, and if we add more and more engage options, maybe one of them will.
We'll play bot lane, Corky. Okay.
Everything. And
You know, they could have potentially put the Corky mid. I don't think you wanted to do that, but you could have gone like Corky mid, Talia jungle, Poppy support, and then like pull out some weird.
Yeah, I could have done that.
The final slot.
That's true, Valdez. They could have done that.
Also, like not impossible, but
Poppy support would be pretty interesting into the Callista. So it is going to be just the Nico support, though. So that's the Kyria special. And they took away the other forms of like follow-up engage with, you know, by banning out champions like Rel.
Anyway. And
So they take Nico for follow-up engage instead.
Would have been disastrous.
Nico very annoying in lane early, though. Very powerful 2v2. The Hail of Blades on Callista.
That's going to be a ward dropped here in the river for KT, so see they're lurking around. Have the heal for Barrel and give some additional movement speed, as yeah, that's how this goes. We are still lurking.
Yeah. Just a bunch of lurkers on the rift.
Hope they have detection.
Wow.
It's funny because both Wolf and Valdez used to be StarCraft casters. Talking about needing detection for lurkers. I love it. Sure, it flies over
Well, this will allow
99% of the heads of the audience who are listening to this game.
Not without sacrifice here, as this is great for Lucid, but not so great for aiming. And hard push bottom and crash this wave in, so it's not without sacrifice here.
So they
This is
basically
great.
are. So I think what's going on here is they know they're getting zoned off this wave anyway. So they push in so that there isn't a possibility that there's going to be a turret dive level 3. Because if Sejuani clears out bot side and then dives, so by doing it this way, they're able basically to control the tempo of the game. They'll still catch this wave
For aiming,
underneath their own turret.
and
It's very annoying to play against that duo early, but now they can double back.
it is
Try and torture this Poppy.
He is going to smite it, but he knows he is in a really rough spot and will accept his defeat.
So it's a good move, though.
Buckler picked up. He's going towards the turrets. He is going to flash in between. He's
Oh my God, he lives?
trying to escape here. And you know what? I mean, oh no,
Blast
not the blast cone. Not the blast cone. Don't do it to me. Lucid still.
He's going all the way through top lane?
Have his W. And Piozic is going all the way around, but Lucid
What
is
a hero.
and now he's just gonna
Lucid,
start his
balls
move.
of
Are you
steel.
kidding me?
He's gonna get away with now a very expensive move here. He loses flash near.
Oh my God, he actually gets the blue buff, too. That is crazy. Lucid has
Level 2 was aiming.
gigantic balls.
But, yeah, Lucid's just going to start this one up. And, I mean, Piozic might have just assumed he got into a brush somewhere and backed, but this is about to get really
This is crazy.
insane once again. And Piozic gonna see his blue buff going.
Dude, he's like, what the fuck, dude? That guy actually had the balls at 1 HP to do my blue buff.
Kellen might be in a little bit of trouble. Does get rended, but at the end of the day, it's still a good trade.
Dude, Kleos
Man.
to Lucid. Damn, that is some big balls jungle
I
play.
don't think level 2 Sejuani
I don't
can
think
really
so.
fight 1v1.
Now,
but
he's at less than half
Uh-oh.
of his level 2. He might be in trouble as well.
Lucid has smite, and so Lucid holds on to his buff. Now,
Piozic is game over, man.
Piozic doesn't have a buff.
He doesn't have a buff. He's got
He actually got
money,
quad
no
buffed.
money.
Because he went up and he did Raptors instead.
Able to get off with the roam down here.
are we gonna see a Corki gank in this game as well?
Yes. The answer is yes.
What universe are we living in right now? Oh, that we've seen, it's not good. He's
I mean, to be fair, he just got
Piozic is
he got Giga Brained by Lucid.
2.5 camps.
Yeah, he.
Why would Lucid stay and do that? It's such a psychotic move. I love it.
You know, consolation Krugs. So it's what happens. And
Consolation.
oh no, they really did it to him. They really did it to him.
This is, of course, your very standard.
It's like starts enemy Raptors, goes enemy red, enemy blue, own red,
Poppy.
and his blue is still up.
Enemy Raptors into red buff
I mean-
into enemy blue buff.
The craziest thing about all of this too, and the decision for Lucid to come back in there and take that blue buff.
Somebody who's ready with that graphic, respect, dude. Or not OGN, Korea. I mean, it is OGN. It's literally a bunch of former OGN people that Riot hired. But LCK production unrivaled.
He just
That's so
had
funny.
The ultimate nerves, and he was like, "I'm flash this."
I did see their announcement though before the season that they, are doing more jungle heat maps and like cool jungle early pathing stuff. So that's great. Really like that addition.
Game started and where they were pathing and where they started, so he could have reasonably sussed that out. But he took a huge risk. It pays off massively here.
LCK production is so on point though, best in the world, hands down.
Hold up.
If they would stop playing replays at the stupidest time, it would be great. That's my one complaint, really. It's like the timing of replays.
Come out early from Lucid, and the Dragon is going to push him away. So, yeah, not able to deny that. But Piozic does have to flash to survive, and he's still down a level and like 5 camps at this point.
Yeah, Crab's gonna go over to Lucid here as well. We'll clear up some vision. And we could be living in a world where Lucid's wrist doesn't pay off, or he doesn't flash as perfectly and he dies, and it's the exact opposite scenario, and we're not saying phrases. BDD misses the ult.
Yeah, just flashing from Showmaker, and now we got Lucid looking to get over the wall. You can see Showmaker trying to push. And let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, BDD no ult. BDD has flash though.
Here we go.
Okay, Hex Flash
Here we go. Hex
on the
Flash
wave.
wall.
Nice,
BDD.
nice, nice, nice.
The W W comes down. Yeah, he's just gonna.
All right,
flash
forces
away,
flash.
and that is another summoner taken away from the members of KT by Lucid.
And Lucid, this early game, I mean, we didn't see as much dominance from Lucid.
They considered firing everyone and maybe putting some tweets up.
We told a lot of tales, by the way. We got
Maybe they
Dale.
should.
He is just in so much trouble. Casting is going to flash, though, and he does get away. But, man, that's the worst scenario against a Skirmish.
This is the most action with no kills I feel like I've ever seen.
But great. That's awesome.
Just going back to the Lucid point here, he has been so fan. Okay,
no Lucid point, Wolf. No Lucid point. Barrel's dead. Okay,
Barrel's walking into a brush.
Goes to Kellen.
Just going back to the Lucid point here, he has been.
But what if we just walked in here when Leona was here and then got E'd?
But
Great. That's awesome.
Just going back to the Lucid point here, he has been.
So they actually see each other with the lens.
No Lucid point, Wolf. No Lucid point. Barrel's dead.
So that's when the E comes through.
Blood goes to Kellen, and Deft has to flash away as well. Barrel not having his flash. Okay. Okay. All right. Surely there's no more action.
I mean, I'm looking around the minimap.
Are they gonna dive him?
Digon to LCK was unexpected. Maybe for you. I've known about that for like 6 months.
So.
Just took forever to get his visa.
That's a little unfortunate, but Deft likely would have been okay. Has cleanse, of course, but won't have to use it. But Lucid's early games, okay, when he has pressure and his pathing, some of the intelligence decisions he's made in challengers, especially on, AP junglers and fast farming junglers have been so good. I feel like we didn't get to see that much of it when he was on Sejuani and Maokai every game in spring season. But you give him even the Poppy in this case, and his team plays around the deny of Pioshik early, flash out, etc. He handled that situation so brilliantly.
Yeah.
And I'm really loving to see him actually finally get to showcase some of his early game potential here against a strong team like KT.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, this is what we were talking about before the game started, as now he's going to knock the Sejuani into the wall. W comes down, and you know what? Pioshik is just dead. He doesn't have his flash.
Like KT.
Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, this is what we were talking about before the game started, as now he's going to knock the Sejuani into the wall. W comes down, and you know what? Pioshik is just dead. He doesn't have his flash, and Lucian still has his. He gets away. BDD not able to punish in this 3v3. Barrel's still here. He's going to keep Kellen around, as Deft is trying to help out, but at the end of the day, it's just a kill here, and now the wall's going to come down. Barrel has to flash away him. Barrel's still here. The wall, W comes down, and you know what? Pioshik is just dead. He doesn't have his flash, and Lucian still has his. He gets away. BDD not able to punish. Started as
really loving to see him actually finally get to showcase some of his early game potential here against a strong team like KT.
yeah, no, it's great. I mean, this is what we were talking about before the game started. As now
Misses Z, but they still get the body slam into the wall. So Leona E misses, but still get the kill. Flash out of BDD ult.
Not able to punish in this 3v3. Barrel's still here. He's going to keep Kellen around, as Deft is trying to help out, but at the end of the day, it's just a kill here, and now the wall's going to come down. Barrel has to flash away himself, as Lucid's like, come on, guys, let's just do the dragon instead.
They tend to have him during spring split, but Visa delayed it. Yeah, I don't think at the start of spring, but they definitely wanted him earlier than they got him.
Been able to really put the pressure on the aiming or Kellen at all. They've kind of been forcing them out of lane.
And it wasn't any kind of like, Visa incompetence. It was just took a while for the Korean government to process it.
Doesn't have ult, doesn't have flash, doesn't have any agency, and that's just going to go the way of D+, here. First dragon of the game. Going back to this moment here. Thinks he is okay.
Like, we don't actually need this replay, you know what I mean?
But guess what? There's no vision.
This replay is not super important at all.
Side of the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And that's where a lurking Leona is.
Kellen has been doing a lot of lurking Leona.
This replay kind of isn't important either.
Played here, but Lucid does hit the corner of the wall. Nice flash away from BDD. And they just don't have the firepower to really trade back.
Yeah. Good shove from Showmaker.
How's my goat Pioshik doing? Nobody tell him, chat.
Same time in this lane. Hasn't been able to punish BDD. BDD just handled all of this pressure really well, all things considered. Finally, Deft is trying to do a thing in the bottom lane.
Deft doesn't have flash.
Because I replayed it for myself 4x each? No, it's because those plays are not actually super important to watch replays of. But they choose a lot of not important replays, and then they like miss stuff that happens.
Over to D plus Kia. That one going over to the corner.
Who's casting? Valdez and Wolf.
Running circles around KT. This is just gonna hold him. And Showmaker sacrificing more minions here. Doesn't have his teleport.
Oh, casting is in the player. He is the KT challenger player who they put into mid lane instead of Perfect for some reason at the start of this split. I mean, he's been like not great, at least in their first series.
Trying to trade it back.
He's got flash though.
Yeah, and this is Skarner, and the ult is just gonna
Oh.
sail wide. Pioshik trying to get on in there onto Lucid, but it is stunned to come down actually underneath the turret. But
Oh.
Lucid gonna go down with just the flail.
They're loose plates in mid though.
Yeah, you could see Kellen headed to mid lane. Perhaps thought maybe you'd have to go topside to cover if they wanted to go for a second dive. But with all their tools used and no more buttons left, Kingen should be.
Dude, I am not a KT fan this year. I hate this iteration of KT. I hate them. I hate Pioshik. I hate what they did. I'm a Gen G fan. My guy Keen is over on Gen G now. Perfect is not feeling well. They say it in the next game. Oh, okay.
Actually, they just took casting and tied him to the back of a train, dragged him across the tracks, man.
It's a lot of interactive gameplay there.
A pull into a pull.
Into a push.
Yeah.
Into a knockup.
Now,
It's like a cheat code or something.
clean here from BDD at near max range to set this one up with Pioshik. Pioshik will get the final hit there, so sadly for BDD, the kill doesn't go to him, but still a trade back of some kind, but it is not enough to say this game is anywhere near even. Still 20 CS up, Lucid in this game, significantly ahead on farm.
Watch KT have their best run in years after Monty says, I hate KT. There is no danger of that with this roster. Barrel and Deft are like mega washed. The only good player on this team is BDD, and Perfect was looking better.
Yeah.
But really, why did BDD get put in DRX prison?
How many times? Okay, well, the Impale is going to miss this time. Kingen a little bit unfortunate on that one. The angle a little bit strange, I suppose. But yeah, at the same time, they were thinking about going down towards the bottom side.
I missed last year's KT, guys.
Not elect to do that. But yeah, really the only reason KT is close to them in gold is because BDD is so far.
The one assist now, the bounty though is going to be things around in a major way if D+ opt in and they end up winning that. Some first strike gold is going over to casting here. Despite being killed earlier and forced to lose his flash, for example, he is putting the pressure on with Rumble quite well. Barrel coming up here now too as they look to swamp lanes. Casting has the teleport to go back.
Skarner is a cool champ. Yeah, I agree.
And you can see
He's fun to play.
Some decent amount of damage. Deft just going to show up, and everybody is here. Kingen just going to immediately dash away.
Should just
get
be
out of dodge.
The TP to bottom now here.
Let's say the owners of Riot got Thanos flashed to another universe and you were appointed CEO. What would your first changes be? Well, you know, I think it's really telling that as soon as the former chief financial officer, CFO, becomes CEO, they start cutting all of their costs. Like they lay off, you know, all these people, hundreds of people. You know, they cut esports budgets. They have a $500 RE skin. Like they're clearly very focused on the bottom line right now, despite the fact that I'm sure they have plenty of money, right? So, I mean, I would just focus more towards player experience, which supposedly is Riot's mission. I mean, that if you go to their offices, it's like everything on the wall is like the most player-focused company in the world. They've never been that, by the way, but they're even less that now.
They still lose a majority of this turret and lose the dragon. Depto's going to get that turret no matter what. Barrel?
Just impaled the clone.
Top side, like they still lose a majority of this turret and lose the dragon. Depto's gonna get that turret.
Kingen got that Nico clone, you know.
Barrel? Kingen just impaled the clone. But Barrel is in a lot of trouble. And,
No, he's not.
He's just gonna run away.
Yeah, he used two summons though.
That's fine.
It happens, okay.
Second Drake though, pretty good.
Gets red buff, it's fine.
Nothing ever happened with an Ocean Soul with top lane Skarner. He definitely doesn't become more unkillable, right?
The two of them can do this pretty quickly, and Pioshik is rotating over with the smite, so they will get away with this in turn, but We're a bit disappointed that the call for casting was to buy Leandri's and then just walk back bottom, and they never contested the Drake Prio whatsoever and just let the turret plates go. And now aiming is in position to just take the whole thing out, so we'll still get the gold anyways. Not first brick, as you mentioned, but still, I feel like if casting had just teleported bottom and ulted the wave, then could have actually just been fine. And they would have saved a lot of grief, but he wanted to get the Leandri so badly, but hasn't utilized it at all. Being very critical here, but I think KT had an opportunity to turn that into more than what they got. And they have, with that play though, equalized the gold, taken a slight lead, in fact.
BDD back with a bounty, this time larger than
Yeah.
before. 200 extra gold if you take down BDD right now, who has 1 assist. You know, the way it's calculated. The teams are relatively close. He is very far ahead in farm.
Ghoshik actually has bounced back in farm.
The top lane also going pretty well for casting in terms of farm, especially because Kinga was just pushed off of a turret. He didn't get to farm much himself. This Rift Herald that was secured by KT going to be thrown in mid. This isn't at a Drake timing or anything like that, but they would love to take down this tier 1.
Yeah, it would be massive. A lot of damage done to aiming there as well. Good poke coming through.
Equalizer going to hit him. Oh, that knockback nearly catches barrel. Probably would have meant his demise, but he does survive.
Have to kind of build Kalista like this with lethal tempo being out of the game now. And the poke is coming through.
It's not just that lethal tempo's out of the game. It's just impossible, like, to do a lot of damage as Kalista with the current meta. Sustain damage, like on-hit damage in fights, because you just don't get enough autos off. And, like, how are you going to get autos off with a Poppy on the enemy team? You can't position in a way where you're going to get a bunch of them off. So you have to, like, even if lethal tempo is still in the game, you still have to build lethality in most instances, I think.
Individually valuable, don't really threaten KT in a way where it's going to force them to take a fight they don't necessarily want to, or if it's bad game state, bad prio, you know, they feel like they have to opt in. So things have looked a lot better for KT in these last 5 minutes.
Barrel just out in the middle of nowhere trying to get some deep wards in. That's a free kill. Goes over to aiming.
Caster curse.
Not sure what the idea that was there, but yeah, kind of unfortunate. Didn't have any prio in mid, so it's kind of the biggest issue.
Denver or Salt Lake City? Denver, hands down. That's where I'm going to be moving to eventually.
In general.
Salt Lake City
Doing the Raptors, by the way.
sucks compared to Denver. I don't even know what to tell you. Like, how is that even a, like, unless you're Mormon, which I'm not.
All alone here. He does have flash and cleanse, but yeah, they're just gonna leave that one as the teleport does come in from BDD, and now try to Showmaker, who is in a lot here. He does have flash and cleanse, but yeah, they're just
All right, Blue is cleanse on the dive.
as the teleport does come in from
Showmaker
BDD.
takes
Now
a tower
trying
shot there.
to Showmaker,
Oh, he
who
misses
is in a lot of
W.
trouble, but the rest of KT trying to close the yeah, they're just
Barrel's
gonna
ult is
leave that one
fucking
as
so
the teleport
bad.
does come in from BDD, and now trying to Showmaker, who is in a lot of trouble, but the rest of KT trying to close the distance and get in. They finally take out Showmaker, and now Kellen kind of left on his lonesome. Lucid,
I feel like this is probably the best chance we're going to see, though,
this is a great fight for KT.
this
They
game.
turned it around
But they did get 2 flashes. They got aiming's flash there, which might help again in the Soul Point fight.
As Kingin, if you have the follow-up instantly, it's much easier, but Deft had cleanse. He also had flash. He has a turret still standing there. Very difficult to pull that one off as tanky as Skarner is there. They just set up a scrappy fight that with a Yone Rumble composition and casting.
Have to choose between either of those cities for work? Dude, choose Denver. All right, that's not even a question.
It didn't need to be forced. Like
Salt Lake City it also is like in a depression, and so the air quality gets very bad there at times.
Trying to do it is King just couldn't resist the opportunity.
And you get good skiing in Denver too, or good snowboarding in your case. And Denver's just a much better city. It actually has alcohol and things to do in it. And, you know, if you're Mormon, then I'm sure Salt Lake City's great. If you're not Mormon, what's the point?
With the rocks, he can get away. And now things get really dicey because the Rumble's already teleported in. BDD kind of misses everything, but he does enough damage here. Equalizer gets layered through. This ends up being a huge win here for the side of KT. No way for Kellen to realistically get out of this one. Great re-engage here from BDD. At least Lucid can knock the support away.
House cost of living in Denver, how much is a 2,000 square foot house? I don't know. Like 500,000, 600,000 probably. Denver's just a cooler city, man. I don't know what to tell you. Although Salt Lake City is getting better because there's a lot of tech startups in Salt Lake City now.
Did actually go the way of KT, so That's going to feel pretty good after all, especially right before the streak.
I don't find the Mormons particularly exciting, however.
Seven
So
for the supports. Kellen looking for an angle as the banana brush control held by 3 wards, 2 of them control wards here by the side of DK. KT desperate to try to get some vision in here, but not able to do so just yet. Although Kellen is going to be rooted up here. He doesn't have the help of his team right now. He has to flash away.
good place to raise kids. Yes. I'm from Fort Collins, Colorado, which is about an hour north of Denver. And I'm literally going to move my family to Denver when we're done being in Korea. So, yes.
Showmaker did a lot of damage during
Everybody's fleeing California, dude. California sucks. Basically, for the price that I sold my house in LA, you know, I can buy like a 5,000 square foot house in Denver. It's so ridiculous. Also, you have a lot less taxes. You know, you're not paying 10% state tax. It's like 4% in Colorado. And cost of living in general is so much cheaper. Gas is so much cheaper. Holy shit. Gas is like half price compared to Los Angeles.
Spreading themselves out here. They don't absolutely need the hard force for this. They already have a 2 Drake lead. Got to be so wary of the Nico engage. Kellen.
Oh, barely. He has to flash away from that one, and it might work out for him, though. But we got a lot of different angles coming in on this.
Desperately trying to stop the soul point, and Pyosik actually smites while he's getting Poppy ejected, which means that Lucid just gets it for 100% free. Okie dokie. What? Pyosik, buddy, why would you smite? And then they just walk into a 2-man Skarner ult. Lucid actually just running this game.
Really nice trap set there by Kingen. If they try to push on him, he has that defensive capability or he can turn it around. They don't get a kill, but they will be able to with that exchange.
Like, I'm fine if a state wants to tax me 10%, but like, can I have some good schools and not a giant homeless problem and public transportation, please? It feels like you just get taxed and it doesn't do anything in California. That's the problem. Like, all of those things are better in Colorado. Dude, watch this. Guys, watch this. Pyosik, while he's flying, smites. Look at this. So is it 2,200? And he's flying, and he's flying, and he's flying. And there's his smite right there. That blue beam is his smite. And BDD is just in the pit. Remember, Def doesn't have any spears in this Drake. So what happens is it has to get down to 800 HP, and Lucid just walks up and smites it. What?
And then Kingen, they're like, maybe we can push him. Like, you know, he's all alone. Aiming can't rotate over here. Oops, we're impaled.
Yeah. Speaking of which, oops, we are knocked into the wall as trying to dive here. BDD's going to go down. Casting surely gets this kill, right? Okay, he is going to pick up the kill, but now TP coming in.
Showmaker's Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, Showmaker definitely going to try to punish this one. The equalizer is pretty good. Seismic Shove is going to get some damage in, but this is a Rumble making things pretty spicy as now we got more action as Pyosik was going in there to try to save him. I don't even know, guys. Pyosik's just going to go down. It's a double kill for aiming. And now 4 versus 2. They could look for the Baron. We have seen some very aggressive Baron calls in recent times, but they're not going to go for it. Probably the right call.
Yeah, I mean, we got to make a nickname for this series now. Is it the KT Kia Derby? Like, this is actually just too much for me, Valdez. Like, this game is so scrappy. It's so crazy. It's non-stop action. It's not calculated. It's all limit testing. It's constantly... you know, just basically stats checking, hands checking, non-stop. You have this trade coming to the Showmaker teleports over. Good play by King to at least trade the kill back. But
what the heck was going on in this bot lane?
Holds his own, but Showmaker has Seraphs, and he doesn't take that much damage from the equalizer. The scrap shield is not enough, and Pyosik was coming over to try to save the play. A bit optimistic, I think you could say.
A little bit.
Especially considering he is on the Sejuani. So he just ends up being an additional kill that's picked up, and yeah. I mean, KT Ocean Soul here for the side of D+.
Ocean Soul's so huge for this Skarner too.
And also, you know, post
also Warmog's Leona.
That could be quite valuable for D Plus's relatively tanky composition is to be respected by KT. Kellen is very tanky, has Aftershock and Eclipse.
Eclipse, Aftershock, the Celestial opposition. I mean, it's basically like you got to chew through 4 different things if you ever want to try to kill Leona. It is quite strong nowadays. And, well, casting is now pushing once again. He doesn't have BDD to dive any turrets, so perhaps for just a moment, we'll have, you know, maybe a couple of seconds to breathe.
I would like to have one real 5v5 team fight. You know, Valdez gets to have his play-by-play. We get to see maybe a big Yone ult, maybe some equalizer layering instead of just constant scrappy.
All right, here we go. We're just going to skip forward to this Drake fight. We got to get through these games, and nothing's going to happen. Here we go.
Yeah, and BDD is their most
9 seconds left.
He's already taken some damage as Pioshik. He's just going to send it into...
Lucid actually doesn't get the stun on Pioshik with his E there. Misses his ultimate because BDD swapped back, flash in. But they only get the Poppy, so Poppy just actually tanked all that damage. Kellen's just on the flank, but he's Leona, so he doesn't die.
A nice chunk of damage still done to him. As Kingen still looking for his angle. So many low health bars here between the two teams.
All right, Lucid.
Kellen just using Warmogs to heal up right now.
A bit optimistic though, as BDD coming back in, looking for an angle to line up.
That Warmog's actually huge. He actually just straight up heals back to full. Look at that.
Like in a straight up 5v5, it is difficult to make this work. Into this fight and then knock back into the knock of the wall, and you just don't get to play work.
So he R's into E.
Into the knock of the wall, and you just don't to make this work. Into this. We talked about this.
It's actually well played by Kingen here, because they use the W stun to get the into the just the E down. It wasn't R actually. It was just his E. So I still have Impale too. Nice E by Leona. Warmog's actually kind of crazy. They can heal you back up that fast after nearly dying.
To the face, and down will go the Yone, and King is looking for more, gets a couple of flashes with this Impale, but the fight is not done. They're still going in. They're still looking for more blood. DK can't get enough.
So solo right now, Lucid is taking the dragon. It does go over. And look for a reset here and then go straight to the Baron. Aiming just going to take out the Scuttle Crab here. They have Ocean Soul, so Aiming, even though he lost a little bit of his health bar, will now get a lot of that back significantly as he takes out the Crab.
Normally my hatred for KT is directed at Beryl being an awful player, but by God, I hate Pioshik. Me too, Avalon Blue. Me too. Dude, him smiting while he's being ejected is so ridiculous.
I mean, it all starts off in fights like this where you're walking into so much engage. If BD loses a ton of health, there's just not much you can do. Then you follow up, and then this moment here where you see the equalizer drop, it's like, okay, everybody loses a lot of their health on the side of D+. They already have a little bit of ocean healing, but that's not really the difference maker here. It's just the follow-up.
Kellen, look at his 72, 72, 72. He just heals all the way back up to full. He heals like 2,000 HP over the course of this fight.
This one, and Pioshik just completely shoved in. And everyone's kind of walking in one by one, and the only engage they have left is BDD's ult, but he's half health, so he can't use it. And D+, they've got a full tank of gas in terms of going in, and they're going to keep doing it.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this might just turn out to be one of those games where the draft doesn't really matter when it really should have, just because it's been
got
so
2 flashes there too for his ult, for Skyner ult.
But you can just see some of the stuff we were talking about, like BDD does not have...
What do you think about Lucid? I mean, he's had his ups and downs, but he looks really good this game, and like I think on average he's been getting better. I think he had a pretty strong debut, and his teammates were really bad, and like obviously D+'s shot calling was super bad. So Showmaker ended up being like the best player in spring. I'm not really sold on aiming, but it does feel more like an aiming meta right now. Aiming is just such a high resource 80 carry that you need to get into like a big 80 carry meta, I think, for him to be the most effective. Like, he takes like 30% of his team's gold. So if he's not on like big scaling carries, he's just not very helpful. And D+'s shot calling was honestly miserable. I think Kellen is the biggest problem with this team, honestly.
Push the issue. There's other ways those ults are back up. He's not going to do it to you, Valdez.
I mean, he might. I don't know. Based on what I've seen in this game.
He's all right. Don't worry. Valdez, calm down.
Okay.
It's almost over, Valdez. The first one, like
The first
there's no more crazy.
of 3.
Look, just 2 more, buddy. Oh my, we'll get through.
Yeah. Well, generally these games also go to like 50 minutes long, so
I know the game state right now is telling me this one's not, but yeah, we'll probably get one.
it probably shouldn't. I'll just say that. Yeah, they're being pushed out of here, and with, you know, I mentioned before, the flash hit with the impale. Where did it go? And now a massive counter engage comes in.
Beryl just finally gets a nice engage, but it just doesn't matter because they're so tanky.
But that might just be it.
They have Ocean Soul as well.
That goes into them. Kingan's so tanky, Kellen's so tanky, aiming, still full health, still pushing into the base. And it was a fantastic counter engage, but not quite enough money to get the job done, especially without death.
Yeah, and now with no equalizer, I think D+ could just escort this next wave with the super minions here and look to start chipping away. 25 seconds on BDD, but he won't have his ultimate. Same to be said of Barrel when he respawns. I think this should be the beginning of the end.
Well, they're going to dive a Sejuani under Nexus turret, so it's looking just
Nice
like
Eon
these.
too.
Down
I mean,
will
this
go
Rumble was pretty useless.
And down will go casting, and down should go these Nexus turrets. It was a very insanely scrappy game.
Corky might be where some of those media votes are going because it was a scrappy game. It's hard.
All right, let's get into game 2. Oh, we're going to... KT, you're going to take Skarner first, right? No!
All right.
Well, Skarner Poppy.
Skarner.
Talia. This is going to be Talia Poppy again. Why not just run back the draft, right?
Yeah.
The crowd is going
Literally
wild
the same
with
game,
this
okay.
one. They banned the Vi. They banned the Maokai. The guy's already picked up a POG on
Guarantee.
Rel. It's literally the same bands.
and the one again, right? And
Lucian, Zaris are just going to take... Is this literally the same draft?
Yone.
Except for Jace.
It doesn't inspire confidence into the front line.
All right, so this could be a few different things. Again, it might be mid lane Nico this time. I'm hoping this is mid. Because BDD famously doesn't play Jace. He's played one Jace game his entire career. This is top. And this is support. Right? We're hoping that's the case.
Line of Poppy Skarner, with lethality being the primary build
At
already
least
on
it
the
has
Callista.
range.
I mean, and Leona as well, which you knew was coming.
Yeah.
So now you're playing lethality Jace, lethality Callista into Skarner, Poppy, Leona. This is some of the most questionable drafting I've seen.
Nah, I hate it. I hate it for KT. What the fuck, man?
Absolutely. It's kind of hit.
If there is a different
Who's Jung or Young Hyuka? Who's Young Hyuk? Whose name is that?
early game, if we could see the Callista get advantage bottom lane, the same possible win early game.
It says
if we could
Yoshi.
see the Callista
Well,
get
this is
advantage
somebody's
bottom lane,
name.
the same force of the square win
I don't know who
conditions we
Young
talked about
Hyuk
in
is,
game one
though.
do
Maybe it's
exist.
casting.
And if Showmaker can't have the same impact early, where
Deft
Swapping waves
Pentakill.
getting massive exists here.
Let's find out. The top one of the rifts. Here we go, game number 2. And
Or maybe it's Lucid.
I mean, as the KT
I'll look
coaching
up
staff,
Lucid's
maybe you
name.
Still feel okay with what you had, and you just say, "Don't let Lucid take 3 buffs."
Oh, Young Hyuk is Lucid. Yeah, that's his name. His name is Chae Young Hyuk. So that's
Maybe
Lucid.
things go
I don't know what the
normally
Yoshi
way
thing is, though.
planned before the series, perhaps we get a better game state.
I mean, they could have just banned the
So
Twitter
this
instead of
is
the
literally,
Tristana.
I think this
Entire
is
game
literally
completely different
BDD's second Jace game ever because he played it in summer last year. And it was his first time ever playing that champ. I'm looking it up. He has 2 Jace games. So yeah, it was that was his first Jace game was last year. He did play it well, to be fair. I remember that game. Or he played 2 Jace games last year. He played 2 Jace games last year and 1 this year. But this was his first time ever playing Jace, which is crazy for a mid laner.
draft, right? But they opted into this. You think about other, picks.
But he did look good on Jace.
There weren't that many left. The Corky's taken away, right? I mean, you're not playing Kiana into this, so you don't want that. What do you? about Jace struggling to tank, so Jace can actually have a little bit of a better time in this lane. The range issue that
Our student pilot in Denver.
pointed out earlier
Very
in terms
good.
of what Talia can struggle with. Jace can get some advantages here, can get some prio, can keep Showmaker down so he can't make those high impact plays. So in terms of what he offers you in the lane, because we've been mostly talking about team fights.
How are you enjoying Denver, Achilles
He's
Reel?
quite strong, so there is that, and we'll see what he can make happen with this pick here in this early game.
I'll be out there in a year or two.
Fantastic Jace player in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And in terms of, you know, being able to poke them down, being able to take better states of the game without getting necessarily into the grasp of Skarner, Poppy, Talia, this does round out that comp in that direction.
Running out of organs to pawn for rent.
See how it does go. Kingen has looked great.
Could be worse. You could be in California.
Remember, you know, in the first series, DK versus Home Life Esports, I'm like, Skarner's in the meta, the new Skarner. This feels like the perfect champ for Kingen because it's really solid laning, has a ton of CC, gameplay, you know, playmaking kind of style. That feels like right up Kingen's alley, and so far he has looked very good on it. I feel like it's hard to not look good on Skarner, though,
Yeah.
if I do say so myself.
I feel like if it's simple in lane, -1. If it's simple in lane and it can flank, that's the Kingen way, man. He's like, I like the easy lane and I like the flanking. That's what I do. I set up team fights.
But also, it kind of has that Ornn feel, right? Where he would like do the flash ult stuff, and you can kind of do the same thing on Skarner, where you're kind of just running at them.
They're at least able to bully the spot lane this time, and we're not seeing the incredible, lucid, crazy game, early game start that we saw. So much more normal first few minutes of this game.
Because Deft and Barrel had to put out fires through the early game, and then were lit on fire by some really good plays from Showmaker. But this is one of the edges that we were discussing in game one that's coming true here. BDD trying to get some advantages here in lane as well. Like, these are the good parts of this draft, and KT can snowball this game to a point if they win some early skirmishes, get some early Drake control, for example. It's Infernal to start, to where, you know, some of that scaling and some of the later parts of the game and the dash denial doesn't matter as much, as there's already a plate going over to Barrel and Deft. Good CS under turret here so far from aiming, but it's not going to deny the fact that Deft and Barrel are getting some additional income here.
Yeah, Corky pretty good at getting those under turrets, especially the range, because you can Gatling gun the ranged minions.
You live with 8 recently divorced / separated dads. How the fuck does that happen? Or is this a sitcom? Do you live in a sitcom? Dad House, the sitcom.
And had a ward on his red buff just to make sure that he had all his bases covered and he could get at least 1 buff. He does have.
What draft do I like? Oh, DK's hands down. I mean, you have answers for the Callista. I mean, how is Lethality, Callista, and Jace going to do anything into this, like, Leona, Poppy, Skarner frontline late game?
Something's going on
Portal
here.
combat?
Portal combat. Yeah, it doesn't last too long as he's just going to get flashed on him. Perfect. He has aggro on the turret. The flash comes in from Lucid, and that's just first blood. Perfect.
Perfect subbed in this game.
Just gonna get flashed on him. Perfect. He has aggro.
Gets pushed into turret for aggro and just gets double flashed on. Okay.
And you know what? Sometimes you just get skarnered.
Yep.
What else can you say?
I don't care if it's casting. I don't care if it's perfect.
They could just marry each other's ex-wives. Dude, this is actually a fire sitcom idea.
Didn't know that Barrel was in the brush, but
I'm all for Divorced Dad House, the sitcom, where they all start dating each other's ex-wives.
And you want to be putting as much pressure on as the Rumble as possible into the Skarner. But in this
We
case,
listen to nothing but Creed every weekend. What the fuck? How do you find 8 people who listen to Creed? You throw some Nickelback in there too for fun?
We saw the same thing happen to casting just moments before.
This sounds like hell, man.
So, you know, it is going to be not the end of the world, obviously, here, but a great play nonetheless from the plus.
The more you talk about this, the funnier it gets.
Strong zooming in, I think, because no flash for perfect, and Kingen has Impale, and Kingen is certainly threatening to put on more aggro.
He's like, I'm looking for it.
Yeah, barely enough mana to pull that off, actually.
And then the charge here, the buckler damage is enough. Lucid takes the kill. And Kingen is just.
You hear the Nickelback Imagine Dragons mashup album? I would rather die.
Spring as Kingen has really become a little bit more of a shot calling voice. Obviously, if you're the top laner and you're looking for a gank, you have to be, because who else is going to be doing it? But Glad to see the confidence from Kingen in a moment like that.
Look, Taco Nuva 1. I have one life to live, and I'm not spending it listening. And I'm not going to spend any seconds of it listening to Nickelback Imagine Dragons mashups.
He was getting pretty low. Lucid, though, is getting burnt quite a bit by Perfect. And if Perfect wasn't there, maybe they could have turned on BDD, but it wasn't meant to be.
No, not going to happen. Trying to use that pressure maybe to deny some
No.
Lucid, but Lucid is going to be able to get 6 off of these Raptors. Piercic is kind of lurking nearby still, but just too tanky to try to make anything happen. Raptors get taken. He does hit 6. And another thing to keep in mind is that they were not scrimming with casting. We mentioned this at the beginning of the series, so he just kind of came in emergency this week because Perfect has been ill, and
Perfect has been ill. Okay.
Right? And it's a give Skarner.
I was really surprised. I thought Perfect was just getting better as the split went on in spring, so it was weird that he was not starting the split.
Well, he's the one we practiced this strategy with.
Is Monty doing a MILF Manor watch along? What is MILF Manor?
Hasn't.
The issue with this is that now that you've died once,
Dear
and you
Lord.
still don't have your flash, Kingen is holding the lane in the perfect spot. Like you can't get more perfect actually with this lane position. It's right in front of the turret.
They're dating each other's sons. Oh my God!
Look how hard it is for Perfect to get those last hits, and how many are.
What a great idea for a reality show. What a great! That's such a fire idea for a reality show. It's so ridiculous. I love it. I actually respect whoever made that show. That's such a good idea.
Koshik could head up there now that Kingen's ult is down. I don't think he will. There's no jungle up there. On the
It's
top
terrible.
side.
I don't believe you. I think it's actually good.
That much, but a small CS advantage has started to accrue. For
It's actually,
them.
that's such an
It was only
amazing
a
idea for a
one
television
lane, so
show.
I think ideally would have liked to get a little bit more out of this lane, but Aiming and Kellen have played it well. As the observers are just like,
Thank you, Ondrox. 15 months in Tier 1. Thank you.
It's not going to happen again. Come on, Jonas Strong.
You never know.
Check back in about like.
He voted for Skarner in the first game.
It's true. It's true.
He wants to see more.
And no doubt we will, but just not exactly right now. Give it like another minute or so, and those abilities come back online.
Yeah.
I just wonder how they convinced 8 people and
Not
their
really as
sons
much
to do that.
scrappiness as the first game, I guess. Things didn't quite start off with the same gusto as the first one.
Another thing to point out about this Jace situation versus Skarner is that we are seeing Skarner have to itemize magic resistance because he's landing against a Rumble, so it is going to be a while before he ends up...
He is going to scan it, but the knockup comes in into the follow-up from the Talia, and BDD has no...
...resistance because he's landing against a Rumble, so it is going to be a while before he ends up...
Whoops.
He is going to scan it, but the knockup comes in into the follow-up from the Talia, and BDD
Nice
has
mechanics,
no
like good
chance.
synergy there between Lucid and
The only thing
Showmaker.
out of that one is Flash immediately, but he does not, and immediately he goes down.
And they're still going to be able to hold this dragon here.
Pretty late first Drake, though.
Getting picked here. A lot of cooldowns used, namely the Keeper's Verdict, and there's no way to come over and deny, so at least they get this, but great consolation prize here for D+. Fairly late take on this first dragon. Stats going over to the side of D+ here. Next will be Mountain, so we're still not sure, or rather to KT. We still don't know what the soul is going to be just yet. As Depth.
Yeah, that's a nice chunk. In this 1v1, the Corki definitely doesn't want to get quite near the Callista unless he gets the jump on her, even then. So Deft gonna get the jump on him, push him back. He has to go back to base even. So kind of awkward spot there for aiming.
So we didn't see the Zeri.
Would you move back to Fort Collins? No, it's too boring.
Corki similarly has Valkyrie, does have Cleanse. As Deft is like, you want to tango with me, I'll tango with you.
And we're back to the top lane.
I spent the last, basically since I went to college when I was 18, I've spent all my time living in like Seoul, New York City, Los Angeles. I need some semblance of a larger city.
There's nothing like being the one guy who votes for the other thing.
Yeah.
You actually get so upset, and then you're like, you spend the rest of the day talking about it. Like happens in game 1 of a 6-game.
I can't believe everybody voted for everyone else.
And like,
I liked growing up in Fort Collins, and I agree that it's good for families, but I don't have a desire to move back there at all.
That happens to everybody, right? Another plate will go down bottom side. This is BD. Uses his acceleration gate. Speeds himself up. Unfortunately for him,
It's actually such a good play by Lucid and Showmaker.
To get out of this one, as you said, is to instantly flash. Very tough to do so in this scenario, and he might still ultimately go down.
Whoop.
As,
Missed his R.
A little
Rip.
play up there, actually.
Yeah.
But essentially just a trade of flashes.
No impale to connect.
Push coming in here from aiming. I think he just wants to back away. Lucid helping out with that.
Locking down this quirky later on, I was just kind of getting into earlier, is going to be quite challenging. So, you know, aiming's inherent safety. Frontline he is going to be able to do a lot of damage later on. Still needs to be careful in fields. So, you know, this is looking like a real game of.
Skipping forward a little bit.
Nearby though, so potential for some shenanigans up on the top side. Impale is available. Kellen is also making his way up to the top side. As
Please God, nerf this Scar champ. I know, man. It's crazy broken. It's also just boring.
Just back out of this one for now. Lucid's still in a kind of an awkward spot, but he has Kellen nearby, and he is Poppy. So it's a lot of posturing, a lot of looking angrily at each other.
It's
a lot of action.
For D+ is so anti-dive, you know, with the Skarner ult. With
You went to college? Did you go to Colorado State? My dad's a professor there.
And a Poppy, so KT is kind of roaming around looking for an option.
It's been like he's been a professor at Colorado State for 40 years.
Pile onto somebody and look for a pick, so
He's almost retired now.
Activity, but it is so difficult to pull it off. As once again, now heading topside, Lucid is somewhat nearby on red buff.
He's pathing up there as well. I mean, he's going to be on Krugs by the time this hits. And he's already on his way.
We're trying to dive the Skarner with ult up. I think that's a mistake.
In position, but they're not going to overcommit to trying to punish this.
What could be a huge swing of gold. Ooh, nice hit from BDD. Yeah.
A lot less action in this game than last game. Oh. All right, we're about to go into the apocalypse here. Where's the Talia wall? Okay. They're trying to get Deft before he can do anything, but they don't actually get the Poppy W onto him. Whoops. So Lucid goes there. The thing is, he actually walks back away and he gets queued by Pioshik, so he gets pushed back so Deft can start hopping again. And then there's the peeling that's coming out, flash over onto Lucid to secure that kill.
Should be of potential gank, and Deft is just in no man's land, but there's nobody to follow up on Lucid. The double knockup comes in, and now
the Skarner can't do anything.
Just gonna get fates called, and Kellen has to go forward, but to his demise, BDD as well, getting some damage.
Any chance he's a history professor? No, he's a marine biologist. He taught biology. And he ran the honors program.
But it's barrels engaged that ends up being the saving grace here for KT, and Perfect trusts him. He teleports straight into the middle of the fight, which is normally a death sentence for a squishy Rumble. Doesn't have Zonias, doesn't have Arm Guard. BS goes right into the thick of things, knowing that a barrel hits the CC, his equalizer value is going to be massive, and that's going to be a dead Poppy. As soon as they see
Lucid just got in there a little bit too early, and they didn't have the backup. Very nice flash on the ult too, equalizer too, zoning them off. King just can't do anything that whole fight. Coordination's not there. Good TP from BDD too.
A huge win for Perfect as well. They end up picking up the Herald, and 2 kills go over to this Rumble. He's going to be able to now try to follow up on some more CC here once that equalizer is ready. Not ready though for this Dragon.
Yeah. As here we go again, trying to look for a play on a barrel as he will go into clone mode, and he is burning down, but Kellen is going to be the support that goes down, as eventually, so will Barrel. So I suppose worth for DK at the end of the day. Deft and Pioshik taking a big chunk of damage themselves, but with this Rift Herald pressure, and aiming also low, actually, taking a look at him, they might still feel okay.
Yeah, and some of those ults coming back online, Perfect's ult, Pioshik's ult. Barrel has his, but he isn't here as he did burn down to Kellen's Ignite just moments before, but it's really difficult for D+ to fight this unless Lucid gets a big
Do you take me on some diving trips? No, he studies crustaceans. He studies land crabs mostly. I did go on land crab collecting trips to Puerto Rico though, to put crabs in a bucket, which was fun.
They can contest.
But
it.
he studies
Slowly
mostly crabs and
rotate
lobsters.
Perfect in. Barrel's fishing.
Marine biologist in Colorado. Yeah, it is funny.
Looking at the four of them, doesn't really feel threatened as the Skarner, but he might be the one threatening. Gets the flash at a deft. We'll be happy to trade flashes with the 80 carry. But now Impale is down, as is the Skarner flash. KT trying to set up here on this one. Kinging out an awkward spot, but he is baiting out a lot of CC, but the 80 carry. But now
Is this
Impale
just
is
the game
down,
where
as
D
is
Plus
the
gets
Skarner
caught out all the
flash.
time and can't actually
KT trying to
engage
set
as a
up here on
team?
this one. Kinging out an awkward spot,
And
but
Barrel
he
is
baiting out a
actually
lot of CC, but
making
they
this
have
game work.
boodles and boodles
Nice
of
flash by
evidence.
Perfect
KT
to
is gonna go
secure the
down,
kill.
and
Now he can turn on the other flank. Nice equalizer. Perfect is a lot better than casting, turns out.
Now in the bush, Lucid just going to try to get on the run, and he is going to be forced to keeper's verdict, but even the blast cone not going to save you here, buddy. Down he will go, and the boodles and boodles of it as King and his tail is down, as is the Skarner flash. KT trying to set up here on this one. King out an awkward spot, but he is baiting out a lot of CC, but they have oodles and boodles of
They're just getting caught out, and KT's collapsing on that flank every time. Coordination very bad from D Plus this game.
They burned for so long. Now in the bush, Lucid just going to try to get on the run, and he is going to be forced to
What I think about Scout, I mean, he's not good right now. He hasn't been good this year, but I mean, he was great last year.
The Mountain Drake, rather, will go to KT.
BDD surely did send him to the skies on that one with the blast cone there. We'll take him out. And finally, the Dragon goes the way of KT. Drakes individually, as this fight looks so split here for D Plus, and yet they don't want to.
Nice flash by Perfect. He flashes off of the Talia W2. So they just are able to collapse super fast. And Pioshik is the one who's tanking on the backside, so they can't really get any lasting damage or important damage down. Good turn, too.
D Plus just completely out of luck on this one. Lucid trying to stick around and maybe try to split them up with the keeper's verdict, but stays too long and is ultimately taken out by BDD here. As on a knife's edge was that fight, but Barrel's back. He had his ult back up. KT's critical ultimates this time really coming up big into D Plus when they're so split.
Yeah.
I think Scout is quiet quitting this year. Yeah, I think so, too.
See that poke damage is coming in. Aiming has not had a fun time against Callista and Jace. That is one of the champions that you did not list in terms of champs that would love to play into a lot of lethality. The Skarner, loving it. The Leona, great. Sure, Poppy, of course. But Corki.
Imagine having your last year in an illustrious career and you choose to play with Piosuck. Oh, man. I know. I really dislike Pioshik as a player. At least BDD and Perfect are like a pretty good core to build around for KT in the future. They just need to replace all the bums.
His team fights have been honestly very clean. His follow-up on Barrels engaged.
Could have kept Cuz, you know, just could have had Cuz. Why can't we have nice things on KT?
So, with interesting look here as we see a huge wraparound from Kellen. Man, they checked vision, so thought perhaps he was going to come over here to look for a dom.
Imagine being KT and being pitched that you should get the DRX band back together and then agreeing to it. It's so wild to me. It's like, yeah, we should get Deft and Barrel and Pioshik. Yeah, great idea, guys. Really good idea. Surely that will work out well. You didn't even have the piece of the band that made them good, which was Zika.
And Baron was not yet up, so I suppose that was one timing in the game where you could.
Yeah, I do think Scout is quiet quitting, though. I think he wants to come back to Korea. He should have been back on KT like 2-3 years ago. They actually had a deal that got basically canceled because the Chinese kept him, basically.
Now spawn, everyone's rotating over towards it. Perfect has TP, and it's just a fight for vision here. A ton of control ward money tossed into the nether here for D+. They did not have enough prior to hold on to that one. KT definitely feeling really good about the zombie wards and the additional gold.
At 20 minutes into the game. Hey, it's just one of the things we got.
So the poke is getting pretty big now because they have a pretty substantial gold lead, and you know they can play into Soul as well.
The game is still close, but you know the potential for fast objectives, even you know a Chemtech Soul is not that bad, given their comp. I think you know KT in still pretty good control of this game.
Blast cones, by the way, on Chemtech Rift.
Would Scout be better than BDD? I mean, BDD is good. Like, they don't need Scout on this roster, but this is before they got BDD. They tried to get Scout.
Although that equalizer is burning down Showmaker, it's still going to be a kill over to the side of D+.
Nobody knew that Keen BDD roster last year was going to be good because both Keen and BDD looked kind of washed because they were just on terrible teams, and I think they weren't trying very hard. It was they only got better again once they got onto the good iteration of KT.
It looked really hopeless there for the Rumble trying to burn him down.
That was double TP for 1 kill.
Yeah, and you know, obviously Perfect still keeps his. We'll be up in 20. Equalizer's on a very low
But
cooldown.
you know, 2021
is good, but at the end of the day,
or
I feel like a trade up for
2022, I should say, Keen and BDD were really not playing very well.
Baron speed is something that D+ need to respect, and D+ do have great ways to interrupt Barons. So as long as they're in the vicinity of the Baron, I feel like with King's flash up and his ability to go through walls, he can absolutely warp one of those team fights. KT will excel as long as there's not a skarner between Deft and BDD's damage onto aiming. You know, there's a lot of ways to fight for neutral, and D+ are very rapidly losing control of this map. So trying to get that kill on the Rumble feels great money-wise, but it lost them a lot of everything else. Because now you can see Perfect is ready to get top turret.
Oh, look at that seismic shove. Jeez. This is going to be quite a lot. I think it hit a clone, though, and the Sejuani. So at the end of the day, last year, then
Would you rank DK as being the third best LCK team? Probably, although I know Kwangdong fell off a cliff last time, but at least Kwangdong is having a strong start to this split as well.
And that's not going to be a hit here on Adept, who also does have cleanse, so not even going to get the cleanse out of him. And Perfect, as you mentioned, just getting a free turret in the top lane, and now he's going to TP in proactively. He's going to be here on time for the immediate equalizer.
Showmaker's so low, and Weaver's Wall tough to use here.
And he's looking for these picks, but in general, the positioning of KT's tanks is quite good. They're always in the front. They're always absorbing the pressure and the damage.
Kingen does have Impale back, but look at the spread here for KT, and the poke war definitely going their way right now. The Leandri's even on these harpoons coming through, and Jace just constantly hitting those backlines. Now Kingen kind of blocking for him, but there is a limit to how much he can block. And if Barrel finds the ult, that's the end of the fight.
Yeah, you see Barrel always threatening from the top side, aiming even.
Pick up rock, throw rock over and over and over again.
Can always threaten him. They know he's not really in the fight right now, but gonna engage here onto the Skarner, and they have the damage.
I mean, they just engage because they see Corki and Talia go into mid and bot lane, and so they know they have a 5v3. Oh my god, I can't believe he lives. 50 HP.
It's not a kill, but it is a Chemtech trade to KT.
Yeah, and Perfect didn't even use his ult.
Good timing around the waves.
Even approach this pit. It's got choke points covered by Barrel as well. And now it's just going to be BDD heading down to the bottom lane. Now this is Chemtech Soul, so it doesn't matter as much as it could if this was.
Oh, okay. Good job.
Or even Ocean.
Good list.
I think that's the one I missed, but yeah. It is significant still, and you know, D+ not going to get anything cross for this. Lucid is going to be okay here. Pioshik doesn't have his ult back up. I'm so terrified of what Barrel can do with blast cone angles on this Nico. We've seen it so many times from multiple players. We've seen it from Execute, we've seen it from Barrel himself, we've seen it from Showmaker, we've seen it from Canyon.
All right, well, they definitely saw them. They're definitely aware of this. Pioshik trying to pressure here, gonna push them away. Level 7 is Kellen, level 9 for Barrel.
Kingen will have TP up very shortly here. BDD has it already. TP coming in for Showmaker as they start this one up.
Yeah, Kingen doesn't have his TP just yet. He is just running on up.
Very slow to get here though, and Jace can just join at any time.
Yeah, you see that Pioshik does take some damage. It's not very early, but it's still, we're not even past the 30-minute mark right now. It's 25 minutes in, and with the entirety of DK there, as you mentioned before, Wolf, I think that's a bit risky to try to go for that Baron take. Kingen, he's still here by himself in mid, and again, he's 25 minutes in, and with the entirety
He has no E either because he just used his E.
Wolf, I think that's a bit risky to try to go for that Baron take. Kingen, he's still here by himself in mid, and again, he's going to be isolated as the Impale does come in, and he is very difficult to kill, but eventually he will go down as Pioshik does take a bunch of damage in the trade, but they have been very consistently just identifying that they can kill Kane.
Yeah, no, I feel like Hirai and the KT players are going to be like, look, I'll listen to English cast. We're going to have a talk because you guys are like, you can't kill the Skarner. Like, solo killing him and focusing him down.
Has looked much better.
I think if you are a Skarner in this position, knowing that Showmaker has Weaver's Wall, you're extremely tanky, you still feel pretty safe to be out there at this point in time, and you want to maintain some modicum of prio in the mid lane with this Baron.
This game, at least, KT is playing well around pressure, and when they see D+ in the side lanes, actually just making a pick play.
As Kellen is just going to shadow aiming up here.
Also, the Skarner doesn't have a lot of armor yet,
Finally did it 27 minutes into the game, level 8.
which helps because of all the lethality and now armor penetration on the side of KT. Who do you think is going to get pre-presented to the Hall of Legends next, Uzi? It's inevitable. They want to sell skins.
Hiding where they are on the map. Like, aiming, they know you don't have package.
Yeah.
And so the idea was we need to back to defend this mid push.
This Corki build seems abnormal. No, we've seen Opportunity Collector Corki. Lethality Corki's been big.
Because they didn't have any vision really, and then they just didn't get anything done top, nor did they defend the mid turret. So
Yeah. Kellen did, he did not buy any control wards on his back. He's saving up.
he's getting there.
Nice.
Certainly not going to help him too much, and that's kind of how this game is going for KT. They don't use the poke to kill people. They use the poke to force people to come for Leona. They're aiming for the squishies in the back line.
Was that white backs in the minimap nest down Nico? Yeah, it's a bug with Nico's clone.
Become a Warmog's hater overnight, but while like
Imagine the shit show if it's Bjergsen. It's not going to be Bjergsen, guys. They want to sell skins to Chinese whales.
It's not actually in this case.
It would be really good on aiming. How about aiming build?
That's why the Hall of Legends
Then
stuff
when
just
he gets
feels
hit
so
by the
fake.
poke, he can regen. And
But what about when he tries to hurt the other ones? When he tries to click on them, he doesn't do as much.
Because he's just so cynical, based around selling skins. So, not that Bjergsen deserves it, because he doesn't, but one per year so you can sell some skins is just ridiculous. Pioshik will just heal up, though, because he has Warmogs.
Not under the carries, but onto the front line is
Warmog's so good right now.
clean.
Look at that, 94, 94, 94, 94, 94. There he goes. It's all right, let's be back up to 4,000 HP soon. Reasonable.
And again, D+'s comp is much less reliant, on their ultimates. Lucid is the key one that they have. He still has it, the most important one for this fight. KT without those ultimates.
Any Western players that deserve to be in the Hall of Legends? Caps, Perks, maybe Yankos.
Look at Kellen. I don't
But you'll never get that far down the list
About to find out.
Yeah, they know. They even have a ward over the wall.
because it's one per year, so it will never happen.
Jamaica gonna back. He has teleport here, but he's so low. Just needs to TP back in if they're gonna contest this. Is aiming.
This is such a weird spot. I mean, now it's Pioshik and BDD coming over here
And
together.
perfect. Soloing this.
Chemtech Soul. He did it. From ahead, just having that extra damage resist as well just makes it even that much harder. It's just a bunch of extra stats, potentially. As long as that person doesn't get isolated and killed immediately, definitely going to help out in some of these team fights.
I think D+ really kind of didn't know what to do after KT backed off the Baron a little bit there, and they pushed top, but there was nothing to get. They let the Dragon go, and they just gave KT the most valuable resource of all, which is time to get their ultimates back online. Now you got Equalizer back. It doesn't take that long. Equalizer's on a super low cooldown. Beryl has his ult back up again. And now KT start this Baron, and they have fantastic turn, and you just got done resetting. So this is an ideal scenario for KT to actually start this Baron up. They've got the damage. Perfect has TP. He can show up at any time. So I just want to clear out some.
Well, I have to be careful about Skarner interrupting his TP. Pretty easy for Skarner to do if they have any vision.
Ideal ward to clear, maybe not the ones on the red buff, but the one in the Baron pit itself could be a better option. But KT could start this Baron up and say, all right, we have some of the
Thing is, Rumble can't stop TB, so it's one of those scenarios where D+ actually, you know, if you're in a 1v1 and one player can stop TB and the other one can't,
didn't even clear the control ward in the pit.
you do have certain advantages and timings that you can make the most of.
Between these
Your
two
D+.
teams, it always does give you a very nice challenger's feel in terms of just how chaotic it is. So, Elder Flip. You got it in 4 minutes. Neither team seems to want to go for the Baron just yet. You can get some Elder Flip action in here.
Well, I'm starting to wonder if either team is going to be interested in the Elder.
Definitely have to, you know, shake.
Ooh, they're just trying to push on aiming, knowing there's nothing to block. I actually kind of like this position here for KT.
Yeah, definitely should be good. I mean,
Now,
the question is, how deep do you want to go, right? As King and he's just pressuring bot lane turret.
I mean, it's tough here for the teleport for King, and teleport flanks not really available here at all. He's actually walking up.
Half health, Lucid's already here. Are they going to continue on this one? Lucid does have the ult to come through, but the
Oh, they canceled the Poppy ult by hitting him with Glacial Prison.
Are they going to continue on this one? Lucid does have the ult to come through, but the Sedge ult catches him, and Jace is going to secure it. As Barrel nearly goes down, but it does not matter.
They also choose not to TP in with Skarner. Skarner decides to walk between the turrets. So Kingan's like, no, I won't match TPs with the Rumble. I'm going to walk between the turrets and save my TP. What are you saving TP for? And it's the world's easiest equalizer.
The ult to come through, but the Sedge ult catches him, and
World's easiest equalizer.
As Barrel nearly goes down, but it does not matter. They have a perfect angle, and down will go two of the members already, the bottom laners of DK. The Baron goes the way of KT. Down will go Lucid and Showmaker, and KT, they might have just won the game right there.
I mean, what was Kingen doing that whole time?
He was not TPing.
Goes the way of KT. Down will go Lucid and
But don't worry, he TP'd to top lane so they can't end. He literally TP's right here so they can't end the game. To cut a wave. And then he recalls. Jesus Christ. All right, well, what a weird game from D+. Maybe their shot calling is still bad. One more game to go.
Yeah, here solo killed, like, but he turned it around in a big way.
So we are in the fourth back-to-back. The four-peat of the D+ was able to get
All right, same draft, right?
identical.
It can't be. They switched sides this time. So are we still going to ban the Zeri here? No, now we're banning the Callista. We're banning Twisted Fate.
Often it is what it means.
Yeah.
Interesting.
TF, I think, in general, a pretty good ban against stuff like that, but...
I mean, Corki has,
No Skarner?
Corki has other options.
Vi is up for the first time in the series. They really just want that, so they give up Skarner and Varus.
I see what be
Back to Talia. Talia Vi, very strong combination because you can set up the Talia W off of Vi ult, and they're going to take the Zeri. This is aiming signature champion.
go.
Yeah, Nautilus.
Backspace and then type the non, then click the Nautilus.
Are we just not going to ban Rumble either?
But
No, now we're going to ban Rumble. Okay, good. We're going to ban Poppy. I guess because you don't want to play Vi into Poppy.
As we've seen in the past. Also, Skarner pretty good in
BDD back on the Veigar in the mid lane. King and Gragas, obviously very good, but no, we're just going to take Rakan. And Aatrox, all right, so Kingan's other champion. And we're going to R5 Pioshik's Legendary Kindred. I mean, you do have a lot of tankiness here to run around in zone control with the Veigar for the Kindred. Kindred also can invade the Vi early, which is nice.
Pretty cool combo where everyone's kind of stuck in the cage. You can't kill anybody, and then you have the ability to
caging into Skarner ult seems pretty strong.
As well as the charge from Skarner's E picks open. They let Lucid play 100%.
He is, but I really like this Kindred pick.
I was going to pour myself some coffee one moment. Veigar is countered by Talia. I think this should be fun.
Alrighty. And how about a little invade to get game 3 started here? It's just
Well,
gonna give some
Talia
stats
Vi,
for
very
the
strong
Veigar,
duo.
so that he has a little bit of an
I don't know
easier time
enough about
playing.
Veigar's matchups.
Very generous of you, DK.
Too bad he didn't go first strike. We've gotten some money out of it.
Yeah. So the Kindred, it's great. It has a good matchup into the Vi. It has a great matchup into this comp in general.
He has a pentakill on it, Valdez.
He has a pentakill. It's Pioshik. It just feels perfect. It's where you'll oftentimes you won't see the 5th pick on red side save for the jungle, but this is like one of those times where it feels really good. So
Yeah, I mean,
really cool to see. And
Yeah, the Kindred pick into Vi definitely strong.
Potentially get it done.
the key
No early invade. Is just starting red, heading to top side. Kindred gets the leash, jumps over the wall. Now I'm going to try and punish Lucid before he gets level 3 because Vi is a turd, as we know.
Oh, the hooks have been good from Barrel. He's just had a fantastic time on this champ in general. Pioshik is over here. He's going to spot a Vi, or where he should
Doesn't
be.
actually get any camps, though, but will invade onto Wolves for camp 2.
Immediately into Lucid's jungle. So once again, just trying to get started on
Lucid actually recalls by his pink ward, comes back.
He likes it. Some of that jungle gets taken away. And add up King will be able to actually get relevant stats and continue to pressure him in that top side of the map. As long as he can hit those.
But also, it wasn't close enough to the wall where he awkwardly hooks the wall and then takes half his health and damage. Because he missed the guy, but he hits the wall. It's like right there in that sweet spot.
Curious where this first crab, because like the marks, you know, we saw marks earlier today
By barrel.
for inspired, but he got like 1 mark every 10 minutes. He got like 4 marks at 40 minutes, which is obviously like terrible. And Mark's going to be topside scuttle, so you can just walk up there right now because you don't have pressure in the bot side. Forces flash. Oh, wow, they're actually going to go for this? No.
But at the end of the day, it's essentially just a 4v4. The event horizon comes down.
Now they're going to be able to double crab.
It's going to run straight for the marked scuttle crab, I'd imagine.
Yeah, no doubt.
He has 2 flashes stacked, so it's not, or 2 smite stacks, so it's not a big deal. He smites right there. Just takes 15 seconds for him to walk top. They have Prio in top side too.
Of this series. Meanwhile, the event horizon is going to miss.
It's very hard, I think, for them to stop this. Perfect has no E now, though.
Well, the team is playing around this one. Might come down to a smite, though, as it will go the way of Pioshik. He does
All right, Pioshik gets first mark.
very early on. His dad's going to have to flash here. Kind of an awkward spot for him as he is burning down. He's going to trade back a little bit, but not the greatest lane state for him.
Yeah, even with Halo Blades here, you're just not going to be able to offer the same amount of damage as Zeri in this type of trade pattern. Kellen is in position. Ignite goes down. He has to flash. Barrier also popped here, so def down both sums. Barrel zoned out now as well as he is, and that's going to be aiming, picking up plate here early. Knowing, of course, that Pioshik went topside, there's no one to bail out this lane. BDD will teleport over to try to catch some of the farm. We'll, of course, be able to grab 2 stacks there, and we'll get some additional stacking going. Grabbed a tier as well. Did not go for the gatherings, late game AP either. Is actually going Scorch here, so I think that really says the type of game here where KT are trying to fight a lot in mid game.
BDD?
Yeah.
He didn't go gathering.
Oh.
No, he didn't. I saw it in the runes earlier.
I think I bruised my neck from doing squats today.
He's a known scorcher. Yeah. And I mean,
Back of my neck hurts a little bit from where the bar was.
Against the Talia, but you know, Veigar loves his AP.
Oh, it's a bummer.
It's just another way to scale up very nicely, but he's a known scorcher, so
He really is.
and he does take it pretty much on every champion.
I think that one of the things about Veigar that I've always felt, and you guys told us I'm basically a Veigar main, it's one of the picks I play all the time, is that his early game and his mid game are so incredibly strong even before he gets all that AP because of Event Horizon, right? You can really warp team fights your way, and even his execute on his ult before he has a ton of AP can be quite significant. So, you know, if you want to try to continue to put that pressure on in lane and then roam in a lot of matches, just wanted to point out.
He's just picking up extra farm, Wolf. He's just getting down there. He's like,
Zeri lane's going surprisingly well so far.
Stack up some
Korean gyms are so nice, though. Well, I just have a gym in my apartment building.
KT's gonna make a big play here.
It is nice. No kettlebells, tragically. But it's like $10 a month, and there's nobody there on Sunday mornings. Is this live? I'm live. Is the game live? No, the game is VOD.
And they don't get the drink, but they get first blood.
First blood, pretty significant here. Gold over to BDD, plus the 5 stacks he'll pick up on top of the stacks he's gotten in mid and in bot there. I don't think anyone really expected that to come through except Barrel.
We can't fathom it, you know. He just understands it himself, and all of us just kind of have to guess.
Yeah, we're all just living in Barrel's world.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever he's on the stage, you know, you just have to accept it. You're in his territory. You know, they say win in Rome in the LCK. We say win in D+ versus KT.
Yeah.
Is there? He's put in the center of it, so he can't even flash out. And that's what it seemed like happened there. So he's just dead. There's so much burst. BD is able to get him with the ultimate, and pop goes the Rakan.
Is he going to commit to a play here? Yep, going to get the impale. And the flash will...
Force flash out of King in.
It's always fun to play champs that just get free flashes if you set it up nicely, and Skarner is definitely one of those.
BDD will drop a significant amount of money.
Appreciate the content for the past 10 years. Thank you for watching. I'll see you again. Timmons. It's our last game of the day. Oh, nice W.
Top side though, I don't think they're going to feel too happy about that, even though they didn't.
Hard to dive this. Diving this at 7, so first Leah ult of the game. 3 versus 2 dive is a little tricky though, especially into a Nautilus. I mean, Lucid just wasn't there, even though he had 6.
And he just looks at one champion, he roots them, he hooks, he roots again, and he has a shield. You can't kill this guy. He didn't even.
I mean, the thing is, aiming lives though, and does get the plate gold. So.
I don't think it is. I mean, aiming did get 1 extra wave. He's gonna get 1 extra plate. It is Zeri. I mean, it's not that bad.
So he's hooked kind of into the center here and tries to actually look for the knockup. So he actually could have tried to flash out there and survive, but wanted to actually re-engage.
They look kind of desperate, I think, to make up for this play earlier.
Turn that fight around, but he's just burst too quickly. And
Feels really awkward though to make this play, even though they do get the knockup onto Deft, and the timing with Showmaker is such that they get the WE combo too, and he moves him right into aiming's range, but Kellen is taking all of that damage from the turret, and then it just switches focus to Showmaker right afterwards. Yeah, they didn't wait for Vi. They try to burst a barrier. Varus, that is true. Not great.
After that game 1 loss where he looked like he was having a rough time, he's definitely changed the atmosphere now, got that first blood. They get the 2 kills bottom side. KT looking great here in this final game.
Yeah, they're definitely starting off on the right foot, as they did in game number 2. I feel like they came up with... So Showmaker will be fine.
Thing is, the Zeri farming so well is very scary, because aiming can do a ton with this Zeri, right? This is like his signature pick, and he gets so much gold on this team. It's just ridiculous. So
very strong potential combo there. BD will just sit back and farm.
2 marks for Pioshik now. He's literally getting marks twice as fast as Inspired.
But I'm sure he's starting to get pretty up there in terms of that AP damage. Kingen gonna swap down your bottom side. They'll put the Zeri top. A little bit more comfortable up there to just kind of push in, maybe grab a play.
How's Veigar heading CS with all the wandering he's been doing? Well, Showmaker just tried to make a play in bot side and died. So probably didn't help.
Yes, the Zeri versus Skarner lane.
Yes.
My favorite. See this all the time. Big mainstay here at the LCK.
Very hard to get to the Zeri, but also very hard to hurt the Skarner.
Yeah. Top Zeri getting that solo farm, you know. That's the way it goes. Lucid and Kellen are up here, and they are going to push perfect.
We'll just stay down. Showmaker does not have teleport, but does, of course, have his ultimate.
Trying to play around grub spawn. KT already at 3.
Commit. BDD has to keep track.
All right, here we go. Finally a dive with Vi ult. This feels a lot better.
We'll see how it goes. 3 people coming on in. No teleport, and Perfect is just left out to dry as they're using quite a lot. Oh, the flash on in, and Perfect is going to...
You can try it if you want.
Perfect is so much better than casting. Holy moly. Just from these games. I mean, look at this. He flashes over, instantly hits the E, and then ults him back into the turret while he has turret aggro. Lucid doesn't respect that, actually.
You can try it if you want.
We'll see how it goes. 3 people coming on in. No teleport, and Perfect is just left out to dry as...
I mean, it would be hard in terms of reaction to flash that, because he just flash ease him against the wall, but Lucid does have flash. He could have flashed out of that situation.
Perfect is going to turn it around. Picks up a kill for himself. 1v3 underneath his own turret.
I mean, it's just so hard to.
It's well played by Perfect, though. It's very hard to react flash that, I think.
Stop the dive. He has flash, and he's able to trade it back. Well played by Perfect in this moment. Super clutch, and Deft and Barrel are getting plates bottom side here. So yes, Aiming will continue to do the same, but it feels like a huge trade up here for KT, considering how many resources were committed there to the top side.
TP. Yeah, and that's from the Scar.
They also can just TP into top side now.
Here is perfect. And
Lose turret. Actually down by quite a bit of gold, but the gold is concentrated onto this Zeri, which is nice.
And swimming through this mid game, feeling very good about how things are looking. Vagar stacking up. The Archangel's finished. Have to finish those tier stacks, of course, but BD picked up some extra money there. And this is a very strong mid-game situation. You can see how ahead Pyosik is on farm on the Kindred. And so it's really tough to fight this next Drake here for D+, but it's hard to give it up too when you don't know what soul it could be. It could be Hextech soul, it could be Infernal.
Yeah, if it's Hextech and that goes the way of KT, just give them the win from there, as it will be incredibly strong with Vagar. You've got Varus, you've got Kindred. I mean, so many ways to proc it, so many ways to follow up on plays, slowing everybody. As Barrel's going to find his support enemy.
I mean, BDD is nearby.
He's almost trying to bait Kellen into a fight so that BDD could get something going, but it's not quite going to happen.
I thought potentially we would just see Barrel press R there and try to set up the chain damage into BDD's ult, but they think better.
Only 44 gold ahead.
He's going to find
100 gold ahead for Aiming. That's not great.
And really, you're
Considering they've been trying desperately to get gold into him.
They have identified this, but really nice chain of corruption does come down. Barrel also going to maintain that front line here, and now trying to go for the follow-up engage, and Kellen is just so dead, but now Barrel, they have identified this, but really nice chain of corruption does come down. Barrel also going to maintain that front line here, and now trying to go for the follow-up engage.
Hook onto Kellen, but they use Vagar ult to blow him up. Why did Kellen flash there?
But now Barrel taking a ton of damage, and DK,
The cleanup, though, from Zeri could be crazy.
pretty good, but Pyosik left out to dry, and Kellen is just so dead, but now Barrel taking a ton of damage, and DK.
Shout out to Pyosik actually helping D+ with his ultimate here.
The Lambs are fighting pretty good, but Pyosik
They literally push him off of it.
left out to dry, and BDD and Def not quite able to step up to them as Aiming, and King is so good, getting a bunch of
Guys, I love it when we force fights and use our abilities. I mean, look at this. They're literally playing without a TP from Perfect, and they go in and they use everything. They use BDD's cage, they use his ultimate, but there's no chance for him to TP in. So even if you get the pick, Lucid makes the right play, gets into the back line, and then Pyosik pops his ult, which is great because it just gives a bunch of healing over to D+. And Skarner can't be in this engagement. Like, if you focus everything onto Kellen right there, the turn is just so easy when you still have a top laner that can TP in. And you have Vials. There was no reason to do that. That was crazy.
There's a Eclipse, Aatrox teleporting into the fight. Perfect doesn't have TP. You can't win this one long term. And as you mentioned, D+ know their window to push on Event Horizon. They actually get a ton of space here, and then Barrel goes in. Event Horizon is...
It's like so free. I mean, Kellen should not have flashed there, but other than that, it's fine that he, that he dies. Because you save all your resources for the turn, and then they have nothing. Varus already used both his sums.
And the Skarner is just kind of looking a little bit silly over there on the top side. Perfect still.
Let's talk about this ability, which is part of the reason why it's so strong. You can't cleanse it. She'll always get in there. In this case, Lucid was zoned out a little bit, but then he's...
Because of the fact that D+ didn't, or that KT didn't get 2 dragons, they have an extra dragon worth of percentage-based AP he can get actually after this. So very important for KT these next few dragons, of course. But on the other side of things, I want to talk about the Zeri that's sitting on 4 kills. It's Aiming Zeri, arguably his most iconic pick.
Yeah, his Runins now and Static Shiv.
He has a Shiv and Runin, so
his
wave clear is pretty insane. So getting Prio back for
The
KT
pushing is going to be so good
dragons
now. I agree with
so
Wolf.
Challenging. And I am very concerned about what this game is going to look like from here.
basically a raid boss at this point, and you can throw down an Event Horizon, but that's got a cooldown. You can throw down a Lamb's Respite, that's got a very large cooldown, and the Zeri's just going to be skating around the map and can delay and can wait for her next opportunity to go in. You can only delay for so long, and I think KT, if you get very far behind, yes, you can throw all those things down, but then eventually DK just swing the hammer and kill you. So
yeah, it's like, did BDD's R kill the Zeri? If yes, like, okay. If no, then...
They do have a Nautilus. I mean, a couple R buttons you can press on that pesky Zeri. But
Aiming does have cleanse, of course, as well, so a lot of safety here on this pick. Now, it was a lot of scuffle there around that Herald charge, but no objective up to contest here, so everyone's going to reset and go back to their lanes. But if KT had been able to secure that turret, I think that would have been one step in the right direction for helping maintain, or at least try to regain mid-prio, since their turret is still up, but they don't get it. And Zeri backs, grabs a crit cloak, and Aiming heads straight back to mid lane, and watch how quickly these minions disappear. It's pretty insane. I mean, Zeri's so strong she can get pentakills on other champions, apparently, as we learned today. So, like, I don't know. If KT want to get prio for this dragon in 2.5 minutes, they're going to have to be proactive about looking for a pick, and that means Perfect's teleport is really important, because perhaps a teleport flank could be what they need.
yeah, I like how there's nothing really going on the map. There's no other objective. I mean, there is no position to stop this.
Can potentially set up for a pick plus on the bottom side of the
Trying to
river.
get this done before LCK actually starts, guys. Get starting in 5 minutes.
In terms of damage right now, Zeri is... He has Impale, and BD just going to put a cage on top of that Baron Pit. You can't really do that right now. But KT kind of have to respect the possibility of it, and that means that vision just hasn't really been cleared up all too much on the bottom side of the map. Some of it cleared by D+ as they reset wards.
Oh, LCK is already going?
Putting it up here to the top side.
No wonder I don't have any
D+
viewers.
have other ideas. Maybe they think they actually can.
I forgot it started at 3 p.m. on
I think it's kind of rough. You don't
on
really have
Sundays.
a good tank for
Lol.
that one. I mean,
I just don't think so, right? Like,
Fine
there's
can
no way.
only do so much.
I'm used to
in
it starting
terms
at
of
5 p.m. my
damage
time.
Against,
Oh, game 2. So,
it's been a long day.
turrets up for KT, and on the prio here for this dragon. And D+.
All my viewers watching LCK instead. HLE versus DRX live right now. I'll switch over to that in a little bit.
Walking up the Event Horizon, there's no way for the Vi to get in.
Wow, my favorite North American X-Caster educational game review streamer is online. Thank you.
You just cannot access the pit.
I'm here for
And
you.
So the first Drake goes the way of KT with no bloodshed at all. Now, KT
Especially if you rewatch Arrival.
is going to
Ah, man, I wish I could do movie watch-alongs and that it wasn't illegal.
Very much LCK
That would be fun.
taken. Lots of maneuvering, lots of strategizing about how they were going to take that one, and then KT just took it.
I think a lot of this came down to the fact that Zeri backed. You know, Aiming went to grab Last Whisper, and so the wave was there. It was tough for D+ to get in first. Positioning
I started watching the new season of The Boys.
They have Horizon on one side, and they have an Angry Skarner with
It's
Flash
okay.
and Impale on the other.
The Nautilus.
Nautilus as well, as you mentioned, and D+ now kind of like, oh, we missed everything there. We didn't actually get a strong cross. It gets stronger and stronger as this game continues.
There's that watch party thing that Twitch already removed.
Blue side here.
Yeah. I wish they would do that. I wish they would allow that. You know what I wish they would allow? Because you know how you can rent movies on Amazon Prime, or if you actually, because you know with Twitch integration, if you had the movie for free on Amazon Prime, it would be cool if you know on Twitch people could like opt in to paying the $3 or whatever to rent it to watch with you on Twitch, and you just have Twitch only, that your stream only viewable to people who had paid the rental fee.
Barrel just needs to place vision.
You know what I mean?
This will
That'd be
immediately
nice.
Stop, and there it is. There's the vision. And they have to back away. I mean, it's only.
I would do that.
You can see Lucid's getting chunked. Everybody's.
It
getting
was a
chunked.
thing?
Ghostic runs over,
Damn.
And they have to stop the Baron.
It's a good idea. What happened to it?
So with 3 people, they can tank it.
Because like I feel like I could probably sell like 1,000 rentals if we did 4-play watching it together.
Unfortunately, you know, I mean, I think it was a good try. I mean, no harm, no foul. Nobody gets taken out for it, and there's no like top turret to take. There's no standing gold on the map outside of that mid turret that yes, Zeri can push waves to, but she can't actually go up and hit because there's just too many threats. And knowing that Skarner's TP is up means that he could come from any angle where you don't know where the teleport ward is, so you just have to be really respectful. So all he could do is send minions to the turret, but he can't actually do damage to it himself. The team groups for it. That's what KT wants. They want to pull him into the center there. So KT really hold all the cards right now.
Uh-oh. Not like this. You can see they don't really have the vision. Oh, the hook around the corner, and the Chain of Corruption will come down, as well as the R from the Nautilus, and Showmaker in so much trouble, but the counter engage comes in, the Lamps are spiting. They don't really have the vision. Oh, the hook around the corner, and the Chain of Corruption will come down, as well as the R from the Nautilus, and Showmaker.
The follow-up's not that good. Actually, good re-engage by Kellen there into the choke point. Forces out the Lamb's Respite. Ooh, they have to flash out of the flash by Keegan. Amy's just missing every Q onto Perfect, just slightly out of range. There we go. Amy's just slightly out of range. Okay, Kellen's trying to get him in. They can't actually kill the Skarner. Well,
the flash missed Q though, and Kingan's gonna get out here, and Perfect, I don't know if he's on for this world. Oh,
nice try, but yeah. Oh, the damage on a Kellen.
He's got a Q coming up again. There's the Q from Vi.
Can they actually kill him is the question. Need the Vi Q to come back up, and there it is. They should have enough from here, and that is the
there we go.
Aiming to finally take down Perfect.
The one thing I didn't see in that fight is who BDD ulted, because there were several targets of the early part of that fight where he could have actually gotten the secured kill, and he just held it.
Did he get in range here? Did he use it here?
No, he didn't use it at the beginning of the fight, as Barrel ends up getting the knockup.
Yeah, Deft gets his Edge of Night popped there, and so that means Kellen can re-engage on him in the choke point. Look how low they are, though. Kingan, like, tries to flash this. He forces two flashes.
Great flashes here in reaction to Kingan, but it's a 2-for-1 for him. And then Lucid gets over the wall here. BD just trying to set the event horizon to help his squad.
Skarner just casually 1v3ing with against the Fed Zeri on the backside. Although Zeri's built for AoE damage here and not for single target Skarner damage, so.
To try to hit the Q and completely whiffs it. And that's a great fight for D+. You can see
got Lord Doms now, though.
Engages into a moment like this, wall plus the shoves, and aiming is just so huge at this point. Have that many stacks in the 203 right now, so significant. But he's looking at a maximum of 1,119 damage on his.
D+ suddenly up 3,000 gold.
In the last one. Just didn't factor it in, and unfortunately, you know, if he didn't have that item, he would have died. But it's not the way it went. Here comes Perfect over the wall, maybe thinking about who's really strong at this point in time. It was a very messy one.
I mean, aiming, if he is still alive at the end of the fight, I don't know if KT ever wins those, right? And it's so hard to catch him. He's so mobile, and he's positioned himself so incredibly far back. It's Kellen who's caught by this event horizon. They're just trying to zone here as they push bottom, ultimately not to.
A precarious situation. Kingan just trying to get what he can with his passive, just going to clear out the wave. And it's just
KD still got a good comp. Yeah, and you know, if they hit like one good Varus Q, then you can just follow it up with Veigar ult. So, you know, the poke damage can really be quite sticky because the Veigar can just finish them off.
So now Pyosik just going to start this one up alone, and they're missing 2 players at this point in time. The wall will come down, and it will actually push KT off of this objective.
Wall was too early.
As BDD does not have flash.
Oh, the Showmaker's wall. JK, it was a good wall.
The wall will come down, and it will actually push KT off of this objective.
I know what I'm talking about. Don't worry, guys.
As BDD does not have flash, wants an event horizon onto aiming so badly, but is just spaced so incredibly well on this Zeri. Event horizon just zoning the front line here. Barrel looking for an angle here. Can he get into range to ult aiming? He's trying.
Oh yeah, he would love to. But he is going to play that front line and skip vision. Do they know about this guy on the left side, the Vi? They get onto the back line, and now the ult comes in. Kellen does go down, but Lucid's in that back line.
They're just killing Kellen at the start of every fight, but they actually just can't finish anything. I mean, they didn't use Event Horizon, so he dies to the Q from Deft. But look at where Vi is and the positioning on this fight. They have no vision control. Vi just queues into this brush, so she gets an immediate flank for free. They're pushed way too far forward without having vision. Because then Vi gets Q back up, QER onto Pyosik. Lucid actually just basically solo won that fight for them.
side of this Aatrox.
Very well played by Lucid.
Nearly totally wiped them. The triple kill comes through. 5,000 damage for
The pace in the beginning of these fights.
Yeah, if there's no threat onto the Zeri and their backline's tied up, then it's just huge.
Well, the fourth to do two here. Look, and the damage comes through. Yeah, you got the Recon, you burst him down. But look at the damage Showmaker is doing. The Lamb's Respite here just buys time, but it doesn't delay the inevitable with all of this.
Lamb's Respite has been totally useless this game. It's actually helped D+ on 2 occasions now in that choke point.
Right, like you can delay the team fights, but eventually DK, if they are far enough ahead, and it just doesn't matter. Yeah, it's just not quite enough. The delay is not enough for KT. Trying to get on up, Pioshik and BDD is in a really rough spot, knocked up forever. The Lazarus fight and triple him.
Have his death cap. He's very far from it.
Oh, there's a little bit of an engage here. I mean,
Beryl trying desperately to get on top of aiming.
30 minutes in nearly, and he doesn't have his death cap. He's very far from it.
He literally flash cues him, but there's no follow-up, so he dies. And then Perfect gets 3, but it's on top of Lamb's Respite, so they can't actually kill anybody during Impale. Yeah, how do you kill aiming, though?
King and aiming are still alive, and they're still fighting here with pretty healthy health bars. Perfect is so incredibly tanky. Can they take him out is the question. He's flashing.
Oh, flashy. Oh, they got him. Perfect's been pretty good, man.
Huge kill. Gets the shutdown of 1,000 gold, but eventually does go down himself.
Massive shutdown. And the Lamb him as this fight starts off with Beryl said, I've had enough. I'm going on this Zeri, but no one else can get anywhere close to the zoning from Showmaker, and the Lamb's Respite here is...
Aiming actually slides into the Veigar cage, so he doesn't get a lot of damage out of the start of the fight. Has to flash over to reposition. Perfect, dude, as the Eye of the Tiger, though. It's actually crazy he gets this. Perfect's reaction with these flash E's has been very good this game. So good.
It will cost him his flash, but on the Skarner, you feel pretty good with that, and picking up the money is massive, and they might have been able to even start that Baron up if aiming was alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think those two can duo that one, especially if BDD gets on. He just dashed away, Neeson with going to be saved by the Event Horizon, and that might just be Baron.
Yeah, I mean, we were all in Barrel's world until now. Beryl is the only one in Barrel's world, and I don't think he should be there right now. It's game
And he's still huge, though.
And another intense...
Oh my god, nice flash by Lucid. Really good turn.
I don't think he should be there right now.
Because he gets hit by the laser, takes a huge amount of his health bar out, and so Lucid just Q flashes over the wall, extends it, hits the knock-up, forces Lamb's Respite. It's actually good for D+. They get healed. Now they can turn again.
So many people, and he will eventually be taken out by aiming of all people. Gonna stack
any way they could have for him. Unfortunate moment here where Pioshik again buys time. A ton of poke coming through from Deft and BDD, but look at
nice flash from Kingen.
Flashing in on the play, knowing he can make this call because he has GA. There's no threat, and also the ult from BDD is down anyway, so it wouldn't even been forced to drop the GA. Just a decisive call after it all. And I'll start off with Beryl looking for the flank and getting caught. This is not Infernal Soul, but it is going to be Infernal Soul.
I can always join with the wall, as maybe they're just going to dive instead. I mean, they are...
Honestly, D+ has looked much better, though, in terms of decisiveness around shot calling. That was a very good turn.
Beryl as well underneath the turrets, and that's a couple of more kills for the Zeri. Is this just going to be another penta? That's a triple already for the side of aiming, and you can see that KT do not want to give that one over.
Yeah, I think he's going to be hard-pressed to kill for a full health Scar.
Okay, they're pushing in, and Scorpion can do, and down he will go. Down will go the Nexus turrets, and D+ Kia will be your winners tonight in the 2-1 victory over KT.
All right, guys. So tomorrow, as I said earlier, we'll be doing C9 versus Dignitas and T1 Gen G. So we can all look forward to that one. Monty Wolf Show will be on Tuesday. So we'll still be starting up that one again for the start of LCK. So thank you very much for watching. I'll see you then.